Beats in the hood.
What it good be? Hopefully this is your boy N.O.R.E.
What up, it's DJ EFN.
And it's been Entertainment Crazy Raw. Yappy Hour. Make some noise! And right now, I want to tell you, arguably, this is probably one of the, if not the best, one of the greatest hip-hop or producers overall of all time. The man can make anything. He can produce movies, make scores. He can produce your producer's producer. That produces the other producer. They look up to him. He has put together one of the most legendary groups of all times. There will never be another. There was never one before, and there will never be another one after. They are the Alpha and Omega. It's a person that I look up to in a lot of ways. If it wasn't for what they did in hip hop, it wouldn't have trickled down to what people did after that in hip hop, and that led to me. So in a lot of ways, this is his show, regardless if he claims it or not. In case you don't know what we're talking about Bobby motherfucking Digital, Prince Raheem, motherfucking the RZA, the Abbott. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you. We've been trying to get you from the beginning, you know what I mean? Because of, but I'm gonna tell you something, and I know I'm bouncing around, but I'm gonna tell you something. I was in Paris 2 days prior to Wu and Nas coming to Paris. Right. So I looked at my wife and I was like, it's no way I'm in Paris and I'm gonna leave knowing that the brothers is coming. I was like, we gotta stay 2 more days. So she's like, no problem. I went and I tried to like be like incognito, right? Because I wanted to like actually see the show like as a fan. Right. When I tell you, and I'm not saying this, I'm just because I say this when they're not around. Right. That's arguably the best show, not hip hop show. The best show I've ever seen.
That's right.
Right? Now let me break it down for you. Why? I'm sitting there as a fan. Steve Rifkin is trying to just like grip me to the back, and I'm like, I don't want to go to the back. Like, I actually want the regular seat. I want to sit down. The people was recognizing me. I was like, not today, motherfucker. Like the fans, I was like, I'm not N.O.R.E. today. Like I'm a fan. So what I didn't know was y'all shared the stage. It's really a Wu Tang Nas show, Nas Wu Tang show. Right. It's not like one is opening up for each other.
Right,
Who came up with that idea, and how did this come about?
No, in the beginning, me and Nas both talked about like this has to be like a co-headline, like you know, we're not opening up for each other. Right. You know what I mean? That doesn't make sense. So from the beginning, we thought of that, but then the idea was like, now how to bring that to reality. Right. And you know, I make movies and film and stories, and so I was like, you know, I got some ideas, and then I built with the God and he, you know, how Nas said it, what the RZA gonna direct the tour? Right. I was like, yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so we, you know, we just built it like that. And whoever else came involved, because Buster was on that one. Yeah. Was Buster or
No, he wasn't on the Paris one. No.
Okay. Because I know we had Buster and Daylight. We was rotating.
Yeah, that was the next one.
Right, but point being made is that no matter who came on that tour, the idea was that we're not moving as a competition with each other. We're moving as a movement. Like the goal is for the audience to be entertained by the hip hop culture. You know what I mean? So we're never trying to outdo each other or none of that. You know what I mean? The music, the vibe, the energy is like, you in Paris, we taking you back to New York. Right. You know what I mean? When we hit London, Dublin, this is a New York state of mind. Right. So the tour was called New York State of Mind, right?
Because didn't you do 2 tours?
Yeah, we did 2 rounds.
And they was both called New York State of Mind?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
And so the funny thing though is, Nas didn't pitch the idea of New York State of Mind. That's my idea.
Wow.
Like, that's his song. You know what I mean? But I'm like, yo, we moving like this with the Wu and Nas. That's a New York State of Mind.
Right.
I'm saying some of my Wu brothers was like, that's dope, but how about Wu York State of Mind?
Right,
you know what I mean?
Change it up.
Yeah, state of mind.
Yeah. I said non-cypher. Like, nah. New York State of Mind is perfect. You know what I mean? Then when Buster came, same thing.
Right.
Everybody know that.
Right.
At the end of the day, you know, hip hop has gone worldwide and does what it does, but it still has its mecca.
Right.
It still has its foundation.
Story, right.
Yeah, that's New York.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
Talk that shit, RZA. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying, it has its mecca. You know what I mean? And so that tour was the 50th year anniversary of hip hop itself.
Right.
So it was like, yo, let's go New York. Let's let people feel what that is.
Hey, you guys sequenced it like a mixtape almost.
Yeah.
That's what I felt like. I felt like it was a mixtape.
Was that on purpose?
And a play.
Okay.
And a mixtape and a play had a baby.
No, you're right though. 'Cause it was like it was theatrical. It was ups, downs. Like we found what I would say is we found points of connection that happens, right? So thanks to Nas and Mobb Deep and Raekwon and Ghost and the songs they did together, right? Thanks for the Cuban Link album, which had that song Verbal Intercourse, right? And another songs they did over the years, we had intersection marks.
Connecting the dots.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, so it's like, so Nas came out on Verbal Intercourse.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And then when he came out, it was still part of the Wu set, but then we transition away and he goes into it. And then he gets back to Eye for an Eye and then Raekwon joins him on that. Then he brings Ghost and Kappa, then we transition it back and forth. And it just was like tag team, relay race. You know what I mean?
And that you gotta give grace to Nas too, because it's like it's almost like he's holding it down with 9 other people. Like that shit is hard.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, you know, Nas is one of the greatest,
of course.
But also in that capacity, though, we was all one.
That's right. I love that. I love that.
He was like, "Yo, I'm the 10th, 11th member, whatever, 20th member." Right? So many of us, but at that time, it was like, nah, we just. And you know what? What we were saying to each other, I don't mind. You know, this is a show where people come and talk and they open up. Right? That's right. What we were saying to each other backstage, you know what I mean, even with Bus and everybody who joined throughout the process was like, this is just good for the culture. It's good for black men to see all this alpha energy work together.
Yep.
Not compete, not fighting over this or squandering over this, not arguing over the economics and none of that. It's like, it's good. It's a good model for the rest of the world to see. That was like our backstage talk. We knew that, yo, this is kind of like what the community needs to be doing. Right. You know what I mean? Get off of that, if they call it black on black, white on white or whatever. You know what I mean? We're going love on love. You know what I mean?
You know what's the beauty about that I got to see? And like I said, I was sneaking backstage at first until y'all performed, and then after y'all performed, I kind of like revealed. But what I got to see is each individual grow. Like I remember like going backstage, I remember seeing Ray and Ghost on one side, and U-God and Kappa on one side. Like it used to be like almost like a like I don't know if it was like Park Hill and Stapleton and Brooklyn. I don't know. Like, but when I got to see it this time, like I guess this is everyone coming together as grown men and understanding. I got to see the love. Like, I got to really see, like, y'all as brothers. And, like, I'm sitting there, like, holy shit. Like, because I'm still a fan. Just because I'm your friends, and I'm like, I consider the family, too. Like, I'm still a fan, so I'm sitting there and just watching y'all, and I just see how happy y'all are when y'all together. When y'all together, that shit is like, I know I'm an outsider, but I can see that shit, and I can be like, yo, like, because when y'all get together, do y'all reminisce of the beginning, or y'all reminisce, y'all staying in the future?
In the now.
You never know, though, you know what I mean? You know, but it's the beautiful thing is there's so much history, and the history is so intertwined, right? Like you say, you know, to the degree of, you know, children, like my sister got children by Ghost, you know what I mean? And,
like the family tree is crazy.
You know, Meth, wife and U-God's, you know, first mother of his seed, her sisters. It's like this you know what I mean? Me and Raekwon, 3rd grade together. So you know, the community of it all, I think, is what keeps it everlasting. That's why Wu Tang forever. And I just think that at any given moment, you don't know which one of your brothers got that spark of chi. That's what you needed.
Right.
You know what I mean? I might be on a high mountain thinking, whatever, Verzuz on some Verzuz shit, you know what I mean? Right. But I needed to see you God that day, you know what I mean? Just because my shoes start getting too pointy.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, hold on, God, you gotta round them off a little bit and get too pointy on your shoes. So it's like still sharp and still, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we do for each other. And I think, I know, I ain't gonna say I think, it's like every time that Voltron comes together,
yes,
you know what I mean, you get to form that blazing sword, you know what I mean? Yeah. So bung.
And now you guys are going into the new tour.
Yeah, the new tour, which we called the Final Chamber, and that's going back to like us, running around the globe one more time together.
Right.
You know what I mean? We touched the globe, yo.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Times.
And you got to think about, you MC hip hop, all the success that hip hop gave us. And it's like, do you go back and give back to all the people that actually, through their consumption of your material, allowed you to put your son through college or allowed you to, be up in your 5,000 square feet or whatever, you know what I mean?
Right.
How do you go back? And will you go back? You know what I mean? And for us, it's hard to get us all together regardless because of that. But this is all part of a plan.
Right.
You know what I mean? One thing that I strive to do is plan ahead. So,
but you planned the 30-year plan? You knew that y'all would be here 30 years later?
That's what I said, though.
Okay.
That's what I did say. And you can vouch this from another brother in the team. I said, when we came, based on the energy we was bringing, right, the talent level, the unorthodox, that U for universal, that W for that wisdom, what we was bringing, I said, I don't see nothing coming like this. It's gonna take 25 years, 20 years before the system itself starts to
catch up.
Yeah. I figured 20 years before it was like, okay, now there's the talent level of others are starting at that talent level.
Right. Okay.
And then I said, well, maybe, when that happens though, our plane is gonna land.
Right.
I said, now we can land like this.
Right.
Or we can land like this. If we land like this, you know what I mean? That's 25, 30 years, yeah.
Okay.
And that's what we on this one, baby. This is no nose dive.
Let me know. I'm gonna let you know if you know this expression.
Thank you.
Whenever a person, people have like, a camaraderie, like it's a bunch of people, and people say, yo, we're gonna break it up and put this person over there, this person there. You know what people call it?
Good.
That's RZA.
Bong.
Do you know that?
Nah, I didn't know that. That's a good industry talk.
Because you gotta remember,
right.
Y'all the first group ever in existence
that had
one record label with the whole group, and then pieced off each. That shit is genius.
Octopus.
Yeah, crazy.
Hold on, let's take a shot for that. Okay, salud.
So
salud. What is this? What is this? By the way,
I like that you got more. Too.
Okay, yeah, okay.
All right, so we're drinking sake today. All right, so the reason why we're drinking sake, I watched the show. I don't know you drank what you drank, but it's only 2 liquors.
I like this.
That gives you an upper.
Okay.
All right. One is tequila.
Yes.
And the other is sake.
Okay.
Now sake though doesn't have ethanol, alcohol in it. This is fermented. All right. So this fermentation meaning you don't get no headache and all that. So this is, if you're going to drink.
Not embalming fluid.
No embalming fluid. We don't drink that.
So fermentation, I was like, what does that mean?
We ran into each other a few times back in the day. What we was on. But anyway, sake.
Salud.
Oh, that's smooth.
Yeah, it is smooth.
And
so let me ask you.
Chase it with that
keep it
support.
on ice though. But ain't no ice.
Yes. Yeah.
Can we get the bucket of ice?
Yes,
Put the ice.
Yes, we're going to get full-fledged sake lessons. It's called Heavenly Sake, right?
Yeah. This particular sake, yeah. Sorry, mama.
Do you want me to put the bucket here, or is it okay?
How about put some ice in there and put it like that?
That's right. Yeah, there you go.
Like, give us that bottle service.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm only joking. Okay?
It's all good. It's all good. So, because me, as a person that was trying to get in the industry, I was a young kid. I probably like, what was it? What year did the Wu Tang finally came out?
The first album was 93.
93.
93.
Okay.
I have the flyer from the first Miami show in 94.
Wow.
So
That's dope.
So me, I was too young to understand. I thought all of y'all was on the same label. When people was like, "No, idiot." I mean, yeah, they really did.
You mean when the individual projects are
Yes, when all right, first off, when I seen Meth on the bus, what was that?
Oh, yeah, Bring the Pain. Yeah.
Now, Bring the Pain wasn't on 36 Chambers, right?
That was his
own shit,
On
right?
Def Jam.
Yes.
On Def Jam.
I was confused because I'm like, why they ain't got that logo? With the
the loud logo, right?
The loud
with the
logo,
headphones,
yeah.
right.
So this is. I swear to God, I don't even think I'm asking this for the fans. I think I'm asking this for myself. Like, what made you say, you know what? Everyone puts what's that shit? Put their peas in the same bucket, or
or your eggs in one basket.
Eggs in one basket. That's what I meant. So, what made you say? Was that the plan, or is that how it developed?
It was the plan, as well as the evolution of the plan. So what I mean by that is that, at the end of the day, we all, how can I put it? I don't like to talk too much about the street hustle side of things, right? But coming from a street hustle, right? What you need mostly in the street hustle is what? A connect. All right? So once you got the connect, then you could kind of be up in the building, right? So Loud is the connect.
Right.
Right. So Loud, at the time, Steve Rifkin, of course, being a intelligent executive, one of the best executives, because Steve Rifkin was an executive that didn't interfere with the art.
Right.
His job was to market it and do it. Your job
and he was a young dude at the time into hip hop.
Yeah. Right. But your job was to cook it. His job was to serve it.
Right.
You know what I mean? But he didn't have the at the time, the business couldn't sustain all of us.
Right.
We knew that. You couldn't take this. Even if somebody would have threw an M, and hip hop wasn't getting no M's back then.
Right.
But even an M ain't gonna feed this whole family.
Right. Yeah, right.
So the idea was like, well, let's make the connect with him. Okay, make that a piece of business, but then make connects with other partners throughout the industry, right? So that we can first economically be able to maintain the organization. And then, so that's the economic decision. The creative decision was this. So I'm a guy in the industry that came through the industry and failed, right? According to how you would say success would be.
With Prince Rakeem.
The Prince Rakeem EP, you know what I mean? 10, 20,000 units wasn't enough to hit that threshold.
Even though right now, 10 to 20,000 units right now is like you popping. No, you popping now.
No, that's
it
went backwards.
It went backwards again.
I know that.
And you were a major. What was the
Tommy Boy.
They were still independent.
Independent major, indie major, like a major indie, right?
But the gag for me was, I had to hit a certain number in order to get that album budget.
Right.
I didn't hit that number.
Tommy Boy.
I didn't get that album budget.
Wow. You had a threshold you had to meet.
You had a threshold. So, but point being made is that, but I had a chance also to see the industry in a way that it was just dog eat dog.
For what you saw it for what it was.
Yeah. But I said in my psyche that, what if I get the industry to work together? All for my brand. You know what I mean? So I intentionally was like, if Def Jam have somebody, if Geffen has somebody, if Warner Electra have somebody, BMG Loud have somebody, you know what I mean? Eventually went West Coast and got priority to get something.
Right.
The industry is almost unintentionally
working on your behalf.
Working on the behalf of Wu Tang.
Right. So let me ask you, I'm sorry to cut you off because I really don't.
You follow me on that though?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's not illegal, right?
No, that ain't illegal.
No, that was by design. Like that.
Yeah, that's
I'm asking.
No, but wait, were you?
That's illegal.
Were you? No, because what I'm saying is like when a group is signed, it's like I would have known.
Oh no, because see now that's in our industry
because they was just Wu Tang was signed, not Method Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
In our industry, you don't want that to happen. There's pros and cons to that, right? And I don't want to get too deep on the business, right?
Okay.
I want to spend more time building with you than talking about the business, right?
Cool.
But I will say the beauty of it. Let me say the beauty of it. Is that after Wu Tang 36 came, Method Man, all these sisters going platinum, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then the last album to come in that first swing of the solo albums was RZA Liquid Swords.
Right.
Right? And when he came, by the time he came, you got Electra, Loud, Def Jam, and now Geffen, and even G Street, because remember we had the gold albums with Gravediggers. Right? Back in those days, you had to buy floor space in the record stores called POP, right? And you had to buy that in order, to get your records there. All 5 labels put their money together
To have Wu Tang in the front.
and put the Wu Tang tree in the front. All right.
That's crazy.
And yo, and even though RZA was the album that came out and he hit the #1 rap album or whatever, right? Everybody who had catalog shit doubled their sales. Like, so say a dude was doing 20,000 normally, right?
Did 40.
Now you're doing 40, kid, because the industry is combined
It's like
together.
what a playlist would be today. If someone's popping on the playlist, it runs down the playlist.
You know what? I never thought of that.
Right.
Yeah, it was the first playlist.
Physical playlist.
Now, who was somebody you did business with that you wish you did?
I wish I didn't.
Yeah.
That's a deep question.
I got plenty of them.
Okay, I like that.
You need an example. I'm ready. Fire.
Well, I can answer that one quick for you. It was this gentleman by the name of, I think his name was Rock.
Okay.
It was the first lesson in record business 101 for me, which was we were selling Protect Your Necks by ourselves, right, out of our trunks.
Oh, wow. White label, right?
But if you got lucky, you could get it to a one-stop. Mm-hmm. Right? When you get it to a one-stop, that's like they may take 5,000 copies. And we was getting them. We was moving units. We moved, tens of thousands before we finally got to Loud.
Wow.
Right? That's what made Loud interesting.
And the one stop is the regional distributors.
Exactly.
Right.
But my man Rock,
Sorry, N.O.R.E.
my man Rock, he was representing a one-stop, he said. And he took, let's just say 5,000 copies. You know what I mean? And boom, he sold them. But then now we coming for the cream. He ain't got the cream.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's just like, what? And we don't understand that.
But this is your friend from the hood? Or
No.
He's an industry guy?
This is an industry guy.
Okay.
We selling. Mook met him. Mook was like, yo, this guy, he's going to take 5,000 copies. We was like, that's nice. Boom, press goes up. Let's go.
Right. You gave him the work.
Yeah, we going to Rock and Soul. Rock and Soul is hitting us with,
of course.
We getting cash. Right. It's cash on delivery.
Yeah. But you gave him on consignment.
His consignment.
Okay, yes,
Right.
okay.
All right? And he don't pay.
Wow.
So now you don't pay. So now we step in, we stepped in aggressive, you know that. It's that those young age. And he was like, it wasn't going to go well.
Right.
But with him, who worked with him was the two brothers who I respect to this day, the Aleem brothers. You know
Aleem brothers, with the dreads. Yes. So very righteous brothers.
Yeah, they're very righteous.
Yes.
And they was there.
Yes.
And
That's Tom Silverman called on me. Yeah, I'm sorry.
They said, they advised us.
Okay.
Because nobody could stop us.
Right.
But they advised, like, yo, listen, let this go.
Right.
You know what I mean? You guys got a whole thing ahead of you.
Right.
If you go and do what you're going to do here, it could end here.
That's crazy.
Right? Because it's like,
That's
it could be some gangster shit, and at the end of the day, you're not going to grow because, when you're young, you don't know that, like all the cases that my Wu brothers had is because being young, right? And so you don't know that, you knock this dude out, you stomp this dude out, that could stop your whole career just because your physical aggression.
Right.
Yeah. Right. So we took advice from him.
But wait, hold up. But how does it get through to you guys in that moment?
No, because, I still negotiated. He had a studio. Right? It's okay, you know what? Pay us back in studio time.
Okay.
So we found we call it a diplomatic solution,
right?
Which was pay us back in studio, and they did. The song "Method Man" that became the next single was done in that studio. We went there, and and it sounds a little better than Protect Your Neck sonically, because I'm now in a real studio, with a little SSL and all that. Okay. So this
explains a lot.
Yo.
Yeah, the way sonically it explains a lot.
Yeah. So that was a solution. But doing business with him was like it almost made me say like fuck the game. You know what I mean? Because it's like I didn't expect somebody to do my package like that. You know what I mean? In the streets, it's like your package, you give them a package, you bung bung bung. So I didn't expect that to happen. None of us did. Me, Power. Divine at the time, Mook, all of us. Right. But the solution was just, diplomat solution.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Martin Scorsese. Was that name?
Martin Skrelly.
Yeah. Oh, Skrelly. Oh, he said...
I like what you went with it.
That's what I was trying to say.
What was I saying?
You said Marco Skrelly.
Yeah, but you knew what I was talking about.
But once you try to put the SK.
Yeah, I tried to sound smart. Yeah, I take a shot for that.
Although you can't take a shot for Mark.
Can't take. Oh no, that's right.
Let's skip him.
Let's take a shot for
the guy that intervened. The dudes that intervened.
Okay, for the most expensive album in history.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Nice.
So this to me is genius as well, right? How does this happen? Does this guy step to you and say, "I want a Wu album"?
No, they created it already.
Okay, yeah, I'm asking.
Yeah, so we talked about this a lot already. So I know.
Okay.
I want to hit you. I only got so much time with you.
Okay, let's go.
But I will say this though about it, right? Mm-hmm. It was an idea that one of my students, kind of germinated, right? And it was kind of cohesive with the idea I had, which was to me, music is art and should be treated as such, right? At this time, music was being devalued. Right? So it's like, we got to find a way to put value back into it. And people mostly value what they can't have. All right? So, then they can't have this.
Right.
Only one, we're going to make one copy and it's going to, you got to go to a museum to hear it. You know what I mean? That was the ambition of it. So we started soliciting and the funny thing is, different millionaires and even billionaires was acting like they was going to buy it. You know what I mean? It was like, it was, because that's the auction business. Sotheby's and Paddle8, that's what they do, right? But then I met this kid. He was still a kid, and he wasn't famous yet, Mark Skrelly.
Okay.
Maybe at the time he was probably worth a couple $100 million. So he was really a baby compared to the other bidders.
Okay.
The other bidders had bills. But he had came to the little listening, and he heard it. He heard like a little 12 minutes, and he was like, yo, whatever he heard, he needs that album. He needs the Enigma time code machine. Exactly, right? And the turning papers. Right, this is all some historical shit.
Wait, the Enigma has nothing to do with...
Listen, that's what I'm trying to point.
Enigma from World War II?
Yeah. He's getting the last one they got.
Like the one that's the last living...
Listen, he's getting that. He's getting the turning papers of the guy who designed this shit. This is the guy who made the first computer, arguably. And the Wu Tang album.
That's dope, though. That's a dope.
He's gonna buy all three of these shits.
Right.
And so I said, yo, this album is like, all albums like our babies.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you got to be treating this thing with the highest respect. And that's when he told me I'm going to do all that. And when he get all three of these things, he said he's going to become like a powerful man in the world.
Right.
I was like, wait. You know what I mean?
Right.
Bung, bung.
And I didn't hear about some other things.
No.
Okay.
And so he does it, right? And I kind of make the deal with him, right? Then I'm home, my wife and shit, we chilling. She knows about it and all that. And then he's on the news. And she's like, hey, baby, isn't that the guy that you made the deal with?
Did you have a non-disclosure or it wasn't a
It was also NDA.
Okay,
right now.
NDA, okay.
And they still working out the deal and all the paperwork shit. But then he shows on TV as the evilest man alive.
Because of prescriptions, right? I remember. He was taxing people on medication.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but I'm like, oh shit. Boom. But I already shook hands with him. I already made a deal. So I could, your word is your bond. You know what I mean? So, we went through with it. But I did say this to him. I said, bro, you got a lot of bad shit on you. I would advise that you take this Wu album and do something good.
Right.
I said, maybe just give it to the people.
Wow.
Like, I don't know what to do, but I said, it's a chance for you to do good. Wow. He smiled at me and doubled down on bad shit.
Wow, did more bad shit.
He went in.
Yeah. He called beef for Ghostface and everything. I was like,
that was great.
This is crazy.
He went in. Anyway.
And he went in.
Yeah.
But it is on record right now, the album, when it was resold for over $4 million. He bought it for $2 million, resold it for over $4 million, or the government took it, and then they auctioned it off. So it's one of those, it's like it appreciates like a house or some shit. It's like it gets more and more valuable over time. And it did make the Guinness World Records as the most expensive single album in the history. You know what I mean?
You said something earlier. You said give it to the people. is that an option in the contract that they could actually give it to people?
You could give it, you can't sell it.
Can't sell it. Oh,
yeah.
But the government didn't make that contract with you, so they could auction it.
Well, the government,
because they got it from him, and then they were able to auction it.
They can only auction it as a single unit, like a painting. It's almost like an NFT or like a
that's
painting.
That's what I thought. I was like the first NFT. I was going to say AFT.
You can say that. Yeah, you can say it's like the first, it's like a first NFT. It's like even if somebody paints, it's only one Mona Lisa, yo.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what it is. I mean, you got people that got the T-shirt.
Right. You ever seen the real Mona Lisa? That shit is like this small.
Yeah.
In the
Louvre, yeah.
I'm like, yo. The Louvre is trash.
Speaking of where you been, yo?
I'm going to Monaco on Sunday.
Monaco? Ooh. How many people from Queens?
Yeah. Left rack, man.
Left rack city. You know what I mean?
We go to, because the documentary, right? Where everybody was mad at your brother, Devon. Right? And then I got to see brothers kick it at Raekwon's wedding.
Okay.
So, like that was the part of the documentary. Obviously, I'm an outsider looking in. That was the part, like, because Wu Tang was known to keep family business in family. This is the first time I've ever
started coming out. Yeah,
this is the first time I've ever seen that. But then I seen so me as a person that's I got to see that it's love there.
Of course.
On that Showtime documentary, it looked different.
Looked contentious.
What's your explanation for that?
Wait, for the way it looks on the documentary?
Yes.
Editing.
Okay. Okay. I like that. Let's take a shot. No. We got the Japanese cup. The Japanese look. They somewhat Japanese. She tried to redeem herself.
Okay, so
that's right.
you got. So one other thing with sake.
Okay.
If we drinking heaven sake, which is actually a sake that's polished. The rice was polished very fine for this. Like it's all about how you polish the rice to get the best fermentation. And then also a French wine master finished this off. That's why it's so smooth.
Yeah.
But there's one rule: you can't pour your own sake.
Yes.
So I need you to pour me.
Yeah.
Some. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, you never pour your own sake. Hey, you can't. Don't do that.
No.
A new one. Yeah.
So then we can take this shot. Cheers.
Yeah, take this one for now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bang.
I'm sorry if I'm doing all the rules. She's like this guy.
No, we need to learn. No. No, we need to learn.
There you go.
So when we have motherfucking Jackie Chan come here, our shit is together. You know what I mean? Like, yo, RZA taught us, motherfucker.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So, real quick, on the Showtime documentary, it was talking about how some of the brothers was angry with Divine based on business. Right. And every artist may have been through this. You're an artist, so you may be able to relate to this.
Yep.
So the argument with Divine was saying to Ghostface was, yo, the Ghost said, if I make $1 million, how much you get? Right. I think Divine said, 20%, 10, 20, maybe 10%, because we kept that modest. Most managers take 20% of your money.
Right.
Your agent takes 10%.
Right.
If you make an M, 30% is gone.
Right.
And Ghost said, nah, fuck that. I want my whole M. So what happens is the artists don't realize that your art definitely creates value, but it's music business.
Right.
And so the business side has to go, and what feeds that? So if a manager's only getting 10%, you know what I mean? You getting 900,000. Right. You may want your whole joint, but it's like, yo, this is business.
Right.
And so when you're in that business position, in a way, you're looked down upon in a way, right? Because the artist is thinking like, yo, I signed for $1 million. Where's my $1 million?
Right.
It's like, nah, yo. And forget what the manager taking, what the agent take.
And the lawyers, too.
The lawyer, my man Uncle Sam, and I ain't talking about Sam Jackson.
Yeah, no,
you know what I mean?
You know that
he coming in like...
Yeah, it's chopping it down.
So Divine has always been the business savvy one of us. So when he got out of the system, right, he got a job at the World Trade Center.
Wow.
Cleaning carpets.
Wow.
But he was reading all that shit. You know what I mean? So he was studying all that shit. So he was doing QuickBooks. I'm making beats on my computer. He's doing accounting shit. He's learning managing shit. You know what I mean? And his deal, if you go back and you check, and I'm not just bigging him up because he's my brother.
Right.
But if you go back and you check, you know, every company besides Wu Tang Production. So Wu Tang Production, I started that myself personally. Took my last 10 G's. I had a choice. I'll share this with you. I had a choice, bro. Me and Tony had $20,000, right? And the plan was to go hook up with my Uncle Joe and get a brick.
I just knew Uncle Joe wasn't good. I'm just being like
That's my man, though. Check it out.
What'd you say?
Yo,
it's the way you say Uncle Joe.
Call my pops. That's my pop's brother. My pop's first cousin. So we go down and we see Uncle Joe. But at the same time, I got a seed in the oven. I got knowledge of self that's clear now because I'm not smoking or drinking, so my brain waves are super clear. And we down. I'm not a vegan. I knocked out like 17 chicken wings that day. You know what I mean? 8 legs. I'm going in. It's like, and we talking about it. It's like, yo, boom, we'll get it to North Carolina. I'll get it from North Khaki and bring it to the Packy, right? But on that trip, yo, I decided to leave without it. Came back to New York empty-handed. Had the money.
Right.
And I told Tony, like, nah, I'm done. I'm done negative. Right? Because every time we did something negative, something went wrong. Somebody got locked up, somebody got shot, or you gotta get your biscuit. And it says negative breeds negative. In the Bible, it says for every negative action you do, I give you one in return. It says, but for every positive action you do, I multiply you by 10. So I was like, yo, I gave Ghost his half, took my half. And I actually told him, I said, yo, bro, love you. Go on with your life, man. Because Ghost is so real that the way we was going, he would have jumped in front of the bullet. You know what I mean? And I was like, nah, God, I appreciate everything, but go ahead. I got to figure something else out. And I just walked. I walked for days and days and days. People thought I was going crazy a little bit. But I was formulating. And I realized what I had to do. I'm gonna give a shout out to Mr. James Smith. He's the father of Mel Quan. Mel Quan was my first manager. I'm giving him a shout out because I used to go to his crib and he believed in his son, Mel Quan, so he started a record label called Jamaica Records. And that's where he had a group called The Divine Force on it. Sir Abu and all of them, right?
Wow.
From Pink Houses.
Right.
But I always went to his house because I was signed as an artist. I used to borrow $300 for the rent. I stopped scrambling and all that at this time, right? But he always had boxes of records stored in his crib. And I realized that the record company was his house. The brownstone was the label.
Oh, wow.
So I took my 10 G's and went and sat down with him. Played a few games of chess and said, I want to start a company. He said, yo, you go talk to Mr. Warren. Mr. Warren will help you. I went to talk to Mr. Bill Warren. We formed the Wu Tang Production. I put the money in the lawyer, put the money in the bank, formed the company, formed contracts, and then took this idea and stepped to my brothers like, yo, this is the plan.
So before you formed the company, you didn't have them fully assigned to you?
No.
So you had to go to them and convince them that
was the foundation.
Okay. Oh, that's
First
hard.
I had to form a company.
That's hard.
And then I ain't gonna say convince my brothers. I would say advise my brothers.
Right. Because you was going to go anyway, whether they count with you or not. Yeah, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm going. Straight up. You know what I mean? Yeah. But let's go together.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, look, by myself, at the end of the day, no disrespect to nobody, and I'm a guaranteed gold artist.
Right.
I got gold Bobby Digital, those gold grave diggers.
Right.
With my Wu-Tang brother, I'm multi-platinum.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean? So
And you knew that? You knew that?
Yeah, by myself, but together, the community eats.
Right.
Look how many families eat off of this fucking tree, yo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I wanted to share that piece with you because
What was the date that you made the company? Like around what year?
this is probably the company is 92.
Okay.
Right? And then Protect Your Neck comes out. I make the company first. And then after the company started gearing up equipment, went and got Power to join me, to help gear up equipment. Gave him a divine control of management. Right? Told him nobody takes nobody's publishing. Publishing always stay with the artist. I read the book. You know what I mean?
Right.
And built it So the point I was saying by sharing that with you is that the idea to do wrong was trumped by the idea to do right. And then the idea to do right multiplied my entire family, my entire team. And to this day, right? Like you think about the Wu Tang series, right? On Hulu.
On Hulu, yeah.
Or, you know, I got 10 new young men.
Right.
Actors. Right. Some of them, it's their first gig. Right? Turning them to millionaires. That's what Wu Tang is.
Just so you know, we had DMX on the show, right? And DMX, so I said something to him, and DMX said, I stopped dissing whack rappers. And I said, oh yeah, why? And he said, because every one rapper can feed 16 families. So just think about that.
Right.
Think about what you did.
Right.
Like,
imagine
if X Theory is right.
Right.
Just
if
think about
is right.
Yeah, you funded a whole village, a whole town, a whole city.
At least Connecticut.
No bullshit, though. No bullshit. Let's make sure the whole economy.
I mean, you can argue that Wu-Tang had its own economy. You created an economy that was Wu-Tang.
Nah, that's crazy. So let me tell you a story that's funny, right? I met you one time at the Wu store.
Okay.
I came to a opening. And then I think one time in Mystic Studios in Staten Island.
Staten Island, yeah.
Right? But then one time, we was in a Hit Factory studio. I'm finally getting hot. I'm finally like hot. Like I was, and one of the times I met you, I was coming up. I'm finally hot. Like, it's like the N.O.R.E. album, I'm steaming. I pull up. You're already in. I think you were leaving. I couldn't tell, but it was like 15 of y'all. And I can tell you was zooted out your mind. I look, but this is RZA, right? So I'm like, oh shit. Like, but I gotta be cool about it. I gotta be cool, but this is RZA.
Right.
So you said to me, he's like, I made the beat exactly how you wanted it. And I was like, he said, exactly how you told me to do it, I made it. And I'm like, word up.
But it wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
I never met him. Right. I wasn't making it for you.
Yeah, but you weren't making it for me. But you was like, you want to hear it? I was like, yeah. I came upstairs. You played me the most amazing beat ever.
Get the fuck out of here.
And Trackmaster Tone said, yo, N.O.R.E, give me 1 second. And I went outside to get 1 second. And what's crazy about that, Trackmaster Tone introduced me to 50 Cent.
Wow.
And I turned around and your van drove off. I was like, oh my God. I didn't get the beat.
That's crazy.
I never got the beat, man.
That's crazy.
You don't remember because you was high as hell.
No.
I tell that story all the time because...
You know what's so crazy, N.O.R.E? Yeah. Back in those days, I just saw the RZA will always be filming us. Right? He was going to...
Let's take a shot for that beat.
Okay, shot for that beat. The beat that we never heard. Cheers. Hey, yo, bro.
Yeah.
I realized...
This is really good, though, by the way.
It's good, right?
Hold on, because you know, at first I was gonna like it whether because you RZA, you know what I'm saying? Like I was
it's gonna go with me no matter what.
I was
what to believe.
I was with the program. No. I was with the program. But this is actually good.
No. This is especially if you drink it in the daytime.
Right.
You could drink this at lunch and still go back to the office.
Because you said this is an upper.
It's an upper, exactly. We're not getting soggy face here.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? We getting like this big back.
Right. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what I mean? What's up with the V1? I mean,
you know what I'm saying? You gotta die a little bit. You know what I mean?
No, that's it. It's dope.
To live a little bit, sometimes you gotta die a little bit. You know what I mean?
I don't like that.
You die a little bit.
Slogan.
You die a little bit to live a lot, man. You know what I mean?
So you know what? Gray hairs like colonists.
Okay,
colonists trying to make their like a colonist.
Fucking me up.
Yeah, fuck him up.
But they done invaded your whole continent. But you know what? You probably as an artist, right? And you're an artist, of course,
yes,
right? But I think I gotta say this and shit. I think like when you're thinking about like our image, our look, and all that. I don't know, like as an artist, you kind of almost like have a responsibility to try to keep your physical and everything almost the same if you can, because like that's that's the image of that's your commodity.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you look at this box right here, I mean, you got the smile and shit. I mean, this is business right here. You know what I mean? It's business. And it's beautiful. I'm proud of you. Got to send me a couple of boxes.
I got you. You are good. I told him, I said, I got RZA here. I'm trying to get RZA down with the crew. You know what I'm saying? Come on, goddamn it.
So I want to go in the box.
We fucking with you. But hold on, let me switch the subject for a little bit. Acting. One of my favorite roles you did is with what's that shit? When Adam Sandler's sick and you in the
Funny People.
Funny People. Yes.
Yeah.
Like, is acting something that attracted you to that world, or is it scoring the movies that brought you there?
Yeah, no, I wasn't like, I didn't forecast myself being an actor. Right? I forecasted, being an actor is almost a dream, right? We kids watching TV.
It's unattainable almost.
Yeah. Right. You don't think you're going to be on that silver screen. But what happened, I think, for me, and the fortunate was when I was scoring movies, I had a chance. This gentleman name usually don't give good chi. You know what I mean? Because he made a lot of big mistakes in our business, and he's in jail for right? But you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
But he met me when I was scoring Kill Bill.
Right.
And he saw my charisma as a person.
Tarantino shit.
Yeah, so he saw that I had like a magnetism. Like an actor has to have a magnetism, I think. And then he was doing this movie called Derailed. It was him and this other producer named Lorenzo de Bovatar. Damn, Lorenzo, I messed up. I'm drinking, so I can't even say Lorenzo's name right. So I said to my brother Lorenzo.
Let's say a shot to Lorenzo.
Yeah, to Lorenzo. Producer of The Matrix and G.I. Joe and all that.
No.
D. Ventura.
It gets better.
Yeah.
Every sip, it gets better.
How do I say Lorenzo's name? Okay. His name is... Yeah, let me say it again. Lorenzo D. Bonaventura. Let me say Lorenzo's name right, bro. Lorenzo D. Bonaventura. So him and Mr. Bung Bung was doing the movie, and he called my crib, yo. He's like, RZA, I'm doing a movie.
But you still got a crib phone?
This is
Okay. I was about to say nigga.
03. But I still got a crib phone.
You still got a crib phone?
You gotta have a crib phone, yo.
Yeah.
What if the satellite go wild, you can't hit 911?
Damn.
Not real.
You like this? Low battery. No nothing.
I got the radio joints just in case. That's what I got.
No, I got a we keep a hard wire.
Right.
Plus we got an elevator in the crib and you got the law is you have an elevator in the crib, you gotta have a hard wire phone.
Okay.
For the elevator in case
that's a law.
Right.
But that's not why I got the phone.
Okay.
But
okay, cool.
You got the bat phone.
Yes.
But anyway, but he calls the crib and he just says, RZA, do my movie. You have a new career now. Just like that. I was like, but I had to go to London. And so I told my wife, I said, well, I got to go to London. They want me to do this movie. You know, I said, all right, bung, bung. She didn't say bung, bung, but she said, you know what I mean? And so, bam, I went to London. It was called Derailed. Now, check this shit out. So I do this movie, right? In this particular film.
This is when you acted.
Me acting.
Yes.
And Clive Owens is the star, and Giancarlo Esposito, right? And my character is not going to make it through the movie.
Because you're black. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm asking.
Okay.
Oh, that's a question. I
don't know.
Okay.
But it's definitely
rhetorical.
It's definitely stereotypical of this particular film.
Okay.
Right? My character ain't gonna make it. And I know that. I read the script. Right? But I don't know how movies work.
Okay. This is your first one?
Yes, my first feature film.
Okay.
So I'm thinking when I get there, everything is linear. Like my character gonna do his shit, he gonna do his shit.
Yeah, you film backwards.
He gonna do his shit. You don't know which way it's gonna go, bro. But on day one, they did the shot where they do me dirty.
That's a mind fucking itself.
Yo, check it out. And they gotta do prosthetics. They put all this metal shit around my head, put explosives. This shit is traumatizing. All right? You know what I mean? They put a quarter load. Okay? So this is not like, it changes my life. You know what I mean? Day one, blah! I mean, first shot of the day. You know, they prep me like, yeah, we're gonna do this. And so then the movie goes on and I'm
Fire in the hole.
Exactly, day one.
Okay.
But then the movie goes on, right? And then I said to myself, well, shit, the character definitely ain't making it.
Definitely.
No, there's no rewriting of that shit.
Right.
So I better do something to make the character memorable, right? And so there was this dude in my hood that used to always whistle every time he came around it. And he whistled so much that even when he returned to the essence at his funeral, one of his sons whistled and everybody just broke in tears. Because he just had this whistle. And so I said, I'm gonna whistle every time my character show up on screen so that when it happens in the movie, the audience gonna feel me, right? So check it out. So I do that. And when they do the testing, when they put movies out, they test like who you like, who you don't like. So my character tested so high that they gave him another scene. And it caused the casting agent to call me for American Gangster. You know what I mean? But I ran into that director later, though.
And he was the police in American Gangster, too,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You played a good police. I ain't gonna tell you.
Police, exactly.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, I did good.
I thought you was the boy Lee.
I'm glad.
I almost called you. I almost called you like, man, what's going on here?
I'm glad you like
You did cover?
Yo, I did that good, right? Come on. I'm the dude that was chased the most by the cops.
I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, yo, no, I got 19 arrests on my sheet, bro.
God damn it.
When they pulled it out one day, and I'm not bragging about this,
Right.
I just saw it hit the floor. This is when I was like 19.
Right.
And the judge was like, yo, bro, you got to go sit down for a minute. No matter, this is a petty crime right here.
Right, but it's too many.
Your sheet is too long. Right.
Way too
The
many.
floor.
Yeah.
But let me go back to this director real quick. I know you're going to chop this up.
No problem.
But yo, so check it out. So now I'm with the director years later, and you know, I have some success in that field. I said, yo, let me ask you this. Why on the very first day did you kill my character? Like, why couldn't you let me like get used to the set? He said, and he's a Swedish guy. He's like, Bobby, actually, I didn't know if you was gonna show up for the rest of the movie.
What?
You know, rappers, they are volatile.
Oh, shit.
Seriously, they don't come on time. And so I knew I needed that shot. Oh, shit. And once I got that, I say whatever he do from here, I could cut around.
Oh, that's crazy.
But that was a stigma for us.
Right.
You gotta think about it. Hip hop comes to Hollywood. The trailers smell.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying when I realized that, I made it my business, right? Because I'm notoriously known for being late. I made it my business not to be. I made it my business to start being a reliable entity for all of us. So that when they call somebody, they know that, yo, they okay. You know what I mean? They'll show up because a lot of hip hoppers, when we was coming to the film, we bought our hip hop. So we didn't really have the respect for time. Oh, it's a different.
Right.
Anyway, bong bong.
Right. Nah. God damn. Let's make some noise for that.
I want to go and dive into Gravediggers.
Copy.
Can you, like, what spawned that project? Was it already something in your mind in the Wu Tang beginnings?
No, the Gravediggers is a brainchild of Prince Paul.
Okay.
So the Gravediggers, Prince Paul, super producer. Hold on, let's toast Prince Paul.
No, Prince Paul is amazing. He's a genius.
Toast.
He's a genius.
I don't think he get enough. You know,
Now we need him on drinks.
yeah.
Because was Gravediggers? I'm sorry, I'm rushing the question, but was Gravediggers considered the first horror rap?
Considered, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Were you considering it that, like, horrorcore? Was it a thing to you guys doing that?
No, I think like we don't name our shit. We didn't even name hip hop.
The media called it horrorcore.
The media called it horrorcore. We don't name it, you know that.
Right.
But it was his brainchild. He worked on Tommy Boy. With De La. He had a lot of success and things like that.
That's right.
Look, I met Prince Paul when I was doing Prince Rakim. The hi-hats on my first single was done by Prince Paul. I never used to use hi-hats. And even some of the Wu, you go, well, this dude ain't put the hi-hats in, right? Paul was like, nah, you need hi-hats. You know what I mean? To keep the time. But he thought about it and he said 4 of his favorite MC, or 3 of his favorite MCs was Fuquan for Stethasonic.
Right, which he was a part of.
Prince Rakim, who didn't make it at the time, and Too Poetic, from Too Poetic, right? He thought as lyricists that he just loved us as that. And so this is before Wu Tang. I'm working on Wu Tang.
Right.
My own business, my own company, all that. I'm doing that. But I'm going to Long Island 3 times a week to Prince Paul's house.
Wow.
For Gravediggers. So it's parallel.
It's parallel.
Wow.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I know that Prince Paul is Prince Paul.
Right.
I admired him. I think Prince Paul, out of all producers in all reality, he's the father of the hip hop skit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, seriously.
His albums are crazy.
So even though we did our skits with Kung Fu movies and Wu Tang is known for their skits, Dr. Dre is known for his skits. Prince Paul is the father.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, seriously. Those daylight albums.
Yeah.
Potholes in my lawn and all that. I forgot that.
Those
Prince
albums,
Paul.
though, they were journeys within themselves.
Right.
So, anyway, he thought of bringing us together. Now, as far as it being Gravediggers, that wasn't what it's going to be. He don't know what we're going to create.
Okay.
But at that time, I was in a very dark space. Right? So if you go back and check hip hop, I created the Fangs. All right? But the Fangs came from a dream. All right? When I was young, 9, 10 years old, nigga, the vampires kidnapped me. Okay? They threw me in a bag and they carried me. And the dude had a crazy dog with him too. His dog was silver. You know what I mean? Imagine a silver dog.
Right.
And he was vicious, yo.
With a vampire.
With a vampire.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I like the vampire women. You know what I mean? Because everybody like vampire women. But and they threw me to the women. And then when I became a vampire, I had metal teeth. And so now I'm doing this, I'm like, I got it.
Right.
I'm gonna bring that shit to reality. You know what I mean? And so I told the jeweler, make the Fangs. We going Gravediggers, we going Resurrector. So me, Paul, Fuquan, and Poetic, we brainstormed on it and we thought about what it's gonna be. And we said, yo, the Gravediggers. But the Gravediggers had another context. It was like, why be a gravedigger? Well, according to Malcolm X, he said, our people are mentally dead. So if our people are mentally dead, that means we got to dig them back up and bring them to life. So that's why you see the pick, the sickle, and the shovel. The sickle cuts the grass, the pick breaks the wood, and the shovel digs them up. You got the Grim Reaper, the Gatekeeper, the Undertaker, and me. I bring you back to life. The Resurrector brings it back to life.
Right. I just want to say, just to reiterate, I think what's dope is that it was parallel to Wu Tang. It wasn't like Prince Paul came in and said, "Oh, because of Wu Tang, let's do this."
Nah.
It was parallel, and it worked out beautifully.
It worked out beautifully, yeah.
It looked like from the outside looking in, it looked like Gravediggers came after Wu-Tang. From the outside looking in,
it was parallel. And even that second album, when we did Wu-Tang Forever, we had the whole studio complex, American studio in California. Yeah, so we did both albums at the same time. This album and Wu-Tang Forever is done at the exact same time. I got everybody living at remember the Oakwoods in Cali?
Yeah.
So we got 20, 30 apartments in the Oakwoods. Gravediggers fly in, entire Wu fly in, Sons of Man fly in, and we just, Killah Priest flies in, we just in the studio, just making music, and then Wu Tang Forever becomes the album, and the Gravediggers become the album.
And to be fair, Prince Paul was already a legend too.
Super legend.
Yeah.
And Fuquan.
Yeah.
Fuquan made that, and ain't nothing like hip-hop music. That's Fuquan.
Yeah. So, we want you to know, our show is about giving people their flowers where they can smell them, their thoughts where they can tell them, they things where they can think them, and they drinks where they can drink them.
Bong bong.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
And Snoop said it's better than a Grammy because it comes from your people. You know
Exactly.
what I mean?
Is it edible?
No. I don't think so, right?
Go play it.
Go play it.
Oh, nice. So I take this and just hang that on my wall.
Yeah. Forever. That's the point of them.
Let me just say this real quick.
And we're not done.
I know we're not done. It's early. It's early. We got another bottle to go.
Yeah, let's go.
But I do want to say this out loud, man. I'm proud of you.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, proud of what you're doing. See, hip hop gave us a voice, and for a moment, we thought that voice was limited to the beat and to the rhymes. You're showing improving, and some other brother, but you really kind of pioneered it in a certain way.
Yes, that's right.
That the voice and the magnetism doesn't have to be with the beat in the club.
Right.
So, just hearing you talk, hearing you talk to us.
Right.
Us hearing you talk to the audience, it's a magnetism, which you already had when you was doing your songs.
Yeah.
But now it's just, and for us, sitting back and watching, it's like, wow, the God just went and made footprints to a new path.
Yes.
And many people doing it.
And many people following my footsteps, you know?
Hey, bong bong.
Yeah, they call me the Clarence X, a motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? A podcast, y'all. But let's talk about that real quick. Let's talk about that real quick. Because the other day, not the other day, but like last month, I'm going through New York City, and what I saw was, I don't want to say heartbreaking, but it was I don't want to say disappointing neither. It was different for me, right? Like going through a hood that I don't know and hearing people saying, yo, what up, cuz? What up, blood? And I'm just like, I ain't never used to hear that before. Back in the days, you know what's crazy?
Right.
Even if a person came up to you wanting war, you know what the first word they used to say to you?
Peace.
like you can actually use the word peace in a negative way back then, but peace. And you like, oh man, I know shit's mad. You know what I mean? But when, and I want you to answer this. When did the gods take the back seat and negativity take the front seat?
I don't know if I have that answer, right?
Right.
Because I don't think negative ever really takes the front seat. I don't think.
You know what? I worded that wrong. You're correct.
So, all right, and I don't think God never takes the back seat. But I'll say this. You're saying like, when was the presence of that energy not present? And now you got this other energy present.
Right, like well, for instance, not to be long-winded, but let me just say, like when I used to go to Harlem, it was a thing. I wanted to stop at a law school in Mecca. I wanted to go get some incense. I wanted to go get some oils. I don't even see the instant man out there no more.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't even know if our law school in Mecca is still there. Like,
it's still there.
Okay.
It's still there. Well, I would say this. Like,
okay, I'm sorry.
No, a couple of things happened in New York. First and foremost, I think it was when Giuliani, he made everything get off the streets. Remember that?
Yeah.
He made everybody go inside the building and pay rent.
Right.
And so that took away the street culture for a moment. The gentrification of that probably really put a big, because you could walk in New York and you could find rare books like the ISIS paper.
Right.
You know what I mean? They came before Columbus, the final call. You know what I mean? So now you can't find that. You know what I mean? So, but also, it's like the brothers also went out too to the world, right? So it's almost like a lot of brothers went. You go to DC, you go to Minnesota, you go to different places. You see that brothers have kind of spread out. Right. You know what I mean? ATL. But in our day, all that energy was concentrated.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then the magnetism of it has changed because of what magnetized the people now. People are more magnetized by money, right? So the mathematics teaches us about the 12 jewels, right? Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, freedom, justice, and equality, food, clothing, and shelter, love, peace, and happiness. But most people right now, their concerns is food, clothing, and shelter. The other jewels are almost irrelevant. And then for our community, the only way to get food, clothing, and shelter is with money. Then the only way to get money in our community is that which we see is shining with money, which is our artists, our ball players. You know what I mean? The talent. Like we don't know that, or we don't see the doctor live next door to the ball player. We don't know that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So our image of what we think that attracts us and could get us those 3 major jewels is the artist's point of view. And then the artist's point of view have changed. So in our day, it's Rakim, it's KRS-One, Big Daddy Kane, right? Or it's Wu Tang, it's Nas, right? You know what I mean? N.O.R.E, you know, it's that. And then it becomes more and more people that don't have this knowledge of self. Right? And yet they're getting richer and richer. Right. So the young mind is like, yo, why would I study when all I could do is do this and get it? And so the magnetism have changed. And then the brothers themselves is almost like, I think men get scared to talk to young men.
Yeah, I don't want to know.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And I don't think that's unhealthy for us.
Yeah.
You know, I think, and then, you know, like, look, let me keep it raw for a moment.
Yeah,
you can censor me if you need to.
No. We don't need to.
No. We at that age, right, in our power ciphers, right? When I mean by power cipher, most of us who are there, right? Power is the truth, right? It's a magnetic attraction, right?
He's 50 years old.
I just turned 50.
Congratulations.
Can you remember that thought? Can you remember that thought?
Yeah.
He's 50 years old.
So now, as you cross that threshold,
Let me give you your flowers too, man. Happy. I'm sorry.
no, all good, no.
Okay.
I'm saying, you know, it's like, okay, so everybody got podcasts, everybody's talking, but most of us are talking about glory days.
Right.
Most of us are talking about the darkness of it, and none of us ain't talking about the light. There's nobody sitting there saying, like, yo, when I first read Message to the Black Man, or when I first read the Circle 7, or I first read Malcolm X, right? Or any great books, you know, James Allen, As a Man Thinketh.
Right.
You know what I mean? The Art of War, Sun Tzu.
Right.
You know what I mean? The Book of Changes, the I Ching.
Right.
Right? Nobody's talking that, right? We all trying to prove who's the most gangster.
Right.
So if we all trying to prove who's the most gangster, what are our children going to be trying to do? Prove who the most gangster. So that has to change. We got to be, listen, bro, gangster? Seriously? Malcolm X. Okay? Walking. Talking that talk at a time when you couldn't talk it. Traveling, pulling up to your city to teach you how to be better and to teach you the power of a black man and to teach you the revelation that the system is actually being plotted against you. And the system is like, what? You saying, Dr. King marching,
Turn the other cheek.
hit with fire hose and dogs.
Knowing they were going to go into that.
Yo, they walked into
Yeah,
it.
they knew it. Yeah.
So that part of us, and I'm just saying, I don't want to make this it's not even a black thing. I'm just saying an American thing.
Right.
The American Revolution itself, bro, was people saying, yo, son, I can't pay taxation without representation, son.
Right.
You know what they was, let me just give you that little jewel. Imagine this, bro. In the old America, if you made some nice cotton shirts in America, you had to ship them to London, and then London packaged them and ship them back and sell them to you. If you live next door to me in old America before the revolution, you could live next door and I could write you a letter and mail it to you. It would go to London first.
Oh, because London had control over.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then they bring it back, son.
Okay. When you say in London, I'm thinking London, but you mean England.
England.
Okay, all right.
They were sitting there.
I'm thinking like London. That's what the fuck.
It's the capital.
Are you my man, London?
No. I'm thinking about England. Okay, I get it.
No, but think about that, right? So people were brave enough to revolt against that. They was to revolt against taxation without representation, to revolt against tyranny. You know what I mean? And so tyranny manifests itself in many forms, and people weren't fooled and diluted to accept it. And so then we go back to just not going into hip hop culture. It's like, yo, of course it should be fun and it should be ruggedness. You know what I mean? We came with ruggedness. We know what we did. But still, it should be substance.
Right.
You know what I mean? And until the substance come back, you're going to definitely be dealing with, you know, the 85 mentality. And what I mean by the 85 mentality, so the 85, they say, are people who are easily led in the wrong direction and hard to be led in the right direction. You know what I mean? They're also poison animal eaters. It says people who don't even know their true origin in the world. They don't know their own power, right? Think about, you know, someone who, just think about a community, you know, who gets up and everybody got $1 and they take it out of the community. Instead of keeping it in the community and rotating it and recycling it. So those times has changed, but I'm optimistic, not pessimistic. And knowledge is not, what they call it? Intelligence is always relevant. Because people are like, yo, you ain't relevant no more. Listen, bro. Intelligence is always relevant. And anybody who gets too far away from that, all he's gonna do is get up to a certain height and he's gonna distill back. Right? So water never rises above 6 miles from the Earth's surface. Right? Because it can't get heavier than gravitation. It says, so when the water rises up, and you could put that to a person, he's rising up and he's having these attracting powers and he's getting up and then he gets up and now all of a sudden, boom, he's gonna come back down as rain or hell, right? Or hopefully snow, because at least snow is light, pure, and fluffy. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But this is the same thing in the personality of the people, the same thing in the celebrity. I watch some of us, like, I'll use myself as an example. It's like when I became like the number one, like it was like number one. You know what I mean? I call it a complex. You know what I mean? It's a high, it's a drug. It's like, I'm number one, nigga. You can't tell me shit, yo. He couldn't tell me nothing. I'm serious. I was with Quincy Jones and I wasn't even listening to him.
Damn.
Man.
You was with Quincy.
And didn't listen to him.
I'm number one. You know what I mean?
Not knowing he been number one.
No, but even when Tyson was number one, I'm the best in the world.
Right.
I'm a zodiac Cancer, so maybe. But no, it's an ego thing that kicks in. I know you felt it.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening to your shit.
Eagle's a motherfucker.
Yo, you, and so now all of a sudden, you believe you're it. You're the chosen.
Right.
You know what I mean? And everything you do is right. But it ain't. I'm saying, then Allah, you know, he's merciful. And if you're meant for his grace, he'll smack you with something. He threw Jonah in the belly of the well. And sit down and think, homie. You know what I mean? He had to sit there and meditate for a moment. You know what I mean? And then realize, oh, I better do what I'm ordained to do, not do what my ego is leading me to. You know? I talk about Jonah a lot to my buddies and shit, right? Because...
Not Jonah Hill.
No, not Jonah Hill.
I'm fucking
Jonah in the well.
Nah, I'm fucking with you.
Or Eunice, as they say that. But check it out. Imagine this, though. Let's all imagine this. And this is not the funny part of Drink Champs. Right? But imagine you on a boat partying with homies. A storm is coming, and you kind of the new guy there. And they go, yo, we've been kind of cool before this. This guy, it might be him. And they take you and throw you off the boat. That's what happened to him.
Wow.
He goes in the water, according to the story, right? Whether it's myth or magic, whatever, but let's just take the story. He gets swallowed up by the well. Now imagine you inside a well, he closed his mouth, and 2 hours later, you still there. Now it's 2 hours, you in there like, oh shit, what the fuck? You ain't dead though.
Right. So you're like, this is my life.
Right? You ain't dead, but you, trust me, you thinking you gonna be dead any minute now.
Right.
But now it's 4 hours. Now it's 6 hours, you ain't dead. But now it's 12 hours. Now it's 24 hours, nigga, you fell asleep, nigga. Now you wake up, you still there. Now you hungry. Right? Now you gotta smell it. You gotta feel the flesh. It's dark. Now, 12 hours later, you don't know what time. You lost time now. You don't went to sleep. Now you don't know. Nigga, another 24. Still ain't getting nowhere. Still ain't eating. You done pissed. You done took a shit. This shit is deep. You like this. But you alive. And then on that 72nd hour, the mercy hits you. And he opens up and spits you the fuck out. Man, Jonah went right to his job, boy. You know what I mean?
Life will humble you.
Yeah. And that's a blessing, that happened to me in a different way. You know what I mean? When I thought I was the greatest and at the top, you know what I mean? Something happened in my life. I always, and all my sharing this with your audience, it's like my mom's passed away in the year 2000 when I was at the photo shoot for the cover of The Source.
Wow.
And the cover says, will the Wu Tang Empire rise again? And we had supreme clientele. So I was like, yeah, definitely, we about to fuck these motherfuckers up. This album is it. This a 5 micer. You know what I mean? But yet, Bama-lama. You see what I mean? So, and what that do for you is like, okay, you realize, okay, your calling is more serious than the art, but be an artist. Right? Be an artist, that's what I am, but make sure you stay in tune. So I took the time, from that point, I visited many temples around the world. You know what I mean? I went to Shaolin Temple, Wu Tang Temple. Me and my wife we went on church, we go to churches, bro. All types of churches. Went to Mecca, went to the mosque, went to the Blue Mosque, Abu Dhabi, went to pyramids of Egypt. All these spiritual things, right? So me as an artist, when you do get something from the RZA, you're gonna get that. You're gonna get this element of like, okay, it won't be just without cause, without blood. It will be peace, God. Because God is a Greek word that means wisdom, strength, and beauty. And it's just 3 attributes of Allah. It's not the whole 99. It's just 3 attributes. But yet, when we look at each other, we should see that wisdom, we should see that strength, we should see that beauty. We should see that, and you should try to radiate that. You should try to, if you got strength, gain some wisdom. Don't be a strong, dumb motherfucker. You know what I mean? Right. If you got wisdom and strength, gain some beauty. Don't be a strong, smart, funky motherfucker. You know what I mean? So these things, are important. Bang, bang.
All right. God damn it. Let's take a shot for that. God damn it. Sure. You want to tell me how quick slime works?
Let's do it. So this is our drinking game. We're going to give you 2 choices. You pick one, we don't drink. If you say both or neither, so basically you don't really want to answer it, want to be politically correct, then we all drink it.
Okay.
But really, the two choices we give you is not about dissing anybody. Really, we just want to bring up conversations about the people we're mentioning here.
All good. Cool. Oh, she doing to the second bottle? You see? Yeah, you see? Oh, this is done. You can leave that. We're going to leave that for the brothers who ain't here?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Damn, this is a long quick time with slime, y'all. Y'all went in. Ready?
I'm always.
Tupac or DMX?
In which way?
If this is so everybody asks that question. This is whatever criteria in your mind. It could be you were closer with one person made better spaghetti, one person was a better rapper, better producer, whatever in your mind.
Yeah, well, I think, I'm going to break the rules of your game.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to drink when I drink. And I'm going to break the rules of the game. But no problem. You mentioned Tupac and DMX, right?
Right.
You actually mentioned 2 of the most spiritually in tune artists of hip hop.
Prolific, yeah.
Right? I'm serious. I mean, they were in tune spiritually.
A little bit more.
You know what I mean? So,
okay.
They don't seem like.
I just know they both had that spiritual energy that just exuded out of them. You know what I mean? So both.
Okay.
So you didn't break the rule. You
just took a shot.
You played the game.
Yeah,
okay.
You played the game.
We got to take the shot.
I took my shot. I got to take another one.
I
took mine.
Cheers.
Oh,
Finish it. There was
I finished it.
I didn't want to.
Jamie's gonna be running around with
Done.
this.
Next one. Go ahead.
Jamie,
Okay, yeah.
quickly.
Nas or GZA?
In which way?
Whichever criteria.
In the Nas or GZA way.
No, they're both very powerful brothers, right?
Right.
But look, for MCing, my favorite best MC is the GZA.
Okay.
I don't think no MC could beat the GZA. I think what GZA have written for hip hop, no other MC compare. Even if you go to Rakim, who is one of the greatest, right? And most people, he is the greatest. And Nas is most people is the greatest. Right? If I go back and I look at what GZA offered to hip hop, right? And then look at what GZA spawned. Right? GZA spawned me. Dirty, Meth, Ray, Ghost. These are all from GZA is the enlightener.
Wow.
And you go get all your top MCs. I'm saying this with a little ego on my back for it. I can't, ego won't leave.
Right.
Nah, G. What the Wu offer lyrically, right, is actually no one has mastered yet.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now, outside the Wu, what Nas did is this for me. Nas is to me, this is my own analogy. I call Nas a Bobby Fischer of MCs. Because Bobby Fischer was the youngest MC youngest chess master
player,
to master. He became a grandmaster at the youngest age.
Right.
There's a few that beat him over the years, but he was the first one at that age to be, and Nas was a master at the age of 16, 17, where most of us, because you met us, we was already in our 20s.
Right.
He was at the age of 17, 18, dope as somebody that was 25, 30.
Right.
That's true.
And he, seriously.
True.
He's a prodigy child of MCing, you know what I mean? But the judge is already there by the time we meet. He's already writing ideas, that's one day, I'll challenge hip hop to do this. Get every MC lyrics and put them in a book. And then measure it that way. And see what you gain from it, right? If some make you smile or laugh or teach you game, like, some rappers, they give you the game.
Right.
You know what I mean? Teach you how to hustle. You know what I'm saying? The Wu's gonna teach you how to live in all reality. When you start going through some of these lyrics, bro, first of all, the quantum science, the dude that built the internet modem, you know what the internet modem is?
No.
You don't have it.
Yeah, you do.
You know what it is.
What?
The modem that lets you go on the internet.
Oh, the Wi-Fi shit, the box?
Listen to 36 Chambers.
Okay, all right. You talk about that then.
I'm saying that his brain cells opened.
Right.
So that's what we do. We open up your brain cells. We cause that. See, when you burn wood, you get fuel. When you burn brain cells, you get thoughts. You put the right kind of wood, you get better fuel, less smoke. You put the right type of thoughts and energy, you get better ideas. You know what I mean? So Judah said in one of his lyrics, something about via satellite from the Wu Mansion, looking at all the branches that came from his tree. And he wasn't talking about just the Wu, we just talking about all the MCs that the Wu inspired now. Right? And I'm gonna say last thing about the GZA because he's my enlightener.
Right.
So what GZA is for hip hop, and he won't never say it because he never comes out. He's pretty humble.
Right.
And we need him on Drink Champs. He's the one last member of Wu Tang after you.
Okay. He drinks.
Right. Okay. I'm in.
But what he is for hip hop, he's actually the bridge. So when hip hop started in South Bronx, right? Some would say 1973, right? Right? There's a project called Soundview Projects. Right? His cousin lives there.
Wow.
He's learning it from there.
Wow.
But he's the 13-year-old. He brought hip hop to me in 1976.
Wow. I was born in 77.
Okay? He took me to the Bronx, to the jams,
Wow.
to hear it.
Right.
Right, but we the kids though. I got my ass whooped for staying out there late.
On the train?
On the train, bro.
Okay.
Yo, check it out. Bus.
From Shaolin or from Brooklyn?
Bus. Nope, from Shaolin.
Okay, Shaolin. Okay.
Bus, boat, train.
Jesus.
Seriously. But point I'm making, so I got to talk about that because hip hop got all his great godfathers and pillars.
Right.
And it may sound egotistical to say that, but Wu Tang became one of those pillars, and that's because we have not the founding forefathers, we have the first generation from them who was amongst them as a spectator. So maybe only then there was only at best, I wouldn't even say 100 MCs.
Right, you said it gets diluted after that.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When I learned how to MC, it wasn't 500 of us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But anyway, keep going.
Okay, so he picked Jizza.
Yeah.
Okay, bong bong. I don't got to drink then.
No, you don't got to drink.
If you
Jizza
pick,
love when I
pick,
okay.
you don't have to drink.
Yeah.
Cool.
Fourth disciple or true master?
As producers?
As whatever. These questions are made by these guys. Just
I'm saying, no. Look, true master, fourth is a disciple. True master is a master. He was already a master before fourth became a disciple. Fourth is dope though.
Right.
But true master, yeah. If I was to put them, if I was to measure them from my camp of who was who laid it the illest, yeah, true master. You know what I mean? He has the proof of it is he has more songs on the Wu Tang album than fourth. But fourth was young, young man, and he was special young man, and he did his thing for us. Yeah.
DJ Muggs or large pro?
In which way?
I guess you can. It could be whatever, but
y'all gotta start putting ways on it.
Because some people be like, "Yo, that's my man." Some people be like, "Yo, he made me ill macaroni one day."
No, both my mans. I mean, Muggs. First of all, Lost Professor. Once again, we don't talk enough about Lost Professor.
Yes,
right.
He's
an alumni. Drink champs.
He's another one that don't want to dye his hair neither. He don't want to dye his hair.
Man, we're showing you how to you can grow old gracefully.
Yeah, exactly. You look beautiful, bro. But let me just talk about them. I mean, Muggs is Muggs, right? And you know, brought so much to the culture. Soul Assassin, you know, but you know, Lost Professor is the pioneer.
Yes.
Like, so it's like I'm sure that if
Muggs would probably say Lost.
Exactly. I'm sure that Lost Professor inspired Muggs. Muggs didn't inspire Lost Professor.
Right.
That's a good way to look at this shit.
No, we say it all the time. We
inspire who? Yeah. So I would say that. But I just want to say we need more light on him because he's like one of those rare Bentleys, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know how some people got a Bentley, like you see that other Bentley, that other car. Yeah, he's like a vintage. He's a vintage car, bro. He's Lost Professor. You know what I mean? I don't spend a lot of time. I didn't even get 5 days in life with him. You know what I mean? But when I see him, I just automatically have a reverence for him.
And probably one of the first producer / MCs as well.
Yeah. And witty with his lyrics.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like the MCing part was not as good as the producing. It was like he was just as good.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you're picking Large Pro.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so we don't got to drink. We can make some noise. All right, so this is a two-part question. All right. The question is Illmatic or Ready to Die, right? Right?
Okay.
You follow me, right? Right? But I also want you to address this lifetime rumor that there was a rumor that Meth got on the record with Big and that you did not want that to happen. You did not want... So first Illmatic or Ready to Die first?
I'm going Illmatic.
Okay. All right. Okay. Boom. All right. So we got that out the way.
That sets up his answer for the next one.
That sets up the next one. Yes. Yeah. No. Right, so let's talk this rumor. You heard this rumor before,
I heard it before.
Right? Okay.
No. I didn't want Wu rhyming on nobody beats.
I love it.
You know what I mean? Straight up.
Wait. So was it feature or was it beats?
It was just like, it was our time, and it was just like, I didn't want nobody else sharing in that moment.
Wow.
You know what I mean? But I will give but Tracy Waples, first of all,
Tracy Waples, big up.
Dope A&Rs, just another unsung hero of hip hop, probably.
Right.
You know, she pitched that idea, you know what I mean?
Right.
And yeah, I said yes, though.
She pitched the what idea?
She pitched the idea of Meth and Biggie doing a song together.
Right.
And she was already smart. Like, she's the one that came to... I'm gonna tell you what she did, bro. Seriously. She came to Staten Island. To my apartment that had the records in the box. Okay? Wu Tang, the album was not out. Only Protect Your Neck is out.
Wow.
Okay? And I played her the demos of Method Man, Dirty, and I had a couple of demos of songs.
She didn't pick Meth from the demo.
Huh? They wanted, get the fuck. She wanted Meth and Dirty. They wanted both of them.
For Big's album?
No, listen.
Oh, okay.
This is the Sign to Def Jam. We're not even signed to Def Jam.
Oh.
So I ended up signing Meth to Def Jam through her.
Oh, okay.
But at the end of the day, that A&R pen, that signature, who took us to Russell Simmons and all that, that was a big moment for us.
Wow.
So, and her vibe and finger on the pulse of culture was undeniable.
Right.
And so when she said it, of course,
When she said the Biggie, okay.
she said Biggie and Meth. Of course, I disagreed because I was very. I wanted nobody fucking with the Wu. Wu was just Wu.
Right.
But I trusted her.
Right.
I really did trust her.
Right.
And I trust her whole cultural pulse.
Right.
And she was right.
So let me ask you: was that the first feature Wu did outside of Wu? Was that like?
No, you know what? Meth was hopping feature-y.
Okay.
Meth was an early feature. You know what I mean?
So he did other records.
Because Meth is that type of MC.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Meth love it. Look,
He loved rapping still to this day.
I
think he's gotten better. I think he's gotten better.
Listen,
I'm from the video.
He was dope then, but I feel like he's really gotten better.
he was always dope, right?
Right.
He's great.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
He's at a level, and nobody's talking about him in that degree. Nobody's.
No, niggas talking about
They need to go take those lists.
Yeah.
And re-examine
You're saying
them.
like put in the media.
Meth is ridiculous
Yeah.
with his wits and his lyrical ability right now, yo.
Yeah.
It's like it's almost uncanny.
It's like he went backwards in terms of like being the youthful Meth again. Like it's just
In a whole nother
yeah.
chamber. He's free to just fuck you up on the mic.
Right.
But anyway, I'm glad that they did it, right? And I'm glad that I was proven wrong on that one.
Right.
Yeah. But I was super duper.
Right.
Fuck that.
Right. I mean, in retrospect, I believe you were right. But I believe in that situation, you were supposed to let it go because did you know? All right, by the way, when Big is asking for this feature, what level of Big is he at? Is he already Biggie Smalls or he's becoming that guy?
He's becoming that guy.
Oh, he's becoming that guy.
But it had to be the first single.
So now,
No. But so no, look, he had. I mean, first of all, he had Party and
Bullshit, the Super Cat joint.
Yeah, which is already. I'm saying he's bubbling,
Right.
and shit. But this is his album,
Right.
right? And this is going to be on his album.
Right.
But we're the man already.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
He's going to be the man, though. He's about to drop the megaton bomb.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's crazy. The perspective.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
But we don't know that, right?
Right.
But I was just really selfish about it. Somebody told me to do that too.
What? Not to clear it?
No, somebody told me to be selfish.
Right.
It was Daddy-O from Sonic.
Wow.
He came to me one day, ran into him. He said, yo, God, y'all killing it. The Wu is this and that's everything. He said, yo, I'm going to tell you something. Don't let no other producers produce your MCs. I said, why? He said, don't worry about that. Just don't do it.
No, I understand both sides too. Like I think
you know what? He might.
I think he's right.
That's difficult with as many MCs in Wu. Like that's too crazy.
Well, if you take a look at it, right? Of course, over time, it's
Right.
It's
But in the
impossible.
beginning, you did keep it.
But in the beginning, you did everything.
Sure, we did. Listen, who did 7 platinum back to back as a producer? Single. Wu Tang goes platinum, multiple platinums. Method Man, double plat. Raekwon, plat. Dirt, plat. RZA, plat. Ghost, plat. Then another Wu, multi-plats. Back to back.
And you got to put it in perspective. It wasn't platinum wasn't the norm yet. It wasn't the norm.
He was Jesus.
Back to back. Then come with Kappa, go gold.
Yeah.
Right?
He come home from
that
jail.
go gold.
Yeah.
Then come back plat again.
Right.
Not the so keep and that was from one leadership.
Right.
So that was good. right? So anyway, let me get off me.
No.
But this is your
But I'm just saying, that's. When I looked at it one day, I was like, damn, son. But yo, I never left the basement. I'm serious.
Because I want to get back to that, but before we leave this question, I want to ask one more question. Okay, you clear this record, because you had to clear this, right? You had to clear Math, right? Boom, so you clear this record. Then the very next album, you guys drop, it's Ghost and Ray actually going at Biggie. like, what was your mindset saying, wait a minute, did I make a mistake? Or how was you feeling, period?
No, well, first of all, Big is my man.
Right.
Know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you know,
Peace.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace.
You know, like Big is my man. Rest in peace. And was my man. Like, he was happy for me, I was happy for him. We seen each other not on. We seen each other on.
Wow.
Right? So that's how New York was back then. You know what I mean? When he got on, though, every time he see me, if he saw me, he hit me with a bottle of champagne.
Right.
That's the kind of man he was, which is only a prince does that.
Right.
You know what I mean? But as he becomes more and more the man, and other MCs, my crew is a crew of MCs. And my crew is vicious at this time.
Right.
And now he getting light, and you know what I mean? So it's like, yo, dude's ready to eat that. You know what I mean? That's the energy of MCing, right? That's why there's every time you see a nigga want to pop or pass a bottle, I'm like, yo, he blessing me. Don't get mad because he passing me a bottle. Right? But that's it, nah, fuck all that. Right? Because we was very, also, at that one point, it's like, keep the Abbott to ourselves. It's another thing. It was like, it was us or nobody. And that was our energy.
Right.
And it took a long time for us to get out of that energy.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, you know, when they said it, it's like, yo, we can't censor what they feel.
Because it had to be something, because if you think about what they actually said, they was like, nigga bit nine shit. Like, this actually had nothing to do with them.
But
if you think about
but you bit another man's shit.
Yeah.
And hip hop had one rule.
Yeah, we had one rule, no
especially
biting.
at that time frame,
At that
yeah.
time
Listen.
frame, yes. It's true.
Still rules.
Yeah.
No, it's just the rules should still stand.
It should still stand. But, you know, biting is like, it was just the forbidden fruit of hip hop. You know what I mean? And when you hip hop and you kind of, you know, one thing about hip hop, N.O.R.E, that people don't remember, you couldn't just wear your Kango, kid. The dude who had the Kango had more than the Kango on.
Right.
You know what I mean? He had respect.
Right.
You know what I mean? He was able to walk through that with that Kango and get back, you know what I mean, whether on a ferry, bus, train, you know what I mean? So we those kids that, we came from Staten Island to Latin Quarters. I mean, Red Parrot, you know what I mean? Union Square. It's like, we in there, you know what I mean? And then you can't be in there. It's not easy to be there and not be from Brooklyn.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not be from Queens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you from Queens, it's like back in those days, the rapper, why you think rappers had bodyguards? They couldn't even come in like that. So hip hop had this heavy culture of being strong, pure, and it had a heavy culture of not biting. Now, you know, but you know, I guess that's how the brothers felt. Like, yo, he bit, and they
interviewed Ray and Ghost right here.
And they spoke up on it.
Right here.
What they say about it?
And no, they were like, that's how they felt at the time, but they regretted it, you know, because they said, Ghost actually, because I believe we had Ray Korn talk about it, but it's the first time we had Ghost talk about it. And Ghost was like, you know, he made peace with him, like he had got to see him.
That's good.
You know what I mean?
That's good. No. After the peace came before that internally.
Okay.
Right, Divine and Power, right, they already was like, nah. Remember, I produced on Big's album.
Yeah.
They was
Long
mad.
Kiss Goodnight, right?
Yeah.
Long Kiss Goodnight.
Yo, they didn't appreciate it. We squashed that though.
Right.
Because it was like there was like, yo, I play that Cuban link shit all the time.
Right.
It didn't. So it was like, but hip hop is that. And I'm glad that, because you know, we don't talk about shit, because for us it's just keep moving, but I'm glad that Ghost had a chance to redeem that with him.
Yeah.
Big was a special dude. We all know that.
Right.
But some of us didn't get a chance to shake his hand, laugh with him, you know what I mean, be up in the studio with him and none of that. So they wouldn't know what they don't know. He was like a prince, like, you know what I mean, like a very rare, you know what I mean? Then when you go, like you said, Illmatic and Ready to Die, you know what I'm saying, for me, lyrically, Illmatic is a masterpiece of lyrical talent. But of course, Ready to Die gave us some of the best songs hip hop ever is going to get, though. Right? So
it brought us back to that skit era you was talking about. With Prince Paul.
So, anyway, let's move on.
Okay, let's go.
How am I doing over here, mama?
Yeah.
Stap your feet 3 times if I started to like zone out too deep and shit.
Nah. Staten Island or Brooklyn?
In which way?
Whichever way you want.
I'm saying both because both we drink, right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm just trying to get you to drink, that's all.
Thank you.
And because you know what? Let me just tell you something. We're here to celebrate you tonight, brother. I know you're a humble brother, but listen, we're here to celebrate you. You are arguably one of the smartest people in hip-hop, one of the people who invented a lane that has never been duplicated and will never be duplicated. And I want you to know how much we appreciate you here. So we're going to, all night, we are here. We are RZA. You know what I'm saying? Oh, goddamn thing. God damn it, this Japanese whiskey is a, I mean, what is that? Sake. So what? Japanese sake is addicted.
Look, his eyes is getting shaky and shit. So one thing, you don't remember this. You do remember this, bro. You don't remember when we was in France?
Yes. You had that.
I had this, bro.
Yes.
What happened to it?
She's pouring more.
That shit just disappeared.
No, we gonna keep our eye on it.
Hey, yo.
Yes.
And that night, I told you.
Yes.
I kind of left you tilted that night.
Yes, you did.
I'm gonna tilt you
because
today.
you know why? I'm gonna be honest with you. It doesn't taste like it creeps up on you.
No, this don't taste like anything, which is dangerous.
Yeah, that's what's dangerous. That's what's dangerous. And you drinking with the Sapporo?
With the Sapporo, which I think is equally as dangerous.
I like that. That's a
But I
nice.
think beer and Japanese beer and sake, they just go great together.
Yes.
The temperature of it. You got another bottle? Or that's the last one?
Yes. No, we got one more.
Good.
Yeah, three.
And I'm gonna take a baby.
Yeah.
Put it on ice.
Put it on ice. Yeah.
The temperature is getting right.
Okay.
Now
Right,
it's starting to feel good.
Cool. So, all right, I'm gonna move on. Okay, you said both, right?
Yep.
All right, cool. I'm gonna keep it going. He went to the bathroom.
Okay. You said something about, hot sake. You said you only drink hot sake.
No, I used to only drink hot sake because I thought it went with cold beer. I thought that goes together.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, hot sake is usually bad sake, so you make it hot just to kind of like to get rid of it. You would never heat this up. This is
You know what's crazy? I've never drank hot sake with Japanese people. I only drink it with my white friends.
Okay.
So is that bad? It's
No, that's good. No.
Man, you've been staring me wrong.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Hot sake is usually going to be a lower grade.
Oh.
Right? So this here, right here, as you'll see, right, this is a Jumai.
Okay.
Right? So the Jumai is a special way they make it. So
that's like agave, like in tequila, like there's different
there
brands.
you go.
Okay,
Yeah, exactly. It's like Anejo.
Okay, Anejo, there we go.
Reposado.
Okay, Reposado, okay.
And Blanco, right? So even though this is not stuffed in the barrel, no.
Okay.
But point being made is that you would never heat this up.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That would be like destroying it. But if you had some sake, like, some $5 sake.
Okay.
And you just kind of go into the hibachi spot and they be like, yo. They squeeze that shit. You know what I mean?
Ah, shit. Billy Holiday fucked up. That's what I've been getting, bro.
Heat that shit up. You know what I mean?
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I swear to God, I thought I knew every drink etiquette in the world. You just fucked me up just now. Because, yes, that's what who I spoke to today, Diego. I used to always drink hot sake.
Right.
So I didn't know that that's the cheap shit.
Yeah.
Because if you ask them to heat this up, they ain't gonna heat it up for you.
They're
They're gonna be like, no.
I mean,
Yeah.
or they're going to charge you the price of what it costs.
Right.
Heat it up and you're going to lose what you paid for.
Right. Because I used to drink Japanese whiskey, right? and Yamazaki 18. If you order Yamazaki 18 and you order it with an ice, they won't give it to you.
Right.
They'll be like, no.
Right.
Like you order Hibiki with ice.
Right.
You
But
go
not
order,
that. Yeah, not that.
Not that. So
maybe you put 1 drop of water in it though. Just
water.
So some people, the ice is only to open up the flavor of it, right?
About the whiskey?
Yeah. But if you ever went to a whiskey convention?
No.
Yo, dude, everybody, you went on?
To a tasting where they taught us that in a tasting.
Yeah, everybody at the convention, they have an eyedropper.
Okay.
And they just put 1 drop of water first. And then, because it opens it up.
Yeah.
Remember, this thing has been distilled and it's inside of a barrel. So a little bit of hydrogen and oxygen loosens those atoms up. You know what I mean? And so that's why you get the big solid rock that don't melt.
That's the reason for the rock.
Yeah. Okay, all right, cool.
I happen to drink.
yes. Good.
All right, bungo.
I threw a curveball
After what?
Ready to Die. Illmatic.
All right, Buck Wild or Diamond D?
In which way?
Yo, you wild. Whatever way you want.
Whichever way you want.
So I don't know those brothers, right? Personally, I've met them, but I can't say I know them, right?
Okay.
But I would say that Diamond D once again just offered so much to the culture. He brought in another chamber that was needed. You know, I mean, are they both in the DRT?
Yep.
I believe so.
Yeah,
DITC,
they're both in DRTC.
Yep.
But it's like, and it's just when Diamond had like he's like the gristle on the chicken bone.
He's another rapper producer that
Yeah,
did it
you know what I'm
great.
saying? Had the rhymes, had the flow. It's like what's the other dudes we don't talk about enough? We don't talk about Foul Monk enough.
Oh, man, very much.
Organized.
Get the fuck up.
Organized noise.
Organized noise. No, organized noise. Organized confusion. Organized noise is rest in peace. Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Rico Love.
Yeah, Rico. Rest in peace to Rico Wade.
Rico Wade.
But yeah, so I'm gonna go Diamond D on that and let them fight that out.
Okay. Rapping or producing?
Yeah, skip that. So yeah.
Just in the chambers, like the full package.
No, what you like better, rapping or producing?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, what you mean?
Rap. I mean, this is a question.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah. Both. Okay, let's take a shot. Let's take a shot then. No, I'm not bullshitting. This gets better as you keep going.
Wait until you stand up.
Hey, yo, listen.
That's why I never try to take a beat. You don't notice I be trying to hold my beat the whole time. Because once you stand up, I know it's a different life.
Release yourself, man.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, N.O.R.E, so check this out, right? So, a lot of people know me for my beats. And a lot of the industry, you know, is inspired by my beats in all reality, right? And all praises due that I'm able to add inspiration to anything. But they overlook me as an MC. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's my lyrics. If they would have paid more attention to my lyrics, the kids would be better.
Right.
The kids wouldn't be on the route they're on. I don't write for myself, yo. I write scriptures so that you could hear to chill with the feedback. We don't need that, right? 10 o'clock. Where's your seat at? Right?
See that.
Right? Because women, they run around chasing shit, but where's your kids at, baby? Feeling mad hostile, wearing El Pastel. That was the style back then. Flowing like Christ when I speak the gospel. I'm bringing gospel, bro. You know what I mean? So it's like, my mission was to instill inspiration. Like I wanted to be, I'm lyrically, I'm serious. You go back and listen to my lyrics, bro, and take time, fusion of the 5 elements, the search for the higher intelligence. Women walk around celibate, living irrelevant. The most benevolent king communicate through your dreams. Mental pictures have been painted, but Allah is heard and seen everywhere in your surrounding atmosphere, thermosphere, stratosphere, traposphere. Can you imagine from one single idea, everything appeared here? So understanding will make the truth crystal clear. We got innocent Black immigrants locked in housing tenements, 85 dependent welfare recipients. My neighborhood has been stamped like a concentration camp. But at nighttime, I would walk through, my third eye was bright as a street lamp. Electric probes, right? Electric probes, robotic strobes, taking telescopic pictures of the globe. Babies being born now with microchips stuffed inside their earlobes, examinated, vaccinated, lies fabricated, Food and Drug Administration testing poison in prison population. My occupation is to stop the inauguration of Satan. They thought it was Ronald Reagan. That's why I come to slay men like Bartholomew, because every particle of some physical articles is diabolical down to the last molecule. But anyway, they don't pay attention to it.
You can't follow that up, but anyway.
I'm serious though. It's like I was doing that because.
Let's take a shot to that. I'm sorry.
Cheers.
Jamie, you do the workout today.
Anyway, you said producing or MCing.
Yes.
That's why I said both. I just, I love the rap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Onyx or Naughty by Nature?
Which way? Man, you're going to probably, that's going to probably be now I'm getting clowned, I'm drinking, and I keep saying which way. But I can't help but say which way.
Yeah, no problem.
Tretch is my man.
Tretch is, I think, is I don't want to say underrated, but I think he deserves to be higher in everybody's top list of MCs.
You know what? I feel like they're about Sticky as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sticky as well. Yeah, Sticky as well.
They both inspired culture, flows, and identity for a lot of rappers. A lot of their stuff is embedded in a lot of MCs. Yeah. It's their cheat code that they won't admit.
Right.
You know what I mean? But for me,
thank you.
Tretch is both are special because I'm gonna say both.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why.
I already took the shot for that. I already took
You didn't take that shot.
No, that was another shot.
That was the last shot. Trust me.
My bad.
Wait till you get up, buddy.
Yo, they both, like New York is such a special place, and shout out New Jersey as well, and Philadelphia.
And Long Island.
Well, New York, Long Island, that's us. We together.
Yeah.
Somebody tried to say Buffalo wasn't New York, yo.
Nah, Buffalo's New York.
Exactly.
Long Island's New York. Yonkers
Exactly.
is New York.
We're not going for that.
Mount Vernon is New York.
Mount Vernon, all that's New York, bro.
Yes.
But for Tretch and Vinny and them, remember I was on Tommy Boy.
That's right. I was on Tommy Boy too.
And nobody made it yet.
Right.
So they sending us out together to the radio.
With Naughty by Nature?
Yeah.
Really?
Chris Rakim and Naughty by Nature.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
We like this. They make it though.
Right. They hella make it.
I'm serious.
Right.
I remember going to see him at the Apollo after they made it, and I ain't seen him in like about 5-6 months. You know, I'm still trying this shit, but it's my man's. You know, they're like, oh shit, let me in. He's my brother. Tretch is like that type of guy. He's a special guy.
Right.
He's one of the, once again, another special entity. But when I seen him, he came off stage, sweaty, took his shirt off, muscles, everything. It was like bong bong and shit. And I was like, oh shit, my dude. Like we was in a limo together like this, falling out, like just going to the radio, just doing freestyles, hoping. And now he was platinum, yo.
Right.
Bitches going crazy. You know, my song is about bitches. They not going crazy right now. You know what I'm saying? But still the brotherhood was always like that. You know what I mean? And when Wu Wear opened our first store.
It's Staten Island, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He came through, basically almost bought it out.
Wow.
You know what I mean? That's how much. But then you go back to Sticky. It's like Sticky and Onyx and fucking Fredro. Those are my party homies. Right. We the dudes in the party before nobody's on.
Right.
We the real dudes in the party. You know what I mean? Right. It's like whatever. You know what I mean? If it's a Vic, if it's something going down, it's we were the real me, Dirty, Sticky, me, Fredro. If you was in the party, industry party. Those are the real motherfuckers. Right. That how they got in, we don't know. Is it dangerous now in this party? A little more dangerous? Yes. Yeah. You know what I mean? So Sticky and them, they was like, when they got on too, it was like, I was like, oh shit. All the real niggas is getting on now. Like some of the real people that wasn't just like, just kind of like the streets was getting in.
Right.
Tretch is an example of the streets getting in. Sticky's an example of the streets getting in. Wu is the entire community. Right. Outside the streets, you know what I mean? Straight up though. But anyway,
I love it.
Whoa, what you got?
You got KRS One or Rakim? Oof. In your way.
Okay. I'm about to say which way, right? Well, Jamie. Look, that's even though it sounds hard, right? Rakim.
Okay.
Right? They both gave us so much. You know what I mean? And KRS-One, you know, he's the type of dude nobody ever wanted to get on after KRS-One.
Yeah.
You ever did a show?
He's a showman.
With KRS-One?
Yeah.
You better go first.
Yeah, and he give a speech in between and shit. And everyone shuts up and listens. Like,
Yo,
yeah.
he did one show, yo. He dropped back-to-back bangers. I'm talking about 10, 12, 13 back-to-back bangers. And then was like, okay, that was the mic check. Then went into the shit.
Right.
That's like an hour freestyle.
Yo, that's how many bangers he got.
Yeah.
Right? Because he made albums that was full of bangers. Da-da-da-dang, da-da-da-da-dang. Listen to my 9mm go. Right. So, in that capacity, you're going to not find really not nobody that could do that. But when you mentioned it to me, my mind went to the argument of those MCs who was the best. And what Rakim wrote in his 2 albums, you know what I mean?
And didn't curse.
Exactly.
For the most part.
For most part.
For the most part, yeah.
What he wrote, bro, no MC of that generation compared to that. You know what I'm saying? They could try and argue it if you want, but if you go, what did you say when the earth gets further and further? He said, follow me, right? So you thought you was first? Well, let's travel at a magnificent speed around the universe. You thought you was first, but follow me and let's travel at a magnificent speed around the universe. And what would you say when the earth gets further and further away and the planet seems small like balls of clay? And you stray into the Milky Way, world's out of sight. As far as your eye can see, not even a satellite. But then suddenly, you see a star. You better follow it, because it's the R. He done took you from the earth to triple darkness and then appeared for you. So his lyrical content and abilities were just incredible. So even KRS-One gave us a lot of things, you know, like what's beef, right? Or even when he talked about, you know, the diet, the teacher,
Jimmy.
my philosophy, Jimmy. No, great. But I'm just saying the concentration. See, what makes a dope MC, and this is RZA's way, and y'all could take it or throw it in the garbage. Some MCs are a container of juice. You ever get that good apple juice? It's like that whole fucking Martelli's apple juice. Like, this shit is good.
Martinelli's, yeah.
Martinelli's, yeah.
You
that shit is good.
in your Ellie.
I'm saying, that shit is good. But some MCs, it's the concentrated apple juice. You gotta add water to this nigga. You know what I mean?
Right.
Rakim is that.
Right.
You gotta add water. All right.
Okay. We answered that. Okay. Now this one, I already. All right, because I bet you would be on time, and I lost that bet. But I bet on this question too.
Hold on. That's a good bet. But no.
I bet on you.
I was on time.
No, we thought as much as we were talking, you were definitely on time.
we were here 2 hours early just to make sure, because we knew you was going to be on time. I bet on you.
Yeah.
We do this with every artist. Like, we bet.
Right.
We bet. And I bet on you.
I got here at 4:30. I fucked up. I told you 4 o'clock. I got it.
We only said it because we told everybody, he's going to be on time, guys.
But hold on. So I bet on this question, but I'm not going to lead the witness. Analog or digital?
You're asking Bobby Digital that?
Right. Well, if you'd have asked me a few years ago, I would have chose. But this time I gotta say both.
Oh, I lost again. I'm not bad. I lost again. I thought you would have picked digital.
I know. If you'd asked some years ago, the reason why I would have said digital a few years ago. Well, first of all, digital is where we at.
Right. But you can still use, is things that you can still use analog?
There's plugins that make it analog.
But let me tell you about why I'm saying analog, bro.
Okay.
Because now we in the AI world.
Oh, it's a whole different world now.
Okay, so now that we in the AI world, you're gonna wish somebody just played the guitar for you.
Right.
You're gonna wish that the resonance of that, you're gonna wanna wish that that real physical sound is real. Watch when you get a porter shorty. You know what a porter shorty is?
The robot?
Yeah, watch when you get a porter shorty.
Porter shorty?
Yeah. I hope we don't need them. We got wives.
Right.
But some dudes...
I thought the porta potty when you were saying
Yala? It's the Yala?
Then people gonna get porter shorties.
Oh, they definitely getting that. Yeah,
You know what I mean? It's gonna...
Sonny's getting one for sure.
I wrote a lyric about it. the porter shorty, right? When you do it, she's gonna click her eyes and record it for you, and then hit it, and then she's gonna play it back.
I don't even know what the fuck just happened.
I don't know where we went.
Anyway,
that's the robot.
When you play, when you got your robot shorty recording you,
She gonna film
as
it.
you doing. She gonna be filming you as you doing it.
But you want her to film you?
Huh?
You want her to film you? Oh, no.
Listen, bro,
It's AI.
It's AI.
It's happening on its own.
It gotta take its data. It needs data.
Wow.
I seen, just a side note, sidebar. I seen this billionaire on. It was something I saw online, but he said
Fucking a robot?
the future of investing. He wants to invest in sports because AI is going to take over everything, and everything's going to be so digital that the physical people that actually do sports is going to be a commodity.
Running man.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So he's investing all his money. This is a guy that invested in tech supposedly. Now he's going to invest in sports.
Physical. He's going analog.
Yeah, he's going analog. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
So he said both. Okay.
I like. Hold on. I gotta interrupt you and shit.
Okay.
I like that. Listen, not only is he taking all these shots, you hitting these. You going back to back on the bones. Too.
Oh yeah. Okay. I got.
Oh no, this is all day.
Yeah.
No. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little. I'm impressed.
Okay.
He got the Louis. Let me see that, bro. Pass that over here.
Don't
He got
take
the-
one now.
I'm not gonna- he got the
You can
Louis
take one. You
case.
can take one. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Put it. I'm gonna smoke it later.
Yeah. Okay. Take it.
You'll hold that for later. Me and my wife gonna see what that do to her. But yo, how much time? Yo, you know we got another hour, right?
Yeah. We're good.
No.
Oh, I'm happy. Listen, let me
I
just
just
tell
want
you
to make
something.
it all the way through.
Yes. Let me just tell you something, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
And
with
if we
you.
don't, it's part of the show too.
Yes. But listen, let me just tell you something. And we've had other people on this show. We had other legends, but we have never had the Abbott on this show. And you know what? I am so happy. I'm so honored. And
Don't say we, motherfucker.
I'm just saying. He asked me if I'm gonna make it. But what I'm trying to say is, man, this is a blessing, man. So in case I ain't say it earlier or we didn't say it earlier, I just want to say to you and your beautiful wife, thank you, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I know you ain't got to, at the end of the day, like, I live this life, so I understand, like, and our culture, what we trying to do is, so many people say that if you have 10 years in this game, like, you washed up. And so many other cultures, I never even heard that word be spoke of, washed up, or your time is up. Like, what the fuck does that mean, other than boxing and sports and shit like that?
Right.
But what other genre of music? These motherfuckers, Motley Crue and them niggas, they tore fucking, them niggas is 900. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
I just saw the Grateful Dead in Vegas 2 weeks ago.
Come on.
I didn't even know those people were still alive.
I love them. Like,
I think Bob Weir's 82.
Right.
And they're still killing it.
Killing it. Beautiful show.
So why can't hip hop? Why we can't grow with that? Why we can't?
Right.
And you know what's crazy about? I'm sorry to make it all make sense, but let me make it all make sense. That was the illest thing about me watching you guys and Nas in Paris together. Was I was like, look at their audience, and the shit was packed. It was sold out. But I'm looking, and there was a lot of youngins in there that you thought were with their parents. But then I was watching their mouths, and they knew the words. And I'm like, oh no, they might have brought their parents. I was bugging. I was
that
like,
reverberated.
like, at first sight, you looking, you like, all right, cool. But then you looking, you like, wait a minute. These are good parents. These are parents who let their kids listen to the right music, and the kids will actually.
It's like Bob Marley. It's
so
timeless.
beautiful, man. It's so beautiful, man.
You know what's so crazy? One thing I did see in hip hop is a beautiful thing. I was in Australia, and the thing in Australia that bugged me out is that the audience was actually 40% all young.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm talking about, like, it was weird a little bit too. I had to like lecture them. I got back to the hotel. It was like 18-year-olds. I said, hold on, chill, girls. These are This is not a this is not a boy band. These are grown men here. You guys go home.
This is weird.
Take a picture and go home. No, sure. I had to tell people get them home.
Right.
I had to get girls out of vans.
Right.
But the point I'm making is that the attraction of our culture, the attraction of the music is timeless. Right. And that's what it's supposed to be.
That's beautiful.
It's beautiful. And what we got to do, and hopefully if we can, right, is not be shy or brave enough to circulate back around the globe and touch the people. Because the thing that'll happen is it won't be because the guy said 10-year wash up. The guy who accepts that makes himself wash up.
Right.
He won't come outside. He won't show up because he don't, he hasn't preserved himself. He don't feel the chi. You know what I mean? There was recently some few dudes that they don't want to do videos no more.
Right.
Because of the physical appearance. It's like, nah, yo, G, listen.
You're still appreciated.
You remember Lee Scratch Perry? Anybody know who that is? Yo, you see Lee Scratch Perry? Yo, I went to a Jamaican festival.
Oh, that's roster shit. That's why he know.
Hey, yo, he looked like a prophet, right?
Right.
He was super grayed out. Just, you know what? You wanted to see him.
Right.
You wanted to touch that. He was like, yo, hold on, that's real.
Right.
But, so I was just saying that the culture will continue to attract younger generations. The industry itself thought they could write it off because they thought it was a fad. It's not a fad. It's 50 years.
No.
It's 50 years old. You know what I mean?
And it's international.
And it's international. It's going to continue.
And one thing I've said on this show a bunch of times is it's the number, it should be considered, and it is the number one cultural export of the United States to the world. And we are not really taking advantage of that.
Right.
The culture didn't take advantage of it.
Right, we didn't.
And what happens is each region now is saying, all right, well,
we got our own.
Because I've traveled and the hip hop heads in these countries have said, you guys lost your way hip hop wise. You guys are corporate. And you lost it. So they're creating their own vibe within themselves, which is cool.
Good, yeah.
But we should pay attention and keep in touch because it comes from here.
Right. Well, they will come back here too. There's an artist called I did a album with an artist. Her name is A-Witch out of Okinawa, and she kind of Okinawa, Japan. Got a song featuring A$AP Ferg.
Oh wow,
he joined it.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Who else joined it?
Okinawa. That's where Mr. Miyagi from.
Yeah.
I
like
for
that.
Real.
Hold on. One of the biggest.
Come on, let's take a shot of that.
The home of sake. Yo, in Okinawa, right? Check this out.
I love Okinawa.
They got a sake.
Okay, I didn't.
Check this out. So they had a snake that was killing all the people.
Oh shit! They put the snake in the sake?
Yeah, snake was poisonous, killing all the people. They went and captured them, all the snakes, and they put them in sake bottles, and you drank it.
They fermented the snake.
Yeah, and it's an aphrodisiac.
I believe that. That's
you drink it, and you be like, "Yo, what up, baby?" So anyway, Okinawa. Okay, let's get out of Okinawa. Let's come back. Where we at?
We got quick time.
Good.
Slow time with slime.
Yeah.
Shit.
Primo or Pete Rock?
No, you skipped a million.
I know. That's why I gotta do it.
No, don't skip them.
No, don't skip them.
You can edit this shit.
We can go back. We can go back.
Yeah, you can edit. You can edit all this shit.
Yeah, but Primo or Pete Rock?
In which way?
In the producer way.
That's the deep.
Even though Pete Rock do rhyme too.
That's deep. No, that's deep.
Primo rhyme?
No,
Primo don't rhyme. Primo don't rhyme.
Pete Rock. No,
that's deep. That's the deep one. I gotta say both.
Okay, I'm in.
I'm in on that.
Salute.
Both. This tastes really better. It's getting better and better.
I ain't gonna lie.
Is it different? Is it a different one?
Yes.
But I'm saying, is it like, what's the mixture of this one?
Yeah, so this one here is also...
I like this one the best.
It's still a Jumai, but... So, not to go there, this particular brand makes about 5 levels of sake.
Right.
All premium. She's getting more... she's moving more and more premium.
She didn't even know that. Did you know that?
Oh yeah.
She's moving up and up.
Is that the last bottle?
No, we got several more.
They're the ceramic.
No, we don't get the ceramic. It's the only one we could.
Damn, Mr.
Yeah.
Lee.
No. There's a ceramic.
Yeah, the ceramic.
Yeah.
So that's
Oh, we
the,
have it?
Yeah.
Someone brought it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't worry.
really?
We moving up the ladder. Here.
Oh, okay, let's go. I'm in. I'm in.
Start passing people. I think other people
No,
can
no,
get shots.
no. That's what.
Okay, so let me speak on those two brothers. You're gonna chop this up anyway. So
No, whatever you want.
So P Rock, you know, he pioneered so much for us in hip hop. Always, you know, I love his horn chops. Was very interesting. It was he was an MC. P Rock and CL Smooth.
It's crazy.
His ideas, you know. And then Premier actually created a formula. Premier made a formula that works every time. And, now, if you pay attention to that, a lot of producers wasn't able to do that. He created his own formula. If you check Pete Rock, you check RZA, you check Dre, none of us don't have a concise formula.
I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this.
Like he's consistent in his formula is what you're saying.
His formula, yeah.
You don't mean a sound.
Yeah.
Not a sound.
I mean, it is kind of. It's kind of mean that too.
Not a sound, because this sound was inspired by all, his sound changes as we change.
Right, okay.
Okay?
But it feels like his drum pattern is...
His formula.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what you mean. Okay.
His formula, okay.
You're saying it's a chop?
Like, he has a formula. He has a formula that you know is Premier.
Well, yeah, it's a signature sound for sure.
Yeah, but not just the sound, bro. If he don't scratch in the hook,
right, you can still know it's Premier.
It ain't Premier.
Oh,
you're not gonna find his joint
without a scratch in it
that he doesn't incorporate his DJ. His. He also keeps. I think he keeps one of his old machines still.
Right.
He keeps his old equipment, and he uses that in his formula. So every time you play one of his tracks, right, you go, okay, you could tell it's Premier.
Yeah.
Right.
Right?
You can tell Premier beat, yeah.
Right. But P Rock, you might go, oh, P Rock did that? You can tell him, no, okay. Did you know P Rock when he did, okay. Wait, who did Above the Clouds?
That's
Premier. That's P Rock.
No, it's P Rock. No,
that's Premier.
Oh no, Above
that's Premier. That's Premier. That's Premier.
That's Gangstar.
Right.
Yeah, that's
the other one they did was the one when it was with the racing shit. Sergeant Engines.
We Inspector Day.
Yeah.
P Rock.
That's P Rock.
Right.
But
wasn't you on that?
The point I'm making is that P Rock got me thinking I'm that high. I'm like, word?
No, but isn't that...
Let me say this.
I'm on that album. Yeah.
Premier has made a formula.
Right.
P Rock is a master, but similar to me in a way, we've played in multiple chambers.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? So Cuban Link, even though it's RZA, it's nothing like Old Dirty's album. If you really look at it. The sonic quality could be similar, but Dirty album is full of bass. Cuban Links is strings. It's totally a different chamber. Liquid Sports is totally different from Cuban.
You know what's crazy? Every time he says the noises, I know exactly what record he's talking about.
So who are you comparing yourself more to? It sounds like you're...
No, I'm not comparing myself to either one of them.
You're P Rock and...
Did you pick?
No, I said both because they both are pillars. But I want us to identify the difference. It's like nobody's production quality level matches Dr. Dre.
Mm-hmm.
Quality level.
Quality level, of course.
If you put on Michael Jackson, and you put on Dr. Dre, you don't got to touch the knob. Okay? He made records from the beginning.
Right.
That's at the sonic quality of all the records ever made in history at the highest level.
Right.
That's ill.
You put on 36 after Dre, you got to turn my shit up.
Right.
You're going to get a different experience, though. You're going to hear some shit that you're like, what the fuck? Why? What the fuck was that? You know what I mean?
By turning it up.
But you gotta turn it up, nigga.
But Dre,
Okay.
you could just
Right.
Okay.
Now, with Premier, he's also sonically there because he's pushing the drums up front, right? He could, but it still won't match Dre. Right? It'll be high, it'll be louder than me, right? Similar to Pete, but nobody's getting to Dre's VU.
Yeah, and Dre's a
VU.
perfectionist in that.
You're not getting to
sonic
his VU.
level. Right.
That VU, though, that shit that was moving like that was on your SSL, he mastered that.
Yes, Dre's
Okay.
like a scientist in that.
My shit on the SSL, to be honest, it's like this. I pushed it all the way. They was like, yo, you can't do that.
right,
I'm like, why not?
right.
When you master this shit, nigga, they're gonna go, and now your shit's gonna sound where it's gonna sound.
Right.
I'm like, I don't care. You know what I mean? But anyway,
But did you do that on purpose?
for me, a lot of my shit I did,
Because that was the whole allure of.
for me, a lot of my
Wu-Tang.
shit I did was purposely. Let me say one thing that's weird about me, and you could, this isn't part of your question.
Yeah.
So for me, right, if you take one of my tracks in the studio and you came to the board, if you move the fader down, the beat falls apart. It only works because of the pulse of what I'm of the level that I set everything at. It's only working because of the pulse of what I'm controlling. I'm controlling the pulse. It's not, everything is not in key and everything is not in rhythm. But what's the dominating pulse makes it make sense. Even you go to that same Knowledge God song on Raekwon's album,
Knowledge God.
it doesn't, if you move something, it's like, you lost it, Bobby.
Right.
You dropped it. So that happens. People, the engineers, you fucked up. I'm like, nah, why you do that? Well, you fucked up, bro. That's not what's happening here.
Right.
You're thinking of the science of it. I'm working off a pulse. I was working off a pulse. So a pulse means I could go like, ooh. But if I put a drum beat pushing that pulse, it's gonna change it. It's gonna change that to a rhythm. But then if I put a bang, 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 what the fuck is that? But if I put it low right here and move it panning to the left, it's gonna
Gonna muffle it.
it's gonna make, it's like, what the fuck is going on? And then when the MC get on it, you don't even hear nothing. Because now you trapped in his flow.
Right.
A good song like that is With the Blood Clot by Method Man. You ever
Yeah.
to go back and check that. But anyway, I'm fucking with you now, right?
I like this. I think we gotta go deeper into that kind of stuff.
All right, so hold on.
All right.
All right, so next question. Only built for Cuban links or Iron Man?
Where did this go, bro?
Only built for Cuban links. That was easy.
That was easy?
Yeah, but listen, Only built for Cuban links is the foundation of Iron Man.
Okay.
Iron Man is good, right? But Iron Man falls short. He falls short, but I'm gonna deny it. Because what happened in Iron Man is that we have the flood in the middle of the album. So after Cuban Links, Liquid Sports, we start Iron Man, and the second flood happens. This flood, though, it doesn't destroy floppy disk like the
Your
one
basement that got fucked up. Right?
Now the equipment is fucked. I got a 2-inch machine in my crib.
Oh, real flood.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking the slang you told me.
Oh, no, sorry, no.
Nah, real fun.
Like, oh, okay.
Yo, bro, I've been through 2 floods.
Okay.
Once I thought I could have the water.
N.O.R.E went biblical on you.
Yo,
I thought
N.O.R.E, once the
slang.
flood wasn't coming from under, I moved to a spot, it came from over.
Wow.
Yes, that's just my own karma that I had to fix. I had to get a good woman, which I have now.
One, two, three.
I have a good woman now, so I don't.
Let's take a shot for a good one.
Good woman, shout out to good woman. So Iron Man was finished in Mystic Studios, where you probably said you met it.
Yeah.
So we had to leave our own studio and then go to Mystic. And now, see, in my own studio, every compressor was already set. When Ghost came in, he sounded like Ghost every time because I set the settings. Right? Every MC had their own compressor, their own settings. Now I'm in somebody else's studio. It ain't the same.
Right.
And when I leave there tomorrow or don't come for 2 days, he done changed it again.
Right.
Okay, because somebody else uses studio.
Exactly.
Okay.
So Liquid Sword and Cuban Links, which people consider the epitome of my creation, nothing changed.
It was consistent.
It was consistent, and so when you hear them, it sounds like him. One thing a lot of artists and producers don't realize is that, and I'll say this with all due respect because we're not talking about nobody else.
Of course.
But, okay, so Snoop goes to No Limit. That album don't sound like Dr. Dre.
No.
You see what I'm saying?
No.
So the studio you use, it's just like was it DMD?
D&D.
Man, once some dudes didn't go there no more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Premier. He was the one that really made D&D sound good.
Yeah. But once people started going there, they all got good. I think like maybe, but once they stopped going there, it's like, oh, there's no D&D there. Sometimes the studio itself is part of the vibe.
Right.
And so you said accumulation on Iron Man. Iron Man was finished in Mystic.
Right.
And to me, we forced our hand on, we compromised. So anyway.
These are great answers. For me as a fan.
I love it.
Yeah. I'm glad that the fans get to hear this, but this is me as a fan. Capodanno or Master Killah?
This guy's sick. I don't get that. What you mean?
No, this is both. Okay, let's go.
Oh, wait, drink it? Huh?
Shall we? It's both. Shall we talk about them a little bit?
Hell yeah,
Please, man.
Yo,
Two legends.
By the way, Master Killah just dropped the album today, and I'm on it.
And you're on it, man.
I'm on it. By the way, Master Killah, let me just tell you something. I haven't rhymed in so long that when I heard my own verse, I was like, how did he get this?
Oh,
like,
shit.
I don't know. I think he might have gotten it back.
Yeah, you could.
I was like, N.O.R.E, you good.
I heard that joint. You is good.
Yeah, I swear to God, I was
you
listening
killed
to
that
the shit.
shit.
Yeah,
I was
man,
like,
that album is dope though, because I had what I did was just listen to it as I was getting a haircut. I listened to my part, obviously, and then first because I was amazed at me. I was like, really? I kind of still got it. So, and then the album just kept playing, and I was just like, damn, bro,
You got some joints on there, right?
Yeah, like hip hop is still making hip hop. It's just we gotta search for it now.
You got to search for it now.
Damn.
Well, you know what we could do? We got to search for it. So we always had to search for it.
Right.
In all reality, I mentioned earlier that RZA took me to Soundview Projects.
Right.
That's a long ride.
Yes.
To hear hip hop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're saying it in a different way. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
now.
it's a search.
Right.
That's like going from Kindle to...
No, we used to go to Wynwood, to all the hip hop jams in Wynwood.
You know, I'm talking about, that's like going from
Wynwood?
Kindle to the W Hotel.
No, but I'm telling you, no. I'm telling you
Fort
from our
Lauderdale.
era.
Yeah.
From Kendall, we was going to Wynwood, where Zulu Nation used to throw their parties at.
I know, but I'm saying
Their
this,
park jams.
I'm trying to tell you the distance.
The distance.
I'm not saying like the
but I'm telling you,
graphics.
that's the equivalent of us having to travel.
Okay.
To experience.
Yeah, this is further. Though.
Experience.
This is what I'm trying to-
Right.
Yes.
I mean,
What, Kindle?
Yeah.
to Wynwood.
To Wynwood?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so...
get on the ferry, man.
Yeah, to get
Hey, man, we had to go on the turnpike.
Yo, to get the Soundview from Staten Island, minimum 2 hours.
See what I'm saying?
2.5 hours, minimum.
See what I'm saying?
Minimum. Listen, and it's the Bronx.
Right.
When the Bronx was like,
Burnt down Bronx, no
Yo,
doubt.
not- yo, and not
This is
just
my
that.
family from there.
yo, you'll see, listen, bro, people don't understand this life of what hip hop went through.
Yep.
Hip hop went through dope heads on the floor, blood, crime, cops, crooked, crack, fire, hip hop, and lived. And now when you see somebody in Korea, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
That no, it's a beautiful thing. What hip hop did is this. You mind if I digress a little bit?
No, come on.
good.
So Allah is merciful. Let's just know that, right? And we all have arm, leg, arm, head. So when you hear Allah, don't get scared. Some people go, oh, no. We all have arm, leg, arm, head, that image.
Right.
But Allah is merciful. And he finds ways to deliver mercy. You know what I mean? Hip hop is a mercy. The Quran was a mercy, they said. It was a mercy. It says Allah gave the Quran to Muhammad as a mercy to man so he could know what's good and what's bad and how to navigate through this. And it's a book of not just spirituality, it's political, it's business, it's science, it's husbandry, it's wives, it's inheritance, right? Hip hop comes to our community as a saving force. It first saves us in New York. But then it continues to move.
Right.
Okay? It's okay. We saved these guys.
Right.
Let's save some West Coast guys. Let's get the terminals first. Okay, now let's get in the middle. Then let's go to the South.
Right.
Now, let's go. You hear the new Indian MCs?
Oh, they're
Indian MC.
Nas
Nas is out there. Nas is out there. I texted him while he was out
Let's
there.
go over here.
Yeah.
the Vietnamese MCs. Ew.
Yo, listen, when I went to Egypt, I'm one of the first MCs to ever perform in Egypt. You will never know that because they didn't record it.
Right.
They didn't allow it. It was unallowed. I took me and Sean Paul.
Wow. What a combination.
Separate times, but I was just saying.
I thought y'all were together.
No, but as I was just saying, it was like it didn't exist there.
Right.
Now it exists. So hip hop has went and saved all these families. You go to South Africa and you see a brother pull up with a Bentley. How you get that? Hip hop. Not saying that the Bentley is the thing he should have gotten, right? But when you get money, the first thing you do is get the luxury to appreciate the money. Muhammad Ali said it. They said to Muhammad Ali, they said, Muhammad Ali, you talk about the black man and all the power he should have, and you're trying to raise the consciousness of your people, and you want them to, not be caught up into the white man's world. But you, Muhammad, you have a Bentley. How do you justify that? He said, no, I have 2 Bentleys. He said, because my people got to see that what I do makes something, means something.
Right.
They see a value. They don't want me coming over, ripped clothes and trying to talk to them. That was Jesus' job. He came over, silk peddling. You know what I mean? The job now is to have a magnetism. Hip hop is that magnetism.
It's that conduit.
It's that,
Right.
and I see so many of us blessed by it. You know what I mean? That we ought to be thankful. I'm gonna take a moment right now, if you guys don't mind.
No problem.
A toast to hip hop.
Let's toast to hip hop. Oh, God damn it. God damn it.
None of us here would be here without hip hop.
Exactly.
Absolutely not.
And look, we talked about his voice earlier, right? And we all dance to his fucking joint. What? We all no, seriously, bro. We do elbows, we push people out our way when that shit came on, right? And that was a voice, but he's hip hop, and his voice wasn't limited to the music. That's what's happening to hip hop.
Right.
For us elder statesmen, it don't have to just be the music. And I'm glad that Master Killah got a new album, and you heard your joint, and it's called Balance.
Yeah, Balance.
Yep.
That's the name of the whole album,
It's
right?
called Balance.
Okay, yes.
I asked him, I said, why balance? Jamel, he said, God, balance is always needed.
It is.
That's the beauty
It
of
is.
hip hop. When it's balanced.
Exactly. And we could agree right now it feels unbalanced.
Unbalanced.
But
You can have all the shit in it. The fuckery and the righteousness.
Exactly.
As long as it's balanced.
Exactly. You give me the blue and the red pill choice.
Right.
But and give me some wisdom behind my choice.
Right.
And that's what I hope that we can provide. I've been drinking that. You know those W's kind of
that's all
fuck
good.
up a little bit there.
We all W.
The more you drink, the more you.
But you shouldn't fuck up any W's. Wu Tang Clan.
I know, exactly.
I believe you own the W.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Hold on. Let's drink to the W. Let's drink to the W.
Salute.
It's getting better and better. The colder it gets, the better it
Yes.
But our bodies is not getting better. But it's
gets. Let me
okay.
know. Okay.
I agree with her, actually.
What?
And she's like,
Like ease up a little bit? Give me another one, N.O.R.E. Come on.
You're good. I'm in.
What you got? What's your next one?
I'm in. Good. Good.
You got it?
Pass it to you.
Oh. You got the ceramic for real?
Yeah. Get the ceramic.
I want the ceramic.
It's called big business.
Yeah, so
You
big
going big
business.
business
We're gonna
now.
do it.
NWA or Public Enemy?
Wow.
No.
That's deep.
No, but listen, you skipped a million. Relax, buddy.
All right, well, I had to
Which
twist
way?
to it.
But you can twist it. Oh, you want to twist that one?
Yeah, twist that for
Because
me.
you know why?
Help me out. Help me out.
Here's my favorite question on this whole show, period.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
I might as well ask him. NWA or Wu Tang Clan?
No, we don't. I personally don't like you guys being.
Everybody doesn't like this question because of the different eras. But what I'm saying is, it's the same impact, even though it's different eras. Like what NWA did for Los Angeles, California, West Coast period was change everything.
Right.
They made people start wearing curls. They made people start wearing bandanas. They made people start, crip walking, gang banging. What Wu Tang did, you made black motherfuckers want to be Chinese, Japanese. You made motherfuckers wearing. Hold on, let me read this. Like you changed the culture. Like, so to me, the impact. I'm not saying the errors. Right. When we put this question together, and by the way, this is not our question. These are these two guys. This is the cocaine section, Colombian.
Cocaine, what up, baby?
Cocaine. Okay. We in Miami. Miami, what it be like?
The Colombian Dominican
Tony
section.
Montana.
But I like to ask this question. It's my favorite question because the reason why I like to ask it is because I be wanting people to understand I'm not asking the errors or who came before who or who influenced who. What I'm saying is the impact.
But you didn't ask it to start with. It was these guys.
No, it was their question, but I thought it was genius.
But my argument, this is my argument why I don't like the question. Because I feel, those are my two favorite groups, NWA and Public Enemy. I feel like they're the same energy on different sides of the, different sides of the spectrum. Okay. They actually are the same thing, but on different sides of the spectrum in that era. Right. They provided us with the balance.
Right.
Yeah,
and that's what I love about that question being them too. But when I think it's Wu-Tang versus NWA, I think it's off balance in that sense.
I respect that. Well, let me just comment, and you guys can chop it up how you want. Right? So, Public Enemy is inspiring NWA. NWA is not inspiring Public Enemy. Seriously. Run DMC is inspiring NWA. NWA is not inspiring Run DMC. But that's because New York is the mecca of hip-hop. So, they got to fly to New York and find the break beats and bring them back to Cali.
Right.
They can't find them in those record stores. Right? But when NWA brought the hip hop and what they brought to the culture, it's undeniable. And we don't have Kendrick at the Super Bowl if NWA don't exist.
Absolutely.
Okay?
And maybe if Public Enemy don't exist as well, because I feel like there's a lineage there too as well.
I'm going to argue that. But NWA gives us Dr. Dre.
Yep.
Yeah, it helps.
NWA gives us Ice Cube. If we don't got Ice Cube, I don't make movies.
Big.
Straight up. Straight up. Right? And they continue to go to the brain that goes, then we get Snoop and we so much, right? So, and Public Enemy is the consciousness. Public Enemy actually did their first, they did a tour with Anthrax before any of us did a rock and roll combination, besides Run DMC, right? But now when you throw Wu-Tang into the equation, and I don't mind speaking on Wu-Tang in this equation, right? What Wu-Tang does is this, right? NWA influence is actually the influence of hip-hop right now. New York is not selling records. Okay? Name the top hip-hop artists in New York at the time. Juice Crew, you got, no, by the time you get to 92, 93, Juice Crew can't sell records.
Right.
Big Daddy Kane records.
NWA's 88 to 90. Well, I mean, if you want to take the lineage.
Yeah, but no, Juice. So we get a platinum Biz. We get a gold Kane. Hold on, we get a gold Kane. We got a platinum KRS-One. We got a platinum Rakim in the 80s. Now in the 90s, none of them are selling platinums. Tribe is coming. Leaders is coming. Gangstar's coming. Tribe is gonna give you gold. Nobody's giving you platinums unless it's Poppy.
What about N.O.R.E. by Nation?
Bam! Like I said, they come and give us a platinum. That's why I said Tretch and Onyx are a new wave of energy.
They're the anomaly that comes up.
Exactly. Okay? And still, he gives us a platinum with a Poppy song, which wasn't Poppy. But West Coast, even Tone Loc, Young MC, everybody double platinums. And so even though Tretch and Tribe and everybody are giving us this beautiful thing, Black Moon, You go through that whole underground movement, you're not cracking 300,000 cells.
EPMD didn't do that?
EPMD now is going here.
A different level.
But can I?
But hold on, but EPMD, hold on. Respect the EPMD. No. Def Squad is like my cousins.
Hit Squad and then Def
Sorry.
Squad, right?
Yeah, those are my cousins. I was just saying it's declining. And let me say this to you, and the investment is different. Because look, even like once again, LL is one of the greatest. He's making it through all this. But I was just saying the average investment in hip hop, right? Like, let's say, what's your first record deal, N.O.R.E? If you
Penalty records. Terrible.
economic, what was that?
$5,000.
Okay then. You heard that? $5,000. Okay? Let's say Wu Tang first album deal, you know what it was? $60,000.
Wow.
$60,000
For everybody.
for the whole album, bro. Nobody got no money. No, we lost money on that.
Right.
I just want you to understand this for a moment, just to get a little culture thing
for
here.
real.
Even Method Man's album, if you take Method Man's album, his videos and everything, you're not gonna spend no more than $500,000. He's gonna bring in $20 million. Wu Tang's gonna bring in $20 million.
Right.
Okay? It's business now on the East Coast. It's business now. It's marketing business. If the Wu Tang doesn't come and sell 1 million records on a budget like that, there's no business in hip hop on the East Coast.
Right. So you're talking on the business side.
Not just and the culture. It goes both ways.
Right.
Because now you got the guy who, like the dude told me to my face, bro, those hoodies, it'll never work. It's like, take the hoodies off. Why? Because if you go to the West, beyond NWA, when you get Tone and Young and all these other dudes are basically Prince Rakeem. It's packaged. They tried to package me, it didn't work. Wu-Tang is unpackaged. So if I become unpackaged, he could be unpackaged. Everybody coming after us could be unpackaged because it's not a package now. It's something else happening. So the impact becomes the same. Of course, the Asian culture is a whole new thing, right? But then, you know how many brothers started running to the mosque and studying mathematics? You know what I mean? You know how many dudes, as the Wu movement is happening, and the college kids, and the blacks and the whites and the Spanish are all kind of vibing into this new thing, and Hot 97 is changing from a club radio station to a hip hop radio station, and then what's the #1 song on Hot 97? Method Man. It's changing the chi. Now, meth comes and you get a fucking a hip hop Grammy. All I need.
All I need, well, man.
Now, if you go back to your hip hop duets, you can't name 10 of them. That's not just a Grammy winner. They sold 2 million copies, bro. The single at that time, Method Man single at that time was competing with We Are the World in single sales.
Wow.
Far as the measurement. So something different is happening on this side of the world now. So now it's like, there's money over here. Let's invest. So then once Cuban Link came and like, yo, everybody started saying the Wu Gambinos, and now we taking on identities. The identities changed the whole hip hop landscape. The identities are still existing.
Right. Yeah, that's real.
So now, and it's a platinum. It ain't like a 200,000 seller.
Right.
They spend 400 or 500 grand and make $10 million. It's good business. So the impact is the same thing that Dre is doing on his side of town. Right? He's making star after star after star after star. And we're doing it, but the thing that's happening different.
Saying it's differently.
Right. No, it's almost that. I started this by saying, hip hop is a mercy. Allah gave us a mercy. I started from there. Then you went to the two different groups. I'm letting you know that. Then he said he had Wu Tang and N.W.A. It's like, yo, they both had to do a job. They both had to do a job. Okay? And the measurement of that job, you have a guy at the Super Bowl. But hold on. Who's the guy that hired him?
Another guy.
Who hired him?
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z don't exist if Wu-Tang don't exist.
Fact.
Straight up. And I'm not saying that with an ego.
Right.
I'm saying if we didn't come with Cream and slow it down and put that culture into it, because at the time he's
Wu
facts.
Gambino makes Jay-Z.
Exactly. And of course, nothing but respect to him because he took it and he took it and multiplied it into what he does. But it happens, as Ye said. Ye don't come. I know Ye is a dirty name right now, but never to me. I love that brother. A man love his family. I wish his family would have just been a family, but life is unpredictable. Okay, but he don't exist if we don't exist.
Right.
And if he don't exist, you got a whole nother slew
like a lineage
that don't exist. So you go to Dre, and you go to the Abbott. You get something special. But you same thing. You go to Chuck D, and you go to Rico and Andre. You get something special.
I mean, Public Enemy, Ice Cube, America's Most Wanted.
Yeah.
That's a trajectory in its own.
But something is happening, bro. That when the historians really study it after we all leave here, they're gonna go, holy shit! These dudes, meaning all of us, including yourself, bro, as you know, these dudes wrote the new Bible. In the Bible, right? Somebody could Google, I don't know all the numbers of the books in the Bible. 66 books or something like that. Somebody Google that.
None of us know that. None of us know that.
You know how to Google, motherfucker. Google it.
I said 66 off the top. Am I right?
How many books?
Huh?
I don't know why Mr. Lee touching the computer.
Mr. Lee goes like this.
I don't believe you at all. I don't know why.
Hold on. He said 66. I beat Google. Here's a beat Google.
Yes.
I get drink to that. Drink to that. I beat Google.
That's good.
I was faster than Google.
None of us know that.
I knew it, right? My point being made, I know 66 books, right? There's a book in there called the Book of Obadiah.
Is it our first ceramic?
Let's talk about this one. Hold on.
I'm in.
Before you pour, let's talk about that bottle. You mind?
Okay, yes,
So put
please.
it back for a moment.
Okay.
I'm gonna have, sorry to direct for a moment. I'm gonna have you come in like.
No, we knew we already said the first thing gonna direct. We're gonna let him direct.
We let you direct.
We already came with this understanding.
Let me get this spiritual thing. We get back to So in the Bible, there's 66 books. You probably all know the book of Genesis.
Yeah.
You know the New Testament, book of John, Mark, Luke, and all those good brothers. You might know, does anybody know the book of Obadiah?
Opalaka? Obadiah. My bad.
Book of Obadiah.
Obadiah, okay.
Check it out.
Good.
I like that.
So what part of the testament is this?
Listen, bro, he might have 3 pages. It might not be 3 pages.
Oh, it's not a book at all then.
It's in it's called the Book of Obadiah.
But it's a page.
If you in the book, you in the book,
Right.
and you get a book.
Yeah, that's real.
But he only got a few bars in there.
But he's spitting.
Yeah.
But he's you know what? He's in the book. He's in the book.
He's in the book.
He's in that.
316.
So when we think about all of us, bro, right? We in that book.
Right.
And some of us will be, NWA, wow, he got 40, 50 pages. Woo, got 40, 50 pages. Somebody gonna have the Obadiah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
So I'm saying?
I see the point you're making.
I'm saying.
I like the point.
But no, seriously, but he's gonna be in the book, and that's what hip hop is
Still
doing.
vital.
Yes.
We're making, trust me, bro, when you go back and bring all these fucking lyrics together and you bring all this shit, and this historians gotta study the times from 1980, right? I take
73.
I think it was 73, yeah.
Yeah, let's take it from
I was saying
73.
80 because I was going with the popularity or the first platinum record, but let's say from 1973 to wherever those spaceships find it.
Right.
The most information they're going to gain is going to come from hip hop.
Okay.
See, before soul and rock was given information, because you could listen to Stevie Wonder as long as 4 times, like he got some bars. But in hip hop, the type of information, I grew up on the crime side.
New York
The New
Times.
York Times side, staying alive was no job. At second hands, moms bounce on old man. Then we moved to Shaolin land. A young youth, you rockin' the go-to. Low goose, only way I would get a G off is drug loot. Mom, hold it. 6 bars is 10 years. I started on the crime side, the New York Times side. That's already within a frame, right? Staying alive was no job. He had secondhand clothing. His mother left his father, so now they moved to Staten Island. He's a young youth, rocking a little gold tooth, had a polo goose, and the only way he began to G off was drug loot. You don't watch the kid go from a married family struggle to a single mother family to now a criminal in the streets selling drugs, trying to make a living in 6 lines. And that's just one MC. So when the spaceship niggas.
Wait, he said I was the weed team robbing the Palmetto.
Yeah, Palmetto's in Brooklyn.
It's in Brooklyn.
Oh, for us in Miami, we took it to Palmetto. We have a Palmetto. And we was like, yo, it was
I know.
south. You know?
No. But he said pushing a big joint from down south.
So that's what we thought the Palmetto was.
No, but Palmetto is a spot in Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's the weed spot.
We have a
weed
highway
spot.
called the Palmetto.
Right.
Weed spot.
And the big joint from down, it makes sense though.
That makes sense to us.
Because like a big joint from down south. But the big joint is the car. Because in the old days, New York niggas will go to Virginia to buy the whip for less taxes and drive it back. So now you got a Benz, nigga, but where you get it from? I got it from down south, nigga.
Right.
Pushing a big joint from down south. Now filthy stacked up. Better watch your back. These fiends, they got it cracked up. Oh, my man from up north? Now he got a loft. He done came up. He was locked up, came home, made money, and got a loft. I done went from cream to Can It Be though, didn't I?
That's okay. Hey man,
I done remixed
we need
it.
it all. We need it all.
Let me ask you though, real quick, because everything you're saying in terms of the impact of everything is musically. What about all the elements that are hip?
You said, hold on, I didn't say, you said music. Oh, no,
Well, no, but the way you do, because you
I'm
recite
sorry about
lyrics.
that. I'm sorry about
You
that. I'm
recite
sorry about
lyrics,
that.
you know
No,
what I'm saying?
bro, it's every chamber.
Yes.
I'm just speaking on the surface, of course, there's lyrics.
Right.
But nah, bro, how you dress. Listen,
Because I think the elements is what makes hip hop so special.
bro, EFN. You paid $150 for a hoodie, bro. $200, $300, $400 for a hoodie that was banned. They told me that you would never get in the industry. My first video we had on hoodies, they said, throw the video in the garbage. Okay? The culture, when I speak of the culture of hip hop, no, I'm not saying just the lyrics. It's almost like when the colonists came to a country, they first send in the priests.
Right.
And the priests come with the word first. So in the beginning was the word, it says. And then the word becomes flesh. So of course the word is what penetrates us first. That's the music.
Right. That's
But
what
nah,
it
bro, I'm talking about the hairstyles, the barber. If the hip-hop barber don't exist, you don't got to cut, bro. The other barber got you looking like Leaving the Beaver. There's so many chambers, bro. Okay. So when I say NWA and I say Wu Tang, or you say you guys say NWA, Wu Tang, Public Enemy, you can keep going. Outkast, De La Soul. You keep naming all these different Rakim, Nas,
Pivotal groups, right?
Right? Biggie. They are putting something in this palette that is changing the world.
Yep.
Your girl is gonna tell you to go get her a Louis Vuitton bag, bro. Not because of Louis Vuitton, because of hip hop.
God,
seriously. Oh, seriously. Yeah. Because what hip hop did with Louis Vuitton.
Right. Absolutely.
Because what hip hop did with Gucci.
Oh.
It's like those things. It's like we took, like one point we had a problem with sampling, right? Sampling tried to cripple us, and it did. But that's why you also have this whole new wave of just trap beats and dope beats that don't depend upon it, right? They don't depend upon
And
it.
replaying beats.
Yeah. And I was just saying, it got electronic for a moment.
Yes, okay.
I did it with Bobby Digital, actually.
Okay.
I did Bobby Digital because they was taking all my shit, bro. I was like, fuck y'all, then I hit the button. Right? You can't appreciate that I'm making somebody go back. When you hear a song like After the Laughter, There'll Be Tears, it didn't sell 1 million records, bro.
Ooh, that record.
But when I sampled it, it sold 1 million.
Wow.
Okay?
The real record. You're saying the
real
original.
record, no way it sold nothing like that,
But
bro.
they got the publishing off of that.
Of course.
Right.
Hip hop re-energized.
Right. That's
the
what hip
value.
hop did.
That's what it
Period.
Yeah. It re-energized the value. I say the resurrector. I resurrect shit. You know what I mean? We brought it back. So I just want to still in this punchline with that hip hop has been able to, through its culture, inspire and create a value for the world. Whether it's K-pop, whether it's all the new fashion,
fuck with K-pop.
all the new fashions coming out of Japan.
Said that. You argued with me before.
That's ridiculous, man.
Yo, it's hip hop.
K-pop is hip hop.
K-pop is BVD when they was doing R&B hip hop. If you go back to Belle Biv DeVoe and with Poison, first of all, what they sampled? What they sampled?
G-Rap Poison.
Exactly.
They always sampled hip hop.
I know,
Always. Yeah.
but that Poison sample for us was everything.
Right.
But G-Rap only sold 200,000, 300,000 records at that time. They sampled Poison, bam, it's platinum. Most people don't even know it's G-Rap.
Yeah,
But then the
are they doing that too? Are they sampling?
what they're doing now is sampling the culture. Yeah. Okay? So they checking out what they supposed to do. But there's a producer over there right now, he's American. He over there, he caking the fuck up, yo.
He should be. As he should be.
Yo, he's over there like, listen, guys.
K-pop beats?
He's
K-pop.
Yeah, I want to make K-pop beats.
He got 100 beats, yo.
Wow.
He controlled. You going again? We're skinnier than you, guys.
Mr. Lee.
All right, let me pass the mic back.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Hold on. All right, so but hold on. I just got breaking news.
Is it 7 o'clock?
Breaking news.
Oh, wow.
Wu Tang Clan joins forces with Dave Chappelle to unveil their highly anticipated time capsule tour.
Oh, the time capsule.
Yeah.
Oh, the time capsule is man, we gotta talk about my movie. I forgot about
let's
that.
go. Let's do the time capsule.
I'll leave to that. Yeah, damn.
Okay, so what's this time capsule tour about?
The time capsule is on our tour. We're bringing with us a time capsule.
And this is the final tour?
This is the final chamber tour.
Final chamber tour.
So we're bringing this time capsule.
Okay.
And wherever we go, every city we go, we're gonna have somebody from that city put something into that capsule. So somebody could put one of these in there, whatever. Somebody will be lucky enough to put something of theirs in that time capsule, and we're gonna figure out the end. Are we gonna put that time capsule on the top of a mountain? We're gonna put it somewhere, but it's gonna be the Wu time capsule that captured everything. So what happened?
I've never heard of this.
Yeah, it's a new thing.
Okay.
But what happened was the tour starts on June 6th in Baltimore.
Okay.
But Dave had asked me 5 years ago. He said, yo, Riz, if you get the Wu Tang Clan to come to Yellow Springs, Ohio, those motherfuckers will go bananas. He has a small club in Yellow Springs that only holds
yes.
You guys been there? Okay.
Yeah.
Yo, the Wu went there.
No way.
Exactly.
No way.
But it was like, we only coming together now for our tour.
Right.
So officially, off the grid, off the record, the first stop of this tour was Yellow Springs, Ohio.
Wow.
Okay?
So the tour already started? Unofficially. Okay, you said that. I'm right.
But no, the first show, so you could say the first show of the tour, it started.
Okay.
Was in Yellow Springs, Ohio, at Dave Chappelle's club.
Wow.
So that means he got to do what? Or they got to do what? They have to put something in the time capsule.
Wow.
And Dave, I don't know what he put in there, but Dave, whatever the Ohio people did, right, he has something that he's putting into this time capsule So when we get to Baltimore, they'll be the second people. They beat them to the punch.
Oh, so you don't know what these people are putting in time capsule?
No, they can put their one in there. I put in first. I'm first. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I put in some floppy disk. Yeah.
Okay.
From the flood.
Okay.
From
the flood.
Yeah. So I had a flood that washed away a lot of my beats.
It's like it's a biblical.
And so I took a couple of a real flood, not the slang flood.
Well, okay, man. All right.
So I had a flood that washed away all my floppy disks, and I still have those floppy disks, but they just don't work in the ASR 10 no more.
Okay.
Because they got damaged. And so I took a couple of floppy disks and I put them in a time capsule as my contribution to the future.
So that means that this floppy disk, if people discover this, wherever you put the time capsule at later on in life, you discover this might be some unreleased Wu Tang songs.
Yeah, or unreleased Wu Tang beats.
Either unreleased or is it the original
something
stems of a song?
No, it may be unreleased.
It got to be unreleased.
Some of the stuff never happened.
Wow.
I never resampled it. Yeah.
So you understand? Because you went to the bathroom, mommy.
What happened? I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm giving beers out to the people.
All right. So they just unveiled him and Wu Tang and Dave Chappelle that
I saw the post. I didn't see an unveiling.
Yeah. So what they're doing is for each stop on the tour, they're gonna have a time capsule.
Yeah. It's one time capsule, probably about like this. Right. So you don't bring the fucking turntable, okay?
Right.
But every city we go to, somebody is allowed to put something into that time capsule for their city.
Anything?
Yeah, I mean something reasonable, bro.
Right.
I know used condo and shit.
Right. But no, something
Crazy.
What I'm trying to say is something Wu-Tang relatable.
Yeah, something that's Wu related or that makes sense that somebody could appreciate. Like I put in 2 floppy disks from my old beat machine that doesn't work.
Right.
So I put that in there. Right. So Dave put in something from whatever he put in, and that was the only 2 things that's in there. Is what I put in and what Dave put in. Our first stop will be Baltimore, and somebody from that city will put something in. And every city we go to, hopefully, at the end of the day, we're able to hit the world with this, and everybody around the world gets to put something in that box.
Shit.
And that box becomes, you got to come to the joint.
Is you coming to Miami?
No. Yes, one day.
Oh,
but right now we're not scheduled. No, I said that too.
Drink Champs help schedule that.
Hey, yo, bro, we going to Tampa. I said, yo.
We could be a part of that.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so come to Tampa. But still, I was like, how are we going to Tampa and we go to Miami?
Right.
Miami's always is the worst city for tours.
No, it ain't. We came in, we killed Miami for what? Miami?
No, I'm saying tours in general. Ticketmaster, I mean, I don't know. From back in the days, from marketing times that I worked, they've always said that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Miami, they
don't buy tickets?
They go to Club 11.
Yeah, they go to the Club Live and hang out with you
and
instead
booby
of
trap and shit like that. Yeah. So let's explain this ceramic.
Okay, bunk. All right, so I'm gonna do this like a public announcement.
I respect that.
Hey, yo, you got the RZA in the building.
Yes.
I got EFN in the building.
Yes, sir.
Right. I got N.O.R.E in the building.
Let's go.
They invited me to Drink Champs.
That's right.
That's not a drop.
Check it out. He invited me like
For years.
Years. And I always wanted to come, but it was different circumstances that didn't allow me.
Right.
And it bung. But this circumstance allowed me.
Yes.
But as I watched this show, he's always drinking some shit. Some niggas,
Yeah.
I could say.
Yeah, we good.
I can say
whatever the
niggas.
fuck you want. Yeah.
Bleep all my niggas. I don't want to say niggas.
Yeah, cool.
Some niggas. Bleep my niggas. You gonna bleep all my niggas?
You gotta talk to the bleepers.
we got
My niggas. You gonna bleep my niggas?
the cocaine section.
All
Got
my
you.
niggas, all my cocaine niggas. Bleep all my niggas.
You can't keep
All
saying
my
it.
cocaine niggas. Bleep my niggas. Anyway, so I said I'll come bung with you and we here, but I wanted to drink something that's more of a upper.
Okay.
And so we have sake. We've been drinking sake
Yes,
we've been
for
drinking.
this whole shit.
But this is the special one.
3 bottles.
This is the third one right
we
now.
This is our
going in, we
4th
going in.
bottle.
We
This is the
diving.
4th bottle is this.
This is the third. This is the
Sweet.
third. Yeah, it's the third.
Oh, you
yeah.
made one.
Yeah. Okay. So is this the special one?
This is the special
Wait,
one.
you want this?
Oh yeah. Oh,
It's the special one. It's
skipped
special.
one.
It's special.
This is our special bottle.
It's
This is-
special.
Look at this bottle. Look at that.
Yeah.
Hey, where the cameraman at?
Yeah.
You want to zoom in on that?
Yeah, zoom in on that. Yeah.
Hey, yo, so, he said cocaine white?
You got the cocaine addict. Yeah, man.
Listen, my brother.
They're gonna sniff that phone
My
right
brother,
now.
no. You can sip it, but you can't sniff it.
So why is this one white?
That's ceramic.
It's ceramic.
Yeah.
Ceramic is...
What's the difference with the other bottles we've had?
Yeah. That's the big boy one.
I'm trying to help the process here.
Well, no, you know what? It's crazy. The other bottle was black.
Right.
Right. And then we had a blue one, I think, or no?
Yeah. Listen, bro. We try to represent all the human families.
Including the blue family.
Hey, the blue, when the blue pop up, the avatar.
No, that's what we drink. We drink the clear one and the blue one.
Yeah, the yellow one, right? The other one kind of was yellowish.
Why you not bringing the Latino family out?
We did. We had the... Wait, what's the Latino?
We have one more left?
We have several.
Several? Let me see the rest.
Let's see the rest. Let's see the rest.
Let's bring all the humanity out here.
Yeah, so...
Now, I ain't gonna lie. This shit got me nice, but like.
You're not sleepy.
This is like shrooms. Like you're like, high, but not really. But so.
You know what's so crazy? We all drink.
Right.
And we drink because that's what we do.
Right.
But if you're gonna drink, honestly, bro, you better off drinking sake.
No, sake's a great drink.
It's better for you.
There's the Latino, I think.
Oh, which one's Latino?
Yeah, that one. That one.
That one's different than the first one.
You're saying that's not Latino? I feel how you disrespect it.
I can say something.
What's this one?
That one.
That's the aliens. This is that's the future. That's the avatar.
That's what we all become the AI.
Yeah, it's the AI version.
All right, but let's stick with the ceramic. Because that's the big boy.
But hold up, but this is the white man.
That's the big boy one.
Hey, listen.
No, it's because it's ceramic.
Yeah.
Ceramic is
Exactly.
expensive.
Also, look at that top. Hold on, look at that top, bro. That top is like,
That's how it.
you know what I mean? Like, that's like a nice hat right
That's
there,
the way
son.
it came?
No, I opened
Now she open it. I mean, it go like this, bro. Let me hook
I'm
it
about to
up.
ask the same thing. I'm glad you asked it because I was like,
Wait a minute.
I said that shit was tilted, dog.
There you go, like that. Okay,
All right.
anyway, hold on. We're not marketing this shit. We drinking it.
Right.
But
Okay.
we've been through some bottles.
Right.
This bottle just came out recently. I've been drinking this for a couple of years since we was in Paris. Me and N.O.R.E drunk this in Paris.
Man,
He told
I
us
didn't drink
the
this.
story.
No, you
shit.
drink this Mr. shit.
Yeah, this is
You drunk,
this is
I think in
$100
Paris you
right
might have been one of these.
Okay, yeah.
But you told me
Yeah.
when I saw you at Ray's wedding, you was like, yo, you fucked me up with that. And I was like, okay,
it tastes so good, I didn't know.
I said, I'm gonna fuck him up again.
Yeah.
And then when we decided to drink, when my time allowed me to be
Yes.
here and bless and you guys have blessed me
And
with this
thank you for
time and be
coming as
the
well.
best of time
Thank you.
together.
Thanks for putting it up. Let's hit that ceramic. Come on.
I was like, we going with sake. So here
Okay.
goes the sake.
the ceramic side.
The long version, you're gonna have to pour this. This is the
please.
bomb. Make sure all our cups are clean.
It's called the bongi.
No, I just bombed it bomb.
No.
It's called Heaven Sake.
No,
But if you
we
look
know
at
that.
it, hold on.
But the ceramic got to be called the bongi.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Anybody
The
out
bongi,
there
yeah.
who works for that company?
Yes.
He renamed it.
Yes, the bongi.
bongi.
The bongi.
Got a little bit left.
Yeah.
Let me drink that. But
Yeah,
yo,
drink
hold
that.
on, real quick.
You want to go?
EFN, real quick, right? Read the word. Just read the word of the name of the brand. What does it say?
Glasses, brother.
Huh?
Heaven's sake and
Oh, slow. He said it. Say it again.
Heaven's sake.
He said Heaven's Sake.
Or heaven sake.
Right. So there's a song on
thing.
the Wu Tang album that's called Heaven's Sake.
Oh, so Heaven's sake.
Pour.
No, so when I saw this,
Oh, okay,
when
you
I
gotta finish
saw
it.
it, I was like, he's in
You
tune
just
with
tricked me
me.
right now. You want me to say it wrong so it didn't play it.
No, I didn't trick you. You said it right.
You're like, EFN gonna fuck that up and it's gonna be perfect. Like, the way I bring it
I'm
up.
like, yo, son, what is that shit, son? Heaven's Sake, Bobby. All right, bro, let me break it down.
I've been
to you.
excited about this one because Mr. Lee couldn't find it at all. Mr. Lee, how did we find it? Someone bought it?
Somebody bought it to him.
Oh,
It
okay.
came from Japan.
All right, cool. All right, yo. Tell it to my Japanese brother over there. Tell it to my Japanese brother. Hey, man, just ride with it. He's on camera.
No, he said, konnichiwa. He said, I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
You know what's so crazy about Japanese language? If you can't remember Japanese language, the best thing to do is to try to take the word and make it an English sentence. Like arigato.
Right.
Thank you. I mean, thank you.
Right.
Okay.
But how would you flip that?
Arigatos. Arigatos.
See,
Gatos.
no, I'm not thinking of those.
Arigatos.
For me, I say you got a lot of gatos, man. I don't know, you got a lot of cats.
I respect that. I got like arigatos. I got
Teach
like
me another one. Teach another
konnichiwa.
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 So, okay, how do we flip that?
That goes to a girl.
Oh my God.
What, she
Say it
creeps
again.
a lot?
No, I ain't thinking that. Konnichiwa.
Yeah.
And then you saying,
No. Oh, you hear what I just said? I don't think I want to say it on the mic. Go ahead again.
Yeah.
yeah.
For konnichiwa. Hold on.
Huh?
Konnichiwa.
That sounds like
Konnichiwa. Can I eat you out? Can I eat you out? Can I eat you out? I don't know. Can I eat you out? I don't know. I mean, it'll help you remember the words.
Yeah, Mr. B's definitely remembering the words.
Hold on. Oh, sorry not to. Sorry not tonight. Sorry not tonight. Sorry not tonight. Anyway, no, that's bad. Cut that out.
It's fun. Nobody's gonna take it serious. It's all fun and
It's our
games.
first ceramic shot.
Ceramic.
Ceramics.
Now, I drink expensive whiskey. I drink expensive shit.
And where do we get the ceramics from?
We're gonna mail it to you.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Smells a little stronger than the other ones.
It smells sweeter,
Which is
actually.
different.
Actually,
I smell sweetness, but I smell that strongness as well.
nice.
All right, let me try.
All right, go. Tell me what you feel. Do you feel the Karate Kid inside of you?
I'm going second. Smoother?
All right, I'm in.
Smoother. It smells stronger. Ooh.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah,
That's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Let me
That was good.
Can I tell you
It's a
something?
cat around my heart right now.
That's nice.
Let's tell the audience something. When we was first talking about doing this episode, we
was
actually
going to go to Japan.
We wanted to go to Japan, and we were so hyped about
But
that.
can I invite you to Japan?
Yes.
Man.
Please.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
I said that in English?
Yeah.
I like that he understood that. I said, can I invite you to Japan?
Wait, you said it in Japanese?
I know what I said. Can I invite you guys to Japan?
Yes.
Yes,
So
please.
if you ever invite me back to the show,
No.
No, what do you mean ever? This is your home now.
Yeah.
we got to go to Japan one time.
Okay.
Please, let's do
All right,
this.
I'm gonna.
A special drink champ
Hey, yo,
episode.
we got to make that happen.
Yeah, please.
All right, bung.
Please.
So, Drink Champs is one of the top and pioneering hip hop podcasts
No.
Thank you.
of it all.
Thank
That's right.
you. Thank you.
And I'm happy that you sparked so many other brothers, and a lot of brothers are eating well because of you.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh, may you be eating well at the same time.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I said that-
Arigato.
I did exactly. and now it's a privilege for me to be here and an honor. I'm glad I decided to fuck with you.
Yeah.
You know, one thing happened to me too. I could talk. So I took my shahada. Right. Even though when I got knowledge of self, I already. When you get knowledge of self,
You kind of already have
you got
shahada when you have knowledge of
The
self.
knowledge of self.
Right.
When my days, they make you fast 3 days before they give you the lessons.
You talking about the lessons of the 5%?
Yes.
Yes, you fast 3 days.
Yeah.
And so what's the difference between taking your shahada? Because fasting 3 days and getting the lessons.
Well,
and you talking about the 120 lessons.
Yeah, the
correct?
120
Okay.
lessons,
Let's
right?
talk
I had to fast for 3 days and I got that. But then when I did the shahada, right? First of all, the lesson says that what is your own self? What is your own self? And they were speaking primarily to the Latins, the Native Americans, and the black men of America who kind of was lost from ourselves.
Is that where they said the Asiatic black man?
Yeah, the Asiatic, meaning that life itself was more of origin in Asia. At one point, the whole planet was called Asia.
Right.
It wasn't
Not
called Africa. Africa is more of a later name, maybe
Right.
2,000 years old at best, maybe 1,500 years old.
Before the continents moved. as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. It was just, Asia just means land.
Right.
Right.
So everything was land before we started putting borders. But it said that our own selves are righteous Muslims. Now, what do that mean? Would you consider yourself righteous, EFN? Or would you try to be righteous?
Try to be, for sure.
You try to be righteous?
Absolutely.
And I strive to be righteous. Okay? And the word Muslim means Muslim, meaning either one from the city or from the idea of peace. So basically, you could translate the word Muslim to a man of peace. Do you feel like you're a man of peace?
Yeah, I do.
You feel like
Big
you're a man
time.
of peace, and I feel like I'm a man. So one of our strivings is to be a righteous man of peace. And because that's one of our strivings, right? Because that's our physical presence, it's healthy for us to acknowledge that. Right? So when I took the Shahada, I did knowledge to that because my lesson already described who I was. Now, then some people hit me up there, yo, why you drinking, bro? You know what I mean?
After your Shahada?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And I just said to them, I just say at the end of the day, you know, my strive is my strive. You know what I mean? I'm sure there'll come a time I won't drink. I start smoking and I'll continue to become as more
Shed things, right?
exactly more as righteous as I can. You know what I mean? But as I'm moving through my entertainment world and dealing with these things, I actually don't drink before I go on stage. Before I drunk every time. So everything is getting better and better, and that's the goal of it, to have a path to get better and better. Now, also, I'm a Shaolin disciple, and so Shaolin was founded or brought to the surface by a man named Bodhidharma. And Bodhidharma, yeah, he drunk wine, and that's why you have a drunk Buddha, a laughing Buddha,
The drunken
a
monkey.
sleeping Buddha. You got all these different things.
The styles, yeah.
Because these are all different expressions of what a man might have to go through to find enlightenment. So our lessons teach us that we are, by nature, we should be righteous and we should be a men of peace. But Bodhidharma means enlightened righteousness. So now you could be righteous, but how about enlightened righteousness? And so through my Shaolin studies, that's what I strive to be. When you look at the RZA, may you see enlightened righteousness that's striving for peace.
Right.
Just want to share that with you, brothers. All right?
Now, there's a rumor that to come see you, you got to walk up 100 steps.
To come see who Rich.
Buster told you that. Huh?
Yeah.
No.
Yo, how'd you know that?
My other studio.
Did you recreate the Shaolin Temple?
No, the other studio. I call the studios temples.
Right.
The other studio, yeah, you had to walk up these. When you get up there, you be out of breath, bro. I should give you one story you should edit about that. But when you walk up the studio steps, you get there, you out of breath, and that's that. But then me and my wife bought another spot, and we built the studio there. In this studio, now you got to walk down 120 steps.
Oh shit!
The gag is, you can walk down 120.
You got to walk.
You gotta still walk up.
Exactly.
You leave.
Yeah.
You're not. So it makes you not want to leave. It makes you not want to leave. But one quick story, you can edit this in because I'll be drinking it. Let me know if we went out of time.
No, there's no time
There's
here.
no time for you.
All right, so yo.
Good.
So I have a studio that's way up. The studio I had was built up 120 steps. And you know, when Bus came through, he did the 120. Nas came through, he did the 120. You know, whoever came through did the 120.
All right.
Right? And you know, you get up there, you're out of breath. I did a song with my brother, my hero, my wife's hero, Sly, from Sly and the Family Stone.
I was going to say last stuff.
So Sly Stone comes to do a song. I'm doing this thing called Afro Samurai, and I want to do a song. I want to remake Family Affair.
Family.
And my wife is the big Sly fan. Like, baby, I think I talked to George Clinton, and he's gonna bring Sly to the studio. And we're gonna do that song over. It's like, cool. All right, so now, but Sly is quite adamant. If you're gonna do this session, he needs at least half the cheese up front.
All right.
You know what I mean? I'm cool with that.
All right, cool.
Bama Lamba. Here's half the cheese. Okay? He comes to the sessions, and it's those steps.
Oh shit!
Right?
Tell me.
And you know, so and he wants the second half, but you gotta hit these stairs, right? So he has this gentleman with him. This gentleman he had with him, I can't really describe this gentleman. This gentleman kind of like, he was bald headed, but he had like a string of hair that hung off the side and shit. I couldn't.
Like a monk?
He wasn't a monk though.
But I'm saying like a monk.
Like a monk, like some very, very, very unique individual. I'm like, I don't know what that was. But remember, they come from an era pre-us. They come from the psychedelic era.
Some shit was happening back
Yeah, he
then,
might have been psychedelic with it.
That was a psychedelic.
Yeah. And so, and I met him at Sly House, and then Sly pulls up to the studio, and Sly has this van that's like his personal van. He, like, when he travels, this van has a bed, bathroom.
Holy shit.
It's a Scooby-Doo type van. Good. Right? And so he's like, yo, I mean, I don't know what he's like. I'm in the studio. But I'm waiting for him, but he never comes up. And then all of a sudden, the guy with the one bong
carries him up.
Yeah. No. He shows up and he knocks on the door. He open up like, hey, what's Sly at? He's like, remember, it's 120 steps. He's like, Brother RZA, Brother Sly was wondering, could he get the rest of the advance before he comes up? I'm like, yeah, whatever, you know what I mean? Just tell Brother Sly to come on up. We'll do the song, we got the advance, and it'll be all good. Just tell him, come on up. He's like, okay. So now he has to go back down. So he goes back down. He comes back up again.
No Sly.
No Sly, bro. Open it. Brother RZA. Brother Sly is wondering if you could at least give me a portion of the advance.
Oh, shit.
Before he comes up. I'm like, I'm smoking too. You know what I mean? Like, how much? You know what I mean? Like, I tell Brother Sly, I do have some cash here. It's just, I don't really keep cash.
Yeah, you're not getting on you.
But I do have some cash here. Could you go ask Brother Sly, like, how much cash would be cool?
To get him up here.
Yeah. And he goes down again. Comes back.
Do it the tail.
Yo,
He's
no
working,
Sly.
bro. He's working.
Leanest. The hair is like out of breath. He tells me the number though. You need 5,000. You know what I mean? I'm like, shit. I don't really got 5,000. I got 2,500 cash, right, boom, right there. I don't know. Shabo had it. Somebody had it. And my guy, look at there, 20. But tell Brother Sly, we got 2,500, whatever. He goes, he comes back with him the fourth time though, you know what I mean? But the point of the story is that those steps, you know what I mean?
It's serious.
Yeah, it means you coming to work.
Right. Yeah,
You coming
once
to
he
work.
gets up there, he's working. He's not going back down.
And Brother Sly came up, sat, I had a Rose piano, and he sat there, bro, and he played It's a Family Affair and sung that shit for me, bro. And I know you never come to the studio like that. She comes when she comes, but I was like,
Because of the steps?
or the steps, everything. No,
Okay.
The studio, if she comes to the studio, she's coming to flush everything down the toilet.
Right, okay.
Okay? It's the old days. I don't smoke or drink. I drink. I don't smoke nothing now.
Right.
But the old days, you can come to my studio and I don't mind share this with you.
Right.
And you can throw it in the garbage or you keep it.
No, we're going to keep
If
it.
you came to my studio, bro, no matter what you did, it's in the cabinet. I don't do everything you do.
Right.
Oh, you saying like all the bad habits?
No matter what if you say, yo, Riz, all I do is eat monkey shit with soaked in piss.
It's in the cabinet.
I got a jar for you. If you come to the studio, I got you covered, bro. I got dudes that came that had no session. Because they knew that if you come to the studio, there's something in
no
there.
session. They just wanted to hang.
They walk in the 120 steps,
They
though.
walk 120
deserve
steps.
it.
They deserve it. So if she came up there though, and all that shit is there, all that shit goes in the toilet, in the garbage. Because that's not healthy for us.
Right.
She always was promoting health for us.
Right.
Consciousness of health and shit. So she'll come, throw it out, all the guys will come and go, yo, shit, what happened? I said, well, my wife came up and shit. Don't worry. 24 hours, I'll be restocked.
Right.
So brother Sly comes up, and I'm like, yo, I'm gonna call downstairs and have her come up, and I called downstairs, and she came up and watched brother Sly perform this song, yo.
Wow.
So y'all don't have an elevator on the side of the steps?
Well, you need a zip line if you like.
Is that crazy?
Nah, it's deep. There's no elevator there.
Oh, okay. I don't remember how Busta told me the story. How did you know that Busta told me that story?
Because when he came up the stairs, he was like, yo, Allah. Yo, God. He was like, yo, G. Like, you serious about that Kung Fu shit, God? You on some real White Lotus temple shit, Lord. He was like, it's a one-time visit, Lord.
One-time visit.
He was like, but I had that yellow machine though. They had mad. He was like, empty that motherfucker, and I emptied it for him.
Oh shit.
That's hilarious.
Bon, let's how we doing?
No, we great.
We didn't even finish quick till it's
Hell no. Hold on, I got this. Liquid Swords or Return to the 36 Chambers.
We'll put a 15-minute timer on him.
Okay.
Oh, we got to talk about the movie too. I will put a 20-minute timer.
And did we do the movie?
We do the movie.
All right, cool.
Okay.
All right, so Liquid Swords or Return to the 36 Chambers?
In which way?
Whichever way you...
I mean...
I don't think that's fair.
What, Liquid Swords the easy win? Oh.
I think that's hard.
Well, that's what I said in which way.
Right.
They both are two unique things, right? Mm-hmm. But if you must be like in the hip-hop canon, people are going to say Liquid Swords, right? But the thing that ODB did, and this try to make my answers shorter, and shit like you can put a 2-minute timer on me.
No, you good.
Right? The thing that ODB did, which people don't realize, ODB made the first hip-hop comedy album.
Yeah, he did.
I thought Biz kind of did.
Biz Marquis.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll say Biz is the father. You're right.
Okay, yeah.
So ODB,
But modern, and he modernized.
ODB modernized. He brought it to the tradition.
Yeah.
His shit is almost Richard Pryor-y.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And for me, creating it with him, you know, it was like intentional. One of the best beats on the album,
Right.
to me, was called Going Down. And that beat was actually for Havoc.
Wow.
And shit, when Havoc, because Steve was like, could you help produce Mobb Deep album? And then I met Havoc before, but then when we met in the office that day, I was like, you don't need me, God. Let's do it yourself. Like, the same thing, what you call him told me, Daddy-O,
Yep.
I said to him.
Yeah, like produce all your own shit.
Yes, that's, and Bong Bong. He made some of the best shits in history, right? But I still had, but I promised him one.
Okay.
And it was this track called Going Down. But then ODB said, I want it.
Right.
So I was like, fuck it, God, you have what you want.
Right.
But in the middle of that track, his weird, they upstairs cooking fish up in the upstairs. And they cooking shit. And we down in the studio, and he's like, yo, God, I want to do something crazy in the middle. I said, what? So I want my weirds to come down and argue with me. I was like, that's genius. So I said, yo, come down, and you guys gonna get into an argument. I'm gonna record this shit. And they record an argument. Fuck.
But that was a real argument?
I mean, good enough. You know what I mean?
I felt like they probably made it real.
Yeah, good enough though. Like reenactment.
Right.
And then the gag was, in the middle of that argument, he's gonna sing Somewhere Over the Rainbow. And he does it. And that's in the middle of a song. So no other album can do that in the whole Wu Tang canon. So ODB brought something to the table that's crazily unique and like he said, it was new, a new chamber.
So, but how often did he do that? Did he insert his vision on the tracks for his?
I mean, no, for me and him, yes. He like there's times where, as the Abbott, I demand what he do.
Right.
Cause I would have that position. I could say, yo, you go and do this. They promised that I'd give me 5 years of saying I could say whatever I want to say.
Right.
You Yeah, everybody agreed. So it was time I told him to do this. But no, the track Stomp, he made that track and then gave it to me to finish.
Wow.
You know what I mean? I said, yo, go buy an ASR. He bought an ASR. He only made 4 beats in his whole life. Because he really wasn't that patient.
Right.
You know what I mean? But he made that track Stomp. You know what I mean? I just add the burst and some other shit to it. But that's so that you know, he was very involved with his album. But certain things, I was like, nah, you're doing this, you're doing that, I need this. Or remember that song you did when you was a kid? I need this. But when you hear us say, he has one song where he does the same, he has 2 songs on the album, and they both got the same verse. The exact same verse.
Right.
On 2 separate songs.
2 songs.
2 different publishing
On the same
checks.
album.
On the same album. It's called Damn It. He does the same rhyme on 3 songs, if you really check it. He used a piece of it for another song.
This shit went? It went?
He said, yo, God, trust me. That's all right, I trust you. When he did Shame on a Nigga, he came in so late in the studio, I was angry. I said, yo, man, you said you're going, yo, fuck that, God. He had a bitch with him and shit. Yo, God, just turn the mic on. Because he's my cousin.
Right.
And you know, if I go at it, it could be a 2-hour argument, and then we get to work.
Right.
He's like, let me turn the mic on. Fuck all the puts. We went in there, in one take, nigga, he did that song.
Wow.
Same on a nigga that tried to run game on a nigga. Pow. I was like, nah, finish the hook, God. Nah, nigga, that's finished. I said, nah, you didn't say everything. They gonna love it. I'm like, fuck it. I kept it. I believed them.
Did you really believe him though?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I
Take a shot for believing it.
I totally believe him. Take a shot for OD.
Yeah, salute.
Rest in peace.
Let me tell you something. As a person that knew you for a long time, the one time I felt like, this is me as an outsider looking in, I felt the uncomfortable situation was when I seen you, Dirty, and Dame Dash together, right?
Ooh.
Like,
Good one.
like I ain't gonna lie, like, you know what I mean?
You saw my uncomfortability like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I saw it because, you know, I just know, one, I'm an artist, I'm in the industry, and I'm watching this through BET, right? So it's not like it's not no inside information. I'm actually watching this with the people.
Right.
But I think that you knew that he didn't belong there, or you felt that he didn't belong there. But you was respecting your cousin's decision, and you was respecting your artist, because in this game it's frowned upon to keep somebody, right?
Right.
So I saw you let him go, but then I saw you like work with him, but I saw your hurtness in your heart. I don't know if I'm accurate.
You accurate with that, yo.
Okay, I'm all right, because like this is me watching on TV, and
Yo.
I'm like
And the edit was bad.
Okay.
The edit made it worse.
Okay.
Like in the edit, it just shows me and him in the room with Dame.
Right.
Then it shows me kind of walking out, and you can see my hurt.
Right.
In the reality, that ain't how it happened.
Right.
In the reality, it's me, him, and Dame. And I told A-Son, yo, let me and Dame just talk for a minute. Let's go here.
Because he had made the deal with Dame in the jail, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's a whole other thing.
Okay.
He didn't make the deal with Dame.
Oh, wow.
He had someone have power over attorney while he was locked up, and they made the deal.
Oh.
But like they say, the game is to be sold, not told.
Okay.
But what Dame said to me on the part they edited out, he said something to me that I couldn't deny, yo. He said, yo, Riz, your family came to me.
Like, meaning Dirty's family?
The family, yeah. Whoever was representing Dirty, his family. Like, you saw that press, everybody was there. His mom was there, Pop, everybody was there.
This is when he came home.
When he came home,
Okay.
yeah, I wasn't there.
Okay.
I had just talked to Dirty. I already had a deal for him.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I was like, yo, when you come home, I had a deal and a plan. My deal was like, you come home, I built a gym for you. I got an apartment in Manhattan, 5,000 square feet, studio already.
Right.
Okay? I said, yo, you need a woman? I got girls I can send you. I'm serious.
Right.
I was like, yo, I got you, God.
Right.
Just come home. You know what I mean? My shit was maybe $950. I didn't have the M because I had to pay a couple of people. Shit, you know what I mean?
Right.
But I got you. I basically had the same M in all reality, right?
Right.
And he's like, cool. And then I flew to Europe for a couple of weeks. Last time, you know, the RZA goes, he does. And then I found out from the press.
Wow.
And so it was sad for me. But when Dame said was so real in the world of the reality of life, he said, yo, Riz, I love, you know, I respect you, nothing to do with you. Your family came to me. Oh, and they asked them what they want. They said $1 million. I said, cool.
So that difference made the difference.
And I was like, I don't argue with that. I can't argue with that. Right? So then I just asked A-Son, and see what you want to do. He said, yo, God, yeah, let me do this. You know what I mean? I was like, it's when you see the scene of me walking out with that soggy, sad face, because it wasn't about the money or nothing. I could have said, okay, how about $2 million?
Right.
But I just felt like,
Right.
I just felt like you said, he didn't belong there. You know what I mean?
And you don't want to be a hater.
Yeah, I want to be like, I'm stopping progress.
Yeah.
They kind of running the game.
Right.
They shining bright.
Right.
Who wouldn't want to be signed to Rockefeller?
Right. That time was
Especially at that time.
different.
Right? Even, you know, G-Unit, nigga.
Right,
It's like, yo, that's it. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what it is.
But I'm gonna tell you, and again, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it wasn't that when I seen it to you. It was, yo, you with the wrong, not the wrong people, meaning like the wrong people, but I know how to make you sound.
Exactly.
I know. Like that's what I was taking. I was like, damn. I was like, I never say. I don't want to say. I want to say disappointment. Maybe is a word like that. You was.
I was super disappointed.
Okay. All right,
No. If you saw that, yo, they say a camera will catch right now. Wherever the camera catching nigga is real. They say the camera see through your bullshit.
Right.
Because you had a vision. You had a vision for what he was gonna do.
Yeah.
Right.
My vision wasn't only for his music; it was for his life.
Right. You had a vision.
People don't realize this, and I always got to throw something on top of things. You know me, as you know me.
No problem.
You know me. I'm doing it on your whole show.
Let's go.
But yo, G, how far you become from yourself? So let's say a nigga is 200 pounds and now he's 400 pounds. How much other shit other than himself did he put on himself? That's why the lesson says, how did he do it? It made him other than himself. Once I can make you other than yourself, I can make you suck that crack pipe like a motherfucker.
That's what they say pork is. Pork is anything that makes you other than yourself. Not just the actual meat pork.
Exactly.
Pork is anything.
Exactly. Swine is something that makes you other than yourself.
Other than yourself, exactly.
So you might not know you other than yourself.
Right.
You know what I mean? You sitting there, you don't even realize that, yo, G, you used to be the Mac Daddy Don and you did all your shit and you done fucked around and Samson done slept with Delilah for fucking 8 months and now he's like the dick drained and muscles ain't working and the bitch cut his hair. You other than yourself. Then he had to go back and pray to Allah to get that strength back.
Right.
But then he still got to do what? Die in his own iniquity. That's why the lesson says in Ezekiel chapter 3, it says, you can get a warning and you can save, but you still have to die in your iniquity. So other than itself, when I saw A-Son come out of the system, because A-Son is, first of all, A-Son was flyer than most of the Wu members at first. A-Son almost brought Polo and Bally to Staten Island. Let's just talk about it for a quick moment. Okay? A-Son is a nigga coming from Brooklyn, my cousin, coming in with Bama Lamma, Polo all the way down, nigga. And niggas are still Bill Blast. You remember Bill Blast? Anybody remember Bill Blast? I got somebody, okay, gotta get a witness on Bill Blast. You know what I'm saying? A-Son is that guy.
Right.
He was A-Son unique.
Right.
He was fly, yo. He wasn't old dirty bastard. He became old. I gave him that name and it materialized. I gave him that name for a different reason. We'll talk about it another time. But I didn't expect it to overtake him. That's why I said the word is powerful. But when he came out of the system, he wasn't neither.
Right. We talking about
he came out of jail.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
He wasn't neither.
He wasn't neither.
None of those names.
He was something else. And then when they didn't nurture to go back and find him. They didn't nurture.
I think that's interesting what you said earlier. I think you said you had an apartment for him, but you said you had a gym for him.
Yeah. Exactly. I knew that he needed that.
Most people come home from jail
in shape.
But the people that come home that gain weight are mainly depressed because jail food sucks. So that means they had to go to the commissary and eat all those dirty snacks.
Not just that, N.O.R.E.
Yeah, like, do you know them sugary snacks?
No, you're right about that. No, you're right about that.
Because regular commissary, regular food sucks.
Keeps you, right, but it'll keep you in shape, though,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, but it'll keep you in shape, you know what I mean? Because it's processed carbs. But if you go into that's all.
Commissary, it's junk food. Commissary is all junk food.
That's where the Hydrox are. That's where the Oreos are. That's
Right.
where the Twinkies are. That's where all that is. So that's a sign of depression.
Yeah, of course he's depressed.
Sugar is a sign of depression.
Listen, A-Son Unique don't belong in a cage. A-Son is one of the... A-Son Unique, for all our listeners out there, Old Dirty was freedom put into a body. Allah is merciful. He always sends something for us. Mm-hmm. If Old Dirty didn't exist, then the rest of the world don't understand what freedom means. Freedom of expression. Old Dirty was freedom itself. He was, if you've seen Old Dirty if Old Dirty was coming, if we was doing this interview right now and Dirty walked in, whatever he wanted to do is what is going to happen and we're going to do. Cameras are nothing. None of that mean nothing.
Right.
If he had to piss and he came in and pissed in this container right here, he would have did it and left, and it would have just been like,
foul.
That's just what foul. But real.
We would have been like, God damn.
It would have been real. Yo, he.
So the time he got on the Grammys, okay.
He was driving on the Verzuz bridge. Turned this car sideways, blocked traffic, nigga. Mind you, he's driving with a 40. I'm right here passenger seat. Hitting 90. It's a dangerous ride, bro. But now he stops the whole traffic like a cop. Get out and takes a piss. Gets back in the car and drives. Yeah, God. So anyway, like I was saying, he was an embodiment of freedom. Now take a guy like that and put him in jail.
Yeah.
He couldn't take it.
Yeah.
They said he tried to set himself on fire in jail.
Shit.
I saw the documentary. It said, Dirty tried to set himself on fire in jail.
Wow.
He couldn't take that. This guy's free. So when he comes out, you seeing a very suppressed energy. Mm-hmm. And then, like you said, the Hydrox and the Oreos, all that is now growing around his spirit.
It muted him.
Yeah, and now all this other shit he's not the one-man army A-Son no more.
Right.
So anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy. The other day, I was having an argument, two people had an argument, and they were saying, oh, what's alcohol? And it was like, man, sugar is 10 times worse than alcohol. Yeah. Like, because sugar sends you in a state of depression.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you're strong enough, you could like just kind of like rub off alcohol.
Right.
But,
alcohol turns into sugarless.
I mean, not if you go CrossFit like you do every day.
You got multiple molecules. Hey, the alcohol turns into sugar. He's drinking water now.
Yeah.
He went to the bathroom twice. Me and N.O.R.E has been there for 4 hours.
Hey,
no piss.
Yo, listen, guys.
4 bottles.
I'm questioning what the fuck is going on with you guys.
Skinny?
Yeah.
Let's drink to that, N.O.R.E.
So I'm drinking. Let's do it.
Yeah, drink to that.
So let's talk about
take a blood test and see who's
that famous incident. That famous incident in the Grammys. Was it the Grammys where
when Old Dirty walks on
and he says, Wu Tang's for the children.
Yeah.
Like, what happened that time? Y'all didn't win the award?
Yeah, I don't know the exact thing. I wasn't physically there. Mm-hmm. But he said something that was actually profound. I mean, they gave the best hip-hop album. Was it hip-hop or rap? What's the category?
Yeah, same shit. To them.
They gave it to, I think, P. Diddy at that time. Versus Wu Tang. It was like, that don't make sense. Right? And no disrespect to their creativity and what they gained and all their record sales. It's almost like, if I was to ask you guys right now,
thank
you. No disrespect, he sold the most records out of all of us. If I told you who was a better rapper, Vanilla Ice or Nas, and somebody say Vanilla Ice, how you gonna react? And I ain't saying P. Diddy's on Vanilla Ice, but I'm just saying
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Vanilla Ice sold more records than Nas.
Right. I get you exactly what you're saying.
But who has the better album?
I mean,
hip-hop wise.
Who has the better hip hop life? Who has the better hip hop thing that I
it's
want
Nas.
to follow?
Absolutely. Like,
of course.
if you're hip hop.
Exactly.
And like,
so that's what Dirty was saying. It's like, yo, you know,
Wu Tang for the children.
Yeah, Puffy is good.
He was speaking for hip hop.
Yeah, Puffy is good. Puffy's great. Puffy did what he did. But Wu Tang,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? He says for the children, meaning he meant like, yo, it's better.
Right.
It's better for you.
Right.
Wu Tang is a better bet.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. And to do that shit, no, that's once again, that's freedom.
Right.
Think about this. I don't know, because I wasn't there. But let's just imagine this for guys. So here's a guy in the audience that's not giving no announcement tonight. He's not scheduled for no appearance on the stage.
ODB?
Yeah.
Oh, but he was dressed like it, though. He was sharp.
He's dressed sharp. He said, I spent $3,000 on my suit.
Okay.
He said it on the mic.
Yeah. I got that.
I remember that.
But imagine, here's a guy that's not, they got a list. He ain't scheduled on the list. How the fuck he get from his seat through the auditorium to the security to the mic?
They say he woke up with Mariah Carey. I'm making this up.
Okay. Even if he did that.
Okay.
How? And how did he end up on the stage where everybody's like looking at their cue sheets, looking at their cue sheets. Like, this is not in the show program.
They respected it.
Kanye West bit his shit.
Yeah, Kanye bit it. Kanye said it.
Yeah.
Look, Kanye did it this way, right? When Kanye did it.
To Taylor Swift.
Yeah, he did it to Taylor Swift, but he walked from his seat.
He was right there in the front.
Up the steps.
Right.
Dirty had to do some shit like.
But we didn't know that. He wasn't even close?
No! We don't know where he came from, bro. No. He's not even on the other shots of the camera. Like, if you watch the whole episode of the show, you don't even see the shot.
He must have gone fast, too, to get there.
Listen, he pulled some shit off that only a free man could pull off. He's like, fuck everything. Steve Rifkin said that he was at his house 10 minutes prior. So I don't know if that's goddamn. But anyway, because Steve lived on 50th Street around that time.
Right.
And he said he came to his crib before and after. So that's a whole nother story that we'll get from Steve one day.
Right,
Steve don't drink, but Steve don't want to drink him. But anyway,
we got him to treat.
The freedom of Dirty was bottled up while he was in jail. And when he came out, he was not himself. And when he got to Rockefeller, he was not himself. And we never got a chance to feel the full shedding of everything that was upon him to let the unique A-song blossom again. But we've been blessed through the mercy of Allah that his son YDB goes on tour with the Wu Tang.
I like that. I like that so much.
He performs all his father lyrics, and that's another blessing for our family.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I forget what because I went to the Paris show. I forget what other show. This wasn't on tour. This was like just a random Wu show. Like 2 Wu shows I went to. And I sent him on stage, and I was like, "Yo, DB still got it." And I was thought to myself, like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Yo, snap out of it!" Like, cause you don't want he has his brains up like him.
He has the energy. Yeah.
So and I'm meaning I know it's ODB's son, but he embraces the character so much that I don't call him ODB's son. I call him ODB. But me saying that, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. That's kind of like crazy. So let's take a shot for ODB.
A shot for ODB.
Yeah.
And YDB.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was about to open.
How much we got left?
Yeah.
So
we're about to.
I'm gonna take a piss now, though.
Okay, go first. I'm going after you.
Yeah, and I'm going after everybody because I don't
cool.
I gotta take it.
No need to be uncomfortable.
So let's get in. First of all, if you have so many movies, so many things that you score, so many. But let's talk about this. You got a new movie, new project,
Yes, indeed.
Let's take a shot for it first.
Take a shot first.
Yes.
We're taking a shot to my new film. It's called One Spoon of Chocolate.
One Spoon of Chocolate.
One Spoon of Chocolate.
And this is your film.
My film, Bung Bung.
Directed.
Written.
Directed.
by the RZA. Produced by my wife.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean?
So double bong bong.
Double
Double
bong.
bong
Let's
bong.
get that.
Double bong.
I mean, you told me that your wife, she has 2 juice bars.
Yeah, she's on her way. She'll be here in a second.
So, I mean, let's talk about that for a quick second.
yeah.
We'll talk about the movie, but the beauty of the power of the wisdom or the woman.
That's right.
Right? A lot of dudes, especially in the generation before us, it was so many pimps, and that culture was the mindset of our people. We didn't recognize the value of the woman. There's like there's a sample on Cuban Links where the guy says, "Yeah, man, I keep a bitch. When I got a bitch, I keep a bitch."
Thank you.
He said, "I give her money. I give her clothes, jewelry, but no money." He said, "I give a girl money, she liable to lose her mind." Right? So the old school mindset was that don't give your woman the money. You control the money and let her just have some clothing and jewelry. That's foolish. Because who take care of your house? Who take care of the home? The woman. Who's going to make sure the kids go to school and put the kids in their proper clothing and their proper etiquette?
Right.
Yeah. How's she going to do that? She got to wait for you to write the check.
All right. You gotta
Know what
give
I mean?
access to that.
So the jewel that people forgot is that kings don't build castles for kings. A king built a castle for the queen.
Yeah, Mr. Lee?
That's right. You know what it is. King builds
He
castles
definitely
for
doesn't know what it
queens.
is. Sorry.
He's learning. He felt that. He's like, yo, we didn't build it for ourselves. We go to war and do all the spoils of war to bring back home to our wisdom.
Right.
Because knowledge and wisdom borns what? Understanding. That means you, the knowledge, you're the foundation, but you got to put it through the wisdom. The wisdom is the woman, symbolic to what? The womb. If you put it through the womb, you'll get a light. You put it in your hand, a lot of these kids don't got girls. You put it in your hand and nothing gonna happen.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
You need that wisdom to carry that seed of life. But that seed of life is not just physical. Sometimes it's mental, spiritual, economical, social. Metaphysical, there we go. So I want to just add that to the conversation because
my wife's here too, right there. She's with your wife over there.
Bong, bong, there you go.
So let's take a shot to the wives.
A shot to the wives.
Shot to the wives.
To the wives. Cheers. Me and N.O.R.E, we know already. You know?
Yeah, no, he's married too.
Yeah, I'm married.
I'm saying, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm
look
married.
left and shit.
I know. It's like when we ask you between these guys, you're like, well, what do you mean?
Which way?
Yeah, which way? Yeah, no, I'm married. Yeah.
No, but you agree with us?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You guys over here, Koch brothers.
No, they're not.
They're not married.
One guy.
Yo, that's the new name of the section. The Koch brothers. Yo, we gonna get your brothers in though. We gonna get your brothers.
Nah, but all right, so bong. So it's important though, yo, because our culture has been called misogynistic.
Yeah.
And then our women are now rapping harder than us. They go, one girl, she's they rapping for the dick now.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's getting crazy, but we need to know that there's a position. That's why it says the sun and the moon have an attracting power over our planet. When the lesson says that, they're saying that the planet is your life or your child's life. And the mother and the father both have attracting powers and influential powers over that planet. And if they grow that planet right, they grow healthy. But if they don't grow it right, it's going to go through rain, hell, snow, and earthquakes. And so they continue every day. The earth travels at the speed of 1,037 1/3 miles per hour as it's moving around the sun, right? But yet, the ideas is drawn up into the earth's rotation, which is called gravitation. When you think about that, though, the child ideas is taken in by the mother. What happens when the father's not there?
It ruins the gravitational pull.
Yeah. Now she got to try to explain the mathematics of the sun. The moon is there as what? To reflect the light of the sun.
Right.
Not to be the light of the sun. We grew up probably single parent where our mothers had to be
as well.
The man and the woman.
Yep.
She had to be the knowledge and wisdom, and she can't do that. Right? She did the best she can. And thanks to us, or thanks, I'll say thank, in my life, we could say thanks to the mathematics, that the father, that's why we call the father.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Clarence X?
yeah, he became a father to brothers who didn't have a father.
Right.
He gave them that knowledge. Because,
is that how they started calling him the father? I didn't know that.
No, they called him the father because he was the father of that idea.
Okay.
So the father of an idea, father means one who furthers or father. That's why I say he took you farther. He took you farther. And also in the first, what's the opening of the Quran? What's the first chapter of the Quran? Anybody? The Fatiha. The beginning.
Oh, the Fatah.
Yeah. So that's where you get this father from. But still, he furthered our education, so he became the father of us. But also even, that's a spiritual, but even a mental and a physical thing, he becomes your father because you don't got your father there to tell you the basic science that knowledge means to know, to look, to listen, to observe, and to respect. Now, you may know something, but you ain't listen. Listening is not observing. Observing and seeing is two different things. You can see it, but you didn't observe it. And you could do all those things and not respect it. And you're going to have a problem if you don't complete every action of knowledge. And then that leads to our wisdom. So these type of things are important. We're going back to our wives. They are the wisdom. So that knowledge goes through the wisdom. The wisdom is not just a wise dome, because you have to have a wise dome. Dome means what? Domain. You got to have something wise in where you domain at. Your domain must have wise and wisdom in it, or it ain't home. But if you have that knowledge and you get to that wisdom, they say also the accumulation of experience, those experiences you put into your woman. Even when a man makes love to his woman, he's putting his accumulated experience into it. That sperm cell that travels inside your woman before it made your child, you got children?
Yeah, 2.
Children? Yeah. The sperm cell, the scientists have already looked at it. It has one molecule of air. So this molecule of air, now what is the sun comprised of? Hydrogen and helium, right? So you have a molecule of air that comprises all these gases of air. Now air, I said in one of my lyrics, but I'll just give you some of them. Hydrogen, helium, xenon, freon, argon, you know what I mean? Carbon, you know what I mean? Oxygen, these are all, it's mainly 8 main gases. I put it in the lyrics so brothers could study that, but they don't listen to me, they want to hear my beats.
Right.
But I put it in there so we can know that now this organic life is carrying a molecule of that to a clot of blood. That your woman has 30 days living her life, eating, smoking, drinking, or better not eating, smoking, whatever she's doing in her 30 days of her life, she's accumulated all that energy and it's went down to this egg, waiting in a clot of blood. And then you, when you're having sex with your woman, you take that sexual energy, all that air is coming in. When you feel it at first, so I'm not making this up. When you come, when you feel it at first?
Euphoria?
You feel it here first, bro. When you come, can we agree? Men, when you have an orgasm, when you feel it at first? Here, before it goes here. It triggers in your mind first. It's like, ugh! Bam!
That's euphoria.
Okay, euphoria. Okay, I respect that. Yeah. I was definitely so insane. So now, it went from a gas to a liquid. And it travels as a liquid. Now, the sperm cell knows where to go. It's not like, where the nigga I'm going? He's headed to a direct destination.
Got mission.
Upstream, like a salmon.
Fighting. It's fighting.
What the Steve Harvey said? Salmon. Survey say salmon. Like a salmon. I said it right?
Yeah.
I did a Steve Harvey.
a salmon. I mean,
Steve Harvey. It travels upstream, knowing where it's going, bro, to reach the egg. And when it gets there, do you know this? Not to get too deep on it, but you could cut it shit how you want to cut it.
No,
but when it
You're
gets
not
there,
cutting anything. You know that, right?
bro, whatever you do, you do.
Nothing being
Whatever you do, that's up to you. When it gets to the egg, right? When it first get there, about 9 sperm cells make it. One guy is leading though. He's like,
I can do it.
he gets there, right?
Usain Bolt.
Yeah, Hussein Bolt hit the bolt of lightning in there. When he goes in, what do the other 8 sperm cells do?
They give up?
Non-cipher.
No?
They surround it and form a corona.
They help him out.
They form the 8 points of the sun, brother. And they stop anything else from entering. He's in there, bro. He's an A.
He's like, yo,
N.O.R.E's in there getting busy, kid.
Like,
you can do it. Niggas not gonna do it. So check it out. So the sperm cell knows where to go. But even more deeper that we don't pay attention to, the egg cell knows where to wait. It's not like it's waiting over here, nigga. It's like, I'm waiting for you right here. The strong motherfucker that could bring me those chromosomes, I'm waiting for it. Right behind your head right now, I see 2 X chromosomes. Look at that. It has 2 X. So
he's like, nah,
no, right,
don't
right behind no, right behind you, know it was 2 X. So in the body of the female body, there's this 2 X chromosomes. I'm speaking in the major way, not going through all the different 23.
Right.
But majorly it's 2 X, and it's in a man though he has an X and a Y. The X in mathematics is the 24th letter, and it's known. It's the symbol for what is unknown. This is why we have to use X as a multiplication. So when this sperm is going,
that's why Muslims they would say Malcolm X is because he didn't know his last name. His last name was the slave master.
Right.
Okay.
So you get it right.
I'm on point.
Okay.
Continue.
So you get that X though, and it's also multiplication. So when that sperm hits that egg, it's gonna be a multiplication. The chances of it being a man is 3 to 1. Because you have her have 2 X.
3 to 1. So that's why people are celebrating a man.
Yeah. Chance of a
It's
man
not
is,
likely.
No, it's not likely. It's 3 to 1 chance you're gonna get a man.
Wow. Oh, that I didn't know that.
1 chance to get a woman?
No.
No, it's
The chance
likely
of
to be a girl.
It's 3 chances for a woman, 1 chance for a man.
Wow.
Which is natural because you need, in order for population to multiply, you need women. If you get a guy, you get a bunch of guys. You start playing basketball.
But in a lot of people, like a lot of different cultures, they celebrate the man because obviously that's not the norm.
Right, because the man is what we call the life giver.
Right.
But the woman is the life receiver. She receives that life. She receives all your bullshit, bro. Good and bad. And she takes that to that sperm, and when that sperm cell hits that egg cell, it delivers all the data and information of you. It also delivers what you was thinking. But within it, like I was trying to say, there's a molecule of air. And that's one spark of energy. And that spark of energy is going to now cause everything because it's organic and inorganic is happening. And when it starts, it's a bomb. It's like a bomb. It's the Big Bang. Scientists call it the Big Bang.
Yeah, Big Bang Theory, but in this form.
It is the same.
No, I believe it, yeah.
The Big Bang Theory happens there because once that sperm cell hits that egg and it starts multiplying, how many cells does the human body start producing? Trillions. How many stars we have?
Trillions.
Exactly. So Allah is the greatest. Allah started with the thought of it, put that thought, that energy, and that organic atom and inorganic matter, sent that through and bring forth this new life. Now, we started this by saying the woman and being the queen and why we build our castles. It's because, yo, G, that's why the brothers call it the earth. Right? And the lessons say the planet Earth is the home of Islam. Let's take that for a second, N.O.R.E. You read that lesson before, brother?
Absolutely.
Okay, it said the planet Earth is the home of Islam. Islam is the Arabic word that means what? Anybody, but there's Islam, peace, exactly. The earth is the home of peace. Why are we not at peace on earth? Because all the other planets are not the home of peace. The other planets, you gotta send a spaceship to Mars to get a sample of dirt to hope you find an organic life. You might find a little molecule or some shit like bong bong. Here, nigga, I could cough on a piece of bread, throw it in the closet, and a whole tree will grow out of it, nigga. This is the home of Islam, okay? I won't go too deep on that. But anyway, but your woman is considered your earth because through her, all possibilities are there. So we don't fight war or work every day or do everything for our own. We do it as a king to build a castle for our queen so we could give birth to a prince. I call all my sons and my nephews. My nephew's over there right now listening. If he answered the phone right now, Young Devon, you over there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
If I call you on the phone, what do I say to you first? What I call you?
Prince.
Peace, Prince. I want to know he's a prince, yo. His father's a king. I'll do the same to my sons. And I'll do the same to your sons. Because this journey is only made of kings and queens.
Took a shot to the kings and queens.
To the kings and queens.
That's all I look.
Bong bong.
To the kings.
All right, talk about my movie.
So
All right,
wait, loyalty or respect, and then we want to get into your movies and wrap.
Loyalty or respect? Loyalty.
Loyalty?
No, sorry about that. We cut that, edit that, pour the liquor.
Yeah.
Cut the edit and keep it in.
Loyalty or respect? Both.
Exactly.
We're going back down a little bit. Then we're going down. Bro, this
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. That other
this
one
a little
was
down a little bit,
mad
right?
strong.
This one is
Yeah, from the top?
yeah, we're going down.
No, I'm not gonna lie. We need to go down.
We're gonna land. We're gonna land
I'll be
a little
honest.
bit.
That ceramic shit, yeah, I ain't say nothing, but that shit is mad
I
strong.
feel like they gave you more than me,
It's
bro.
smooth.
I feel a little envious.
No,
here.
we went and bought some though, right? We
I
bought,
feel like I only had 3 shots of it. I should have had 6.
Yeah. No, we bought some.
You got more?
Yeah, I need some too, sir.
We're going to the beach for that tomorrow.
How you doing? They call me Naughty Child.
Where I go?
In Japan, they call me Naughty Child.
I like that.
Naughty Child. Naughty Child.
Why did I pick loyalty and respect?
Nah.
Because, yo, first of all, if you got loyalty and no respect, where the fuck you at? You like, I'm down with you, son, but I don't like you.
Right.
I'm fucking with you, my nigga, but I can't wait to fucking step over you.
Word.
Loyalty and respect is a nigga that loyal to you, but can't wait to take your position.
Word.
Loyalty and respect is he's loyal and he respect your position. Respect without loyalty, I respect you. I respect you, my nigga. I can't wait to. I let these niggas kill you.
This is the best. This is the best answer. Let's be real though. Let's be real. You need both of those. Yeah, we need both.
We need both of those.
So now let's talk about these movies.
Wait, hold up. I want to get before the movies here.
Yeah, because this we gotta wrap.
I know. I want to wrap.
We're gonna edit all this shit. Don't worry.
I came here with something, bro. Let me tell you something, bro.
Okay. Oh, my
Listen
bad.
to this. I know I already said this is the first Wu Tang show in Miami.
That's crazy.
That's the flyer.
This is
Can
the flyer.
I take a look at that show?
Yeah. That was like Twitter back then.
He passed this to me. This is the ancient Twitter. Look at this.
Yo,
Hold
listen
on.
to me.
That's the ancient Twitter.
It is.
Yeah, it is. Ancient.
To me, personally, as a hip hop head, this is full circle for me.
Oh, it's a blessing.
To be a fan,
What,
and
you were there?
absolutely.
No, I'm asking. Yeah.
Yes, bro. I wouldn't have a flyer if I wasn't there, bro.
No,
And you know it. But look at the list.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's Wu-Tang Clan, right? Exclusive performance. It says Miami Hip Hop 94.
Yep.
Right?
Mother Superior.
Yep. I see that. I get the Mother Superior. What's that? That's above or below?
No, she's there somewhere, I
I know
think.
Mother Superior very well. But anyway, it says, in association with, all right, it starts off with, I ain't gonna read the whole shit. Yeah. All right. But anyway, so Miami Hip Hop 1994, Part 1, exclusive performance of Wu-Tang Clan. Also performing live. Demi D. You know Demi D? He knows him. You don't know him though, kid. Funky Black Snow
Yep.
in the Nation of Hoods. Mm-hmm. That's dope. Mother Superior.
Mother Superior.
XXXES weight.
Wait, the first extension?
No.
Triple X ES weight. Solid waist.
Solid waste.
That's Paul, right?
and more, remember, and read the venue.
Fat Beast by DJ Chris.
Shout out to, that's DJ Classic Now.
Respect. Wednesday, February 9th, 1994, at the spacious Mahi Temple.
Mahi Temple.
I said a Mahi Temple Auditorium. That's crazy. And you know what's so beautiful though? Is that
Do you guys remember at all? Do you remember that at all?
I remember coming to, damn, I'm drunk. I hate when I started making that.
That blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. No, certain syllables just leave your mouth when you're drinking. The R and the W are very challenging. But I remember coming to Miami.
All right, but don't ruin my flyer, please. I'm sorry, guys.
I thought this was a gift.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
This is my.
Look at that guy. All right, what else you got?
I got
Give me one more.
I bought this tape. That's the first Wu Tang record I bought, and then my brother Paul, Drink Champ Sports.
That's new, kid.
No, it's new. He gave me this as a gift recently.
Oh man, thank you, brother.
Engraved. I bought that myself as well. And this is the time that Old Dirty Bastard turned over.
You was there?
Of course I was there.
Wait,
you know the story?
What?
I know the story.
He turned the fucking speaker.
They called me after. Listen.
Wait, what?
Look at this.
Okay. You want that story?
Look at this.
Effin', tell us a story.
Well, how you gonna call me EFN the whole time and then effing now?
Hold on, slow down. Black dudes always shorten anybody's name. You know that once a black guy gets to know you, he gonna shorten your shit. No, I gave you the short version. After 4 hours, I'm like EFN. I'm in. Write that shit down, family.
Yo, real talk.
Tell us. I don't know what you're talking about.
This was an incredible
So where
fucking.
was this at? Where was this at?
Was
see DJ Khaled there, you on there.
Was this at
Is it on the flyer? It's on the flyer.
No. It's not really. It's actually not really on the flyer. Khaled was there.
In the temple?
If I remember right, this is the one with OG Bastard turned the speakers in
Turntables.
Yeah. He threw them over.
Yeah. Okay. You didn't hook us up.
Even
Lovely.
look. Even if it's not this story, I was there for that one as well.
Yeah.
Even if it's not this flyer.
Okay.
Here go the story.
Okay.
EFN. I went back. I re-expanded.
Thank you.
I did effing because I was like, we was flowing.
I'm not as well.
Let me take a moment, though. Listen, bro. Let me take a moment.
Listen, EFN or effing, the RZA said, I'm good.
No, take a moment, bro. Yo, listen. I love watching you. Let me just give you some shine. Because we've been giving the guard some shine. But let's put the mic over. Put the light on him. Okay?
Put the Wu symbol.
I really appreciate you, yo. Your poise, your reaction, your knowledge, your experience of hip hop culture, and every guest that you make them feel like it's almost like your timing and your punchlines, whether it's edited or not.
No, we don't edit really a lot.
No, it's good, bro. And I know you know.
Except for him and Tony Yayo argument.
Thank you.
Okay, I had to look at my eyes.
You see him and Tony Yayo argument?
I saw that. But you know what?
I loved it.
We'll punt that. I won't comment on that.
I mean, listen, I'm right with that.
But let's talk about the movies now.
But no, let me go to the story. And you can chop all
the ODB story.
Yeah, you can chop all this shit up.
No, I was there. I lived it.
I want to sit on the microphone so people can see me. My wife is like, nigga, flag.
Right.
But I appreciate you, bro.
Thank you.
And appreciate you supremely for what you started here, what you started in the culture.
Yes.
And Revolt TV don't exist no more without you.
That's right. Well, us. That's right.
Yeah.
So let's do the ODB story.
But your chamber adds a lot to this, bro. And know that.
Thank you.
Okay? And I might, 5 years from now, 5 years from now, I might fuck with you.
No.
Don't do that.
No. I got my own brand. It's called Fast Forward Time.
He said rewind. He got fast forward.
You ain't got to lie. All you got to do is
All you gotta do is
who's this guy? Who's that?
Who's that guy right there? Look at the other
I know that guy. That's my man right there. That's you right here too?
Yeah. He's whitewashed. He's whitewashed.
That's the rough draft.
No, he's been whitewashed. He's whitewashed.
We still leave it on. Yeah.
I like it. Hey, yo,
That's when I was bleaching.
Yo, shit. Michael Jackson is
you know what though?
Bleach.
Why y'all go?
Let's take a shot with that.
One last question. Why is it green and black like the monster?
So this version is the rough draft. These are the real
Right,
boxes.
cheers.
Okay.
Bong bong. Let's get one together.
Salud.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with the monster.
But everything to do with the
So why is it
monsters.
green and black, bro?
Wait, what?
Everything is. Them niggas took the same shit from the king, huh? Look at the king.
No, monster is not monster.
I know it's not. But my nigga, hold on. Which one? Hold on. Which brand was first? Which one? Who had the first promotion?
Monster.
The niggas
down together.
Yeah, y'all it's all
Don't be all
together.
down
But they was like, no, we got a great idea for you, brother. We got a great idea. What we're gonna do is green and black. No, hold on, bro.
I'm kidding.
No disrespect to my brother. Know who he gonna get mad at me, and I gotta lift my weights and get my strength up. I've been drinking, so I'm gonna have to face this when I face it. I'm gonna say it. Fuck it. I'm going. You ready?
Yeah.
I would love to see Ghostface on that box.
Ghostface.
Oh, no, hell yeah.
Ghostface is version of Rewind.
Yo, let's get Ghostface on the box.
Yeah.
Ghost, no disrespect.
Yeah.
Don't big back Tony me.
Yeah.
I still know my kung fu, so you know that. But I can see your face on the box of Rewind.
I ain't gonna lie.
It's a great product.
Listen, I ain't
It's a
gonna
real
lie.
great product.
Good.
I seen Raekwon the other day. His shit look like he had the S curl in his bed.
The Rewind?
Does it
S
rewind?
curl. No,
Yes.
like
What the fucking brand is that?
What the fuck is Solo? Yeah, Solo. Yeah, you know that's my brother.
I know, it's a brother. So you think Raekwon could give you his face for this?
I think Ray.
Would you go with Ghost or Ray? I'm putting you on the spot. Ghost or Ray for you can say
For the
both.
Rewind?
Hold on. If you say, wait.
say both.
You
If
can
you
say
say
Ghost
both, we
or
gotta
Ray.
drink.
You
We
say
gotta
both. Ghost or Raekwon for the Rewind box.
Take the movie one more time and that's it.
Yes.
Did we talk about the? We never
We didn't talk about it. No.
So about the movie,
You
and then
done?
we take the picture. Yeah.
I did the story or fuck the story?
No, fuck.
Now you good. Now you good.
The story was ODB.
No, we did the story.
I didn't say it. No, I didn't
No,
give
we
it to you.
did.
You don't need it. You don't need it. You want it?
No, we need it.
Oh, the story.
Oh,
Oh,
the
yeah.
flip.
You didn't
The
say the
flip.
story.
So
we need that story. That
All right,
story's
so
amazing.
anyway, so Method Man and Redman's performance.
It's in Miami.
Yes.
At Live.
So we in Miami.
No, not Live. That's Princess Club.
You there though?
Yeah, absolutely. I was there.
Now who's controlling the whole party that night?
Well, I don't know. That
DJ.
part. I'm a fan.
Def Jam is controlling the whole party.
But is it this one? It's this. I don't know.
Yes,
if
it's Def Jam. Look, turn it around, bro.
Yeah,
You see that?
Jam. Okay.
It's Def Jam's party.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So Method Man, Redman is signed to Def Jam. Cableton
I remember that. Like it was
is signed to
today,
Def
bro.
Jam.
I remember that
Hold on.
Capleton came out.
Exactly.
And Capleton felt disrespected.
Rude Boy
ODB, yeah, Rude Boy Capleton.
Okay.
But ODB is not
Yo, Capleton
signed
felt
to
disrespected.
to Def Jam.
Okay.
Okay. So now, because Meth,
You're making all the sense right now.
Meth was mad. Meth don't get mad a lot about what we do, but he was a little mad about this because he really felt like it was a little bit beyond the boundaries.
What was beyond the boundaries?
Okay, ODB is known for destroying your show.
Right.
If you talk to Questlove and them right now, they be like, "Oh yeah, remember that night ODB came? Yeah, he took over the show, ended it, party was over."
Right.
You go to Flavor, Public, and anybody. ODB is known
For
to come
ending in shows.
He's he's not part of the bill.
He's destroying shows.
He's just in the.
He's a show destroyer.
One night he brought me to a show.
And destroyed it.
Yeah, he was like, "Yo, God, come with me, meet me." I met him. He was like, "Yo, God, let's go fuck these niggas up." And it's like, I roll with him. I'm with him.
Right.
We go up and we destroy the show. He's like, he said this shit ain't real enough. You know what I mean?
Right.
Him and Akinelli one night
Yeah.
was fighting over the mic.
I
You remember that one?
Yes.
Onyx,
That's crazy.
Onyx is my niggas. He did it. ODB will come to your shit. And
in Miami, he got jumped.
Listen.
You know that, right?
Listen, hold on. After. If it ain't what he wants, if he don't feel it, he gonna fuck it up. That night, Meth and Red was doing their shit. Capleton was next. Cause I got OD's story and I got Meth's story.
I'm right there, bro.
Meth and they did Meth. Come on, who gonna deny Meth and Redman? But ODB, I guess he wanted to be part of it that night. And it was Meth, so you can't do it to the Wu. It's like, but he felt like, and I guess Meth, I don't know what Meth did to him. Meth was like, he tried to like tell him to chill. Said ODB was kind of a little zoned out.
Right.
You know what I mean? He was a little bit on E, a little bit past the level.
Right.
But he wanted to get on. They was like, nah, don't let the guard on. The guard is not.
Right.
And they didn't let him on. And they did their shit. Whatever. They leave this fucking stage and they let ODB on. ODB like, these niggas done let me on. And then Capleton is next. Man.
I remember
He's
that
like, man,
day,
fuck
bro.
that shit. All this shit is weak. And he went on. And he actually, I mean, before their show ended, though, he did this. Because they wouldn't let him on, they said. Before their show ended, he went on stage and he turned the turntables over.
No, he brought the speakers down, bro.
Listen, hold on. First, he started with the turntables. He turned the DJ set over, started pulling down speakers.
Yo, it was
saying
wild.
like, yo, fuck this show. Wu Tang is the best.
Yo, it was wild. It was wild. It was wild.
Yo, and Capleton is, everybody's like, he ain't even on the bill. Like if you look at the bill, his name is not there. He just happened to be in Miami. Method Man's brother is happened to be performing. And he's like, oh shit, I'm going to fuck with my brother. And I'm going to take over the show. He's also known for that. The ODB will come to your shit, which is in a good way. If I did a show and ODB showed up, nigga, I could take a 30-minute break. Because he going to do this shit and they going to love it. And I could be like, boom, when he finished? He finished? Yeah, all right, cool. Hey! I can come back out and do my shit.
Right.
That night, they didn't let him on.
Right.
They was like, nah, Cypher, God.
Right.
And he was like, nah, Cypher. nah, Cypher.
He threw speakers on the floor. It was wild.
Nah, G.
Man. And we all witnessed it.
So
there.
that's the ODB story. Anyway, shout to ODB.
Hell yeah.
Hey.
Hell yeah.
Edit that.
Rest in peace, ODB.
All right, so let me get my best face on.
Yeah.
This is a
We gotta
big,
tell us
Yeah, we gotta
big
finalize
business.
this.
It's big
Yeah.
business now.
Okay.
We going big business. You got a napkin?
Yeah.
And you
Have you been
direct,
drinking?
No, I'm not.
You're doing good. You're doing good.
and you directed.
Written and directed by the RZA. So it's not like the show's in the middle. You know what I mean? We didn't have all this shit in our system.
Okay.
And we're gonna get our tea up. Let me get back, because this is professional. This movie cost $10 million to make. Ooh.
Name of the movie?
It's called One Spoon of Chocolate. So this movie started like this. I've been good in life. Life is good. I leveraged some assets. And me and my wife was looking for maybe another place real estate. We've been doing good in real estate. So we thought we'd buy another house. We saw a beautiful house. It was like Bama Lama. It was like the waterfall was from the ceiling, then the pool.
I like it.
Yeah, man.
I like it.
You know what I mean? California, too. Don't think about the fires. So we saw it, and the house was like Bama Lamb. I was like, yo, yeah. I could build a studio right there. No steps.
No steps.
You know what I mean? It's like more like, it's like a dormitory type of studio.
All right.
Probably 9,000 square feet. Very beautiful place.
Thank you.
Hey, bong bong. I got a witness. Got a witness. Nah, it was real. And I was like, wow, this is beautiful, baby. But let me ask you a question. You want to buy a new house or make a movie? And she looked at me, it's like, well, what do you want to do? I was like, make a movie. She's like, okay, let's make a movie. So she killed her idea and rolled with my idea. And so, and this happened through the New York State of Mind tour. All my ones are up. You know what I mean? And on the back of the bus, I just kept writing. I started the script 13 years ago. After I made a movie called Man with the Iron Fist, I started writing this script. And even the executives of Universal the executives at Universal. My man, Adam Fogelson, was the chief executive. And I was like, Adam, I got a couple of ideas for my next film. Because Man with the Iron Fist, it wasn't a smash, but it made its money back and everybody made a few $1 million.
Right.
Mind you, a few $1 million in the movie business is not good. It's cool. It's just like, we didn't lose money, pay the janitors. You know what I mean? Because you need to make 100 to make 200.
Whatever.
Yeah. But still, nobody lost money fucking with me. So you get another chance to dance. And so I told Adam, I was like, I got a couple of ideas. I started pitching these ideas. But the one that he said that sounded like it had market value was this one spoon of chocolate. And so he told me, chase that one. I was like, all right, cool.
That's what he's telling you.
He told me, chase that one.
Okay, continue.
So I leave, and I start chasing it, and I get stuck at page 40. That's that. I made 2 other movies, bro. I got stuck for 10 years at page 40.
Wow.
After 2 other movies, my brother Paul Hall, you may know Paul Hall from, he did a lot of Tyler Perry. Oh, Paul Hall did a lot of John Singleton. Shaft, Higher Learning.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Paul's that producer that guided John Singleton through.
Okay.
And I met him because there was another movie. He was like, they let Lions get hired me to do a movie, and Paul was producing, and and me and Paul was there, right? So anyway, now we get to a point, 2015, I start writing again on this movie. I get 20 more pages, and bam-a-lama, froze again. Nothing. It's like, I don't know what to do with this movie. I don't know how to finish it. I don't know where they're going. I'm stuck. And then we just go. But then the writer's strike happened. Anybody know when the writer's strike happened a few years ago? Yeah. I'm on the New York State of Mind tour. I just asked my wife, what you want to do? She said, make a movie. I started digging through all my ideas. I got like 20 ideas. I got 20 pages, 10 pages, 80 pages, 5 pages. And this one, I read to her. She said, I like where that's going. She didn't know where I was going to end, but I like where it's going. And I eventually, on a tour, on the back of that tour bus, my wife on one pillow, me on one pillow, I wrote the whole movie. And by the end of the tour, I had it. We had the economics. We had some other financial partners that was down with me. And we went and made this movie. It's called One Spoon of Chocolate. It's going to premiere at the Tribeca Film Festival.
New York City?
New York City.
Yep.
Shout out that.
When is that?
It's going to premiere June 8th at the Tribeca Film Festival in New York City. One Spoon of Chocolate, June 8th, New York City, Tribeca Film Festival, world premiere. Come fuck with us. Bong, bong.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. Yeah,
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I fly back on June 8th.